I always look for sub 5. I mean, I'm just going to take it easy out there. Sub 5 is a qualifier for 2 Oceans and Comrades. So if I get that, then I'm happy with that. But it's just to gauge myself to see where I am in terms of fitness. And then early next year, then I'll start taking qualifiers more serious. But if I get sub 5 today, it's all well and good. I know where I am in terms of Comrades and 2 Oceans.
Well, we're going to be keeping a close eye on you. Remember, you have all of us on your backs, no?
I'm going to hide. Thank you.
All right, and Valen here, we're also joined by Utsid, Shay, now on the backdrop of yesterday when we had those 2 funerals of Umbulayeni Mulaudzi and, of course, Senzo Mayua. They're here in support of that. The marathon is back, but you're also doing this in favor of someone else.
Yes.
Talk us through that, Sidi.
Okay. I'm also doing this for Mbulawan because we are so... Kapan please are not bushluko, apana de tisere support, bonse le ratolo here na leknale ya.
Re jwetsa gore ne le kae nako le utlwa gore Mbulayeni ha sale.
Oh, ne ke le go taxing ke go msebetsing wa seba ka ba head tsatsi la ka ka fela zangela ba mulati ba ka sula falla.
All right, well, we hope gore le tla mathela hantle and le na mo leng teng o tla thaba ankere chain.
Yes, actually, definitely, yes. Today, I'll dedicate my ring to this guy because this guy actually he made us South Africans so proud. So that's why that the time when I said that it just passed on, I was very worried because on the day I was training for Soweto Marathon. So today I'm doing this for Mbulayeni because Mbulayeni, he was so amazing. He ran so well for us. So we have to push so hard for Soweto Marathon. Yes. Okay.
Shane, you have this huge motivation. When are you hoping for a finisher in what time today?
Okay, definitely today I'm going to do 2:45. Yes, I'm hoping to do 2:45. Yes, that's what I'm going to do it. 2:45. Yes, because I don't have a silver medal for Soweto Marathon because previously I was just running for fun, but now this is my hope. This is my life. That's why as I said today I'm doing for Mbulayeni and other players out there. Yes, because as they said that this is it's a people's race. We have to run for us. We have to run for the people of South Africa and all the people over the world. And one thing for sure that some of our athletes today, they're going for New York marathons. So as South African today, we have to push it for Mbulayeni and for other guys. That's why today I'm really, really excited to be here because I've been living in Soweto, and something that makes me happy is that I come from Limpopo and now I'm going to represent Mbulayeni.
Oh, wow. And just listening to Shane's passion, just talking about the past and the deceased Umbulayeni Mulaudzi, really running for that. A lot of people here having different motivations, but of course it is about the people's race. It is back with the bag, and everyone's going to make sure that they do exceptionally well. Back to you, Valen, in studio.
Thank you very much, Xoli. Yeah, it's been a very difficult week for sport here in South Africa over the last couple of days. As you mentioned in the opening, we see one runner that's going to be running for former 800-meter world champion, Mbulayeni Mulaudzi. He was South Africa's most decorated middle distance runner. He won medals at the Olympics, at the World Championships, at the World Indoor Championships, the IAAF World Cup, unfortunately losing his life far too soon. Let's pay tribute to the great Mbulayeni Mulaudzi, who died at the age of 34.
Mbulayeni Mulaudzi was born in the Muduluni village outside of Makado in the Limpopo province on the 8th of September 1980. Mulaudzi was the third of 4 children and the only boy. He would bring athletic success and honor to his family that the country had never before seen. Mbulayeni's first taste of athletic success came from winning the 1999 African Junior 800-meter title. What followed was a number of international titles, including Olympic silver, the world title in 2009. He also won 3 indoor world championship medals and 4 medals at senior continental level. As far back as he could remember, he always wanted to be in front.
Started to like running while I was still young, you see, because all the times I was schooling maybe far away or 2 kilometers from home, you see. Every time during breaks, I have to run home every day and up during lunchtime. So I was always running wherever I go, maybe when whenever my father tells me to go maybe and fetch something for him, I was always running. I was a guy. Even now, I don't enjoy walking, you see. Everywhere I go, I make sure I run. I can't waste my time, you see.
Mulaudzi would end his career with coach JP van der Merwe in Johannesburg. Rummaging through the SABC archives, we pulled out footage showing a different side of the legend as he enjoyed a round of putt-putt with his former coach, Ian Harries.
He comes and sits on the other end of the table and says, "Good morning, sir." I said, "You don't have to call me sir." I said, "Can I help you?" He said, "Yes, I want to join your group." So I said, "Are you any good?" He said, "I'm not bad." So I said, "Well, I didn't know who he was. I'd never heard of him." And he said, I said to him, "What's your best time for an 800 meters?" He said, 1:48. This little man in my head said, "This guy's stringing you along." So I have my standard question after that. I say, "What's your 400?" Because, you can equate the two. So he says 47:20. And that somehow had a ring of authenticity about it. I said, "What's your name?" He said, because nobody can pronounce Mbulaeni Mulaudzi, you see. So I was still unconvinced. So I got onto the telephone to Gert Leroux. And I said, "Hello, Gert, it's Ian here." I said, "Listen, I've got this guy that claims to be a 1:48 800-meter runner and says that he won the South African Junior Championships." He said, "My goodness me," he says, "you've got a good one there. That's Mbulaeni Mulaudzi."
He is the only South African 800-meter runner to win more than 2 global medals, achieving the high expectations he set for himself.
So right now, this new guy, Mbulaeni, all he wants now is tough, big competitions, so that I can prove myself fast, things like that. 2 or 3 years, I see myself running world records or being a world champion.
Mbulaeni Mulaudzi, 6th at the World Championships last year, best time of 1:44. He's looked very good here in his earlier races. Look how wide he's gone. 2.5 lanes, that's Matua. Now here comes Mulaudzi down the inside. Where's the Kenyans? Kilometer's gone. The big finish coming down the outside from Matua, but the South African has got it. Beautifully paced race there from Mulaudzi. He was right on the money for the whole journey, and the Kenyans had nothing. The big disappointment, Kimutai. Matua came too late, and South Africa, after all those decades, have got a gold medal on the track.
After Commonwealth Games gold, South Africa's flag would continue to fly high internationally, thanks to a son of the soil, Mbulaeni Mulaudzi. May your solar victory rest, knowing we will never forget you. Mishumo yau roibona ni dele zwabudi ngamolalo.
And he was laid to rest yesterday in the Mulaudzi village, his home village in Limpopo. Right, we've got another guest in studio, Mapaseka Makanya. She's going to be taking part in the 21-kilometer race. So she's still got about 35 minutes to go before she has to actually take off her jacket and get to the start line. But this is a very special race for you, isn't it? Because you live in Soweto.
Yes, it is. And, I can't wait to be on the streets of Soweto, and even people in Soweto, I've been getting phone calls that will wait for you at that corner and that corner, so I'm so excited.
And also the fact that it's back, and the reception to it, the announcement that it's actually coming back, has really been fantastic to see.
It has been a hype about Soweto Marathon, and the entries, it's wow, athletes are committed, Soweto Marathon, I think we call it the festive race. Every goal that you haven't achieved, you try to achieve it at the Soweto Marathon. Most of the athletes, it's their last race, their last marathon for the year. So it's exciting to run this race. It has been for the past years.
All right, now I'm going to bring in a legend of running. Bruce, I'm going to bring you in here because when you were making your profession out of running, there wasn't much prize money. But when you look at the prize money for this specific race, I wouldn't say, it's certainly not bad. 100,000 Rand for the winner of the 42-kilometer race, 10,000 for the 21 and 5,000 for the 10. But I think that this isn't the biggest prize money that we've seen in South Africa.
No, it isn't, but it's great. It's a great step up. I have to say, in my day, most of the time, the prize money was... I won a race for the over 50s the other day, 100 Rand. But my entry fee was 50. So, no, this is great, and it's encouraging running. And I think the race is beautifully situated right at the end of the running season. It's a last chance to have a great marathon or a half marathon or a 10K. And I love it. And I think one of the important things about the race is over the years, we have struggled so much to get a Johannesburg race. We've tried to get a Joburg Marathon or whatever, and we've tried so many times, and finally we've got a Johannesburg race. It's the Soweto Marathon, and now we mustn't let it go. It was in danger last year. Let's not let that happen again.
Absolutely, and I bring up the prize money because, Mapaseka, you won a race where the prize money was 250,000 Rand here in Gauteng, just last year, the Gauteng Marathon. But I think that, the reason I bring up the prize money is because I think a lot of these runners, they actually want to say that they're the Soweto Marathon winner rather than winning the prize money, because there's a real significance about this race.
There is. Soweto Marathon, it has a great history behind it. And at the end of the day, sometimes it's not about the prize money. Yes, you want money as elite athletes, but you can see how many people are running. Most of them are not even running for the prize money. It's joy that you get from running the Soweto Marathon and how you feel after finishing the Soweto Marathon and you're a part of it. It's like running Comrades. I tell people that they're crazy. Why would they run Comrades? But it's the satisfaction you get after those races. They have a meaning that nobody can take it away from you. And maybe as well, I will run the Soweto Marathon. Maybe next year I want to be part of the actual marathon.
Yes, well, you're going to be taking part in the 21-kilometer race. We wish you all the best of luck. We hope to see you back in the studio when you are finished here at the Nasrec Expo Center. You can just see the visuals there right in the background is the mine dump, but all the action that's going on the street is known as the Golden Highway. It's just outside the Nasrec Expo Center. Thousands of people lined up for the 42.2-kilometer race, a total of 5,614, 80% of them women, 82% of them men. Let's join our commentators to take us through the start of the 2014 Soweto Marathon.
Well, thank you very much, Phelan Kirtley. Hello and welcome to the Nike Soweto Marathon, returning after not taking place last year. Owing to lack of sponsorship, but Nike has come on board and taken over what has become a firm favourite among runners in South Africa. An opportunity to run through the heart of Soweto, an area of the country that certainly forms a centrepiece of much of South Africa's tumultuous history, but now forms part of a celebration. As athletes bring over 21,000 in terms of registration, have an opportunity to run in the Soweto Marathon. Opportunity as well for so many South Africans to get to put themselves in a position where they can experience some of the great heritage sites of South Africa. This race that will take not only the athletes through the heart of Soweto, but past some of the great memorials and some great landmarks, including Baragwanath Hospital. Well, Kieran Walker and Helen Luca in commentary for the start of this Soweto Marathon. And Helen, I've got to ask you about the weather. Gee, I tell you, this is about the muggiest we've seen it for the start of the Soweto Marathon. We're expecting it to be a little warmer, but it should be fine conditions for these athletes.
It is. It's actually quite nice and cool at the moment, which is fantastic for these runners as we see them set off on a new route around Soweto. A little bit easier than in previous years. They've reversed it just to ease up congestion, and if the weather can stay like this, it's going to be a lot easier for these runners.
So a 42.2 kilometer standard marathon is the start. We're just witnessing the start of this at the Nasrec Expo Centre, start and finish line both at the Nasrec Expo Centre, but as Helen mentioned, certainly the route has been changed for this year as the race effectively being relaunched. Just over 30 seconds gone, you can see the tail that still remains. Several athletes that'll take their time about getting over the start line. 5,614 runners in the 42 kilometre or 42.2 kilometre standard marathon distance. There are 3 distances being run, 21 kilometres and 10 kilometres as well, but the different routes to previous editions. Kieran Walker, is it going to make it for a little faster time? Certainly it's a little less undulating, and there's no killer hill at 37 kilometres, which a few athletes have said should make for a faster race.
Yes, definitely, Dwayne. It will be interesting to see what happens in today's race. As we saw 2 years back, Shadrack Kemboi obliterated the 9-year-old course record that Elijah Mutandira previously held, and he ran a 2:16 on that day, Dwayne, and it was a really, really hard course. So depending on how the bunch runs today, it's either going to be 2 of things. It's Shadrack will take it out fast again like he did in 2012, and we could see somewhere around 2:14, or he may stay with the bunch and run a tactical race. There is 100,000 rand up for grabs, and records can always be broken, but titles will never be taken away.
Of course, we have got some strong foreign runners that are in South Africa currently, although today is, of course, another landmark marathon, since the New York Marathon takes place later today as well. Around 7 hours' time, they'll be getting underway in New York City. But in terms of the South African contingent, who are you looking out for?
Oh, well, in today's race, we have the 2011 Soweto Marathon champion, that's Papi Mazibuko. He's running in the colours of Nedbank, and he's a very strong athlete. Last year in the Gauteng Marathon, Shadrack Kemboi, the defending champion from Kenya, who we actually see there in the right-hand side of the screen, so he's going out hard again. And he went out with Shadrack in that Gauteng Marathon and really took the pace out. So you can see that this is exactly what happened in 2012. This is a bunch of Kenyan athletes, and the athlete on the left, Maketla from the Lesotho region, and looking good at this stage, Helen.
Helen, in terms of the women's race, though, Mamorallo Tjoka,
well,
defending champion.
Yeah, she's won 7 times before, so she's familiar with the area, and it's done well for her. But we also noticed a young athlete lining up there, Poppy Mlambo, who's sort of coming through nicely and establishing herself, and it will be great to see a local runner like that do very well today. The challenge we've got with a lot of the girls that are running, there's been quite a series of marathons, so I think many of them are not going to have particularly fresh legs. Would you agree with that, Kieran?
Definitely. We've seen a lot of races in the past few weeks paying big money as well, like the Cape Town Marathon and the Gauteng Marathon. And Dwayne, a lot of those girls who ran in those races are also running today. So a little bit of over-racing, but some good money in the bank.
I see some, though, have opted to run the 21 kilometre, the half marathon, rather than actually heading out for the full marathon. But it doesn't detract from the field that we've seen in either the men's or the women's field.
Or in our picture there, we see on the left-hand side of the screen, in the colours of Nedbank, the 2011 Soweto Marathon champion, Marco Mazibuko from South Africa, and on the right-hand side of the screen, in the colours of Max Elite, the 2012 Soweto Marathon champion and defending champion, with the race not being held last year, Shadrack Kemboi. So they've gone out hard, Helen, and they mean business today.
Well, I think so. There's a nice purse, there's fantastic prize money up for offer for these athletes, and they will know that they've just got to go and start off in a pace, try to keep together, and just they do look comfortable at this stage.
The route being a little less undulating, though, I suppose we will have the opportunity for the runners to build into their race, not to need to worry too much about the undulations on the course. And of course, a horrid finish or a trying, testing finish. Just to confirm the prize money then, 100,000 rand up for grabs for first place finisher, and half of that for the runner-up. Third place still bags you 25,000. Of course, there are a host of other prize monies involved, including for the 21 kilometre and 10 kilometre, also for the team events.
Definitely, and when you see the likes of the professional teams like the Nedbank and the Max Elite team, one must also remember that those athletes will get incentives on winning the race, and clubs like that would pay up to 50,000 Rand for the win of Soweto today, so good money for them.
Well, I think what's interesting already at the start of this race, we've got a bunch out front with a lot of top athletes in it, and there's no individual run sort of runner taking it out and trying to cause a little bit of chaos early in the run. So this is an unusual sight for many of these marathons.
Just to take you through the route effectively, the new route of the Soweto Marathon, if you were to look at it from a landmark perspective, what we're doing is heading out from Nasrec Expo Centre, which is right next door to the world-renowned F&B Stadium, Soccer City as it's affectionately known. We'll head out towards Baragwanath Hospital and then edge towards Walter Sisulu Square. We'll head round to the Regina Mundi Church before passing Morris Isaacson High School, and then on towards Vilakazi Street, and then Hector Peterson Memorial as well, before coming back towards the Expo Centre. So they're running in a sort of clockwise formation from the Expo Centre, and that's Expo Centre, and then heading back towards the Expo Centre. This is just to confirm the route for you, but where, Kieran, do you think that this race is going to be make or break, and where indeed are the athletes going to make their move, do you think?
Well, it all depends on what happens in the beginning of the race. We've seen now that there's a bunch of athletes that have gone out with the two former champions, and if we see something like that, we'll normally see from around 30 kilometers into the race, that front group will start splitting up, but then you'll get the tough athletes like the guys from Lesotho who have won this race on previous occasions, always Dwayne in Soweto after the 32k mark with 10k's to go, where runners know it effectively as the wall in marathon running, where you start going through a lot of pain there. That's where the Lesotho athletes are very strong, and they all start coming through. But like we saw in 2012, the guys had gone out so fast in the beginning that the Lesotho athletes just ran out of ground to chase them down. So I'm looking anywhere from 30 kilometers and more into the race, and we'll start seeing some magic fireworks.
Well, I certainly hope to see some magic. And Helen, it looks like we've got a leading woman. So I hope to see a great time when it comes to the women's race as well.
We've got the Ethiopian athlete. We've got a couple of girls from Ethiopia and Kenya running, and we'll just confirm her name for you.
It may be Sise Arsedi. There's a bunch of Ethiopians who are actually based now in Johannesburg, and they've been running quite a lot of races here in South Africa this year. We've seen them more famous for 42 kilometers and below, but we saw this year earlier in the Two Oceans Marathon how there were two Ethiopian ladies who really took it out in the beginning, with one of them finishing second. So they are based here in South Africa and making a good living here on our roads.
Go. Certainly, Sedi Sise and indeed Kibera saying as well. They're both part of the Nedbank side, the Nedbank team. You can expect them, I think, to be pushing hard in the early stages of this race, and we'll be looking for some decent times as well. Posting some solid times, 2 odd hours for some of the shorter distances. They're decent marathon runners, as you expect, I suppose, when it comes to East African athletes. Anyone from the Horn seems to be putting down the fast times worldwide, of course.
Well, the athletes that come from Ethiopia, Kenya, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, they actually know that amongst the South Africans, there's not that many girls that are going to be taking part that can even break 250. So they can head out, pretty much run their own race, run very comfortably and take control. They'll also know that many of these athletes have run sort of around 245 in September. Their legs are not going to be fresh. It is not a hugely difficult route, but it's not an easy one either. So it gives them a lot of confidence and the ability to just take it out very early on in the race.
Most definitely, Helen. And when you have these Ethiopian women coming here with marathon personal best of around 2 hours 27, and a lot of our women running in Soweto have PBs of around 250, it's almost running at that 250 pace for these ladies is essentially a training run.
Very much so, and if they can pick up the prize money at the end of the day, it's an easy day's work for them, and they do, they know that, and it's we're just looking forward to the days when we can come to a marathon and there's some real talent and the girls are willing to take it out and improve on those times.
Confirmation of the prize money, it's the same for both the men and the women, so equal paydays. It's champion runner just continues to charge down the streets, just edging towards Krisani Baragwanath. Mistake remains the largest hospital in the southern hemisphere, and it's by far the largest in Africa. Of course, South Africa has a very rich history when it comes to medicine. And while we've been talking about Vilakazi Street, which is renowned for housing 2 former Nobel laureates, of course, South Africa have won a host of Nobel Prizes in the medical department as well. And certainly Alan Cormack, back in 1979, a man who co-invented the CT scan among the South African-born Nobel laureates. And certainly perhaps least recognised. This is the helicopter shot of the leading men. And again, certainly Shadrack Kemboi is taking out a firm lead. He's got the ability, though, to lead from the front and hold on right the way through. He's got the ability to push it hard. We know he can, but can he lead from start to finish?
Definitely, Dwayne, and you can see Shadrack now pushing that pace. We saw it in 2012 when he came here to Soweto. Literally from the first kilometer, he went out with another Kenyan, and they were on their own from the beginning. He ran the race on his own, got the course record, and then a year later came back for the Gauteng Marathon, because Soweto wasn't held last year. And literally again, Dwayne, from the first kilometer, left everybody and broke another course record by 3 minutes and won by 4 minutes in the process. So it just shows he's got the speed. Back in 2010, he ran the world's fastest 10 mile, 45:23, which ranks him 7th fastest ever in the world. And he's got the speed and he's got the brain as well. He's really strong in his head, and he's proved it. So there's not a lot of guys out there that can run like that.
Despite the fact that he might be a little scatterbrained at times, we believe, leaving numbers and vests behind at times.
Yes, definitely. We arrived here this morning, and a big tradition amongst the Kenyans is that they drink a lot of tea before the race with huge amounts of sugar. And one of his requests when we left the hotel this morning was he needed to have his tea. And once we got here, he realized that he had forgotten his little race pack with his race vest at the hotel. So it was quite a big rush back to the hotel, but everything's well now, and here he is in the lead, Helen.
Yeah, and looking strong.
Well, Shadrack does have a best marathon time of 2:11:05 back from 2012, when that was actually his debut marathon, when he finished second in the Zurich Marathon. But interesting to see that he is there pushing the pace, but quite a big bunch and a little bit different from what we saw in 2012.
Well, with the leading men, and certainly Shadrack Kemboi, the men's defending champion, is taking it out very hard in the early stages of this 2014 Nike Soweto Marathon. But let's get a little news from our eye in the sky. The man up in the chopper is athletics commentator Manfred Seidler. Manfred, what's the view like up there on this chilly morning over Soweto?
Well, the field's certainly strung out from the air here as we're watching the 2014 Nike Soweto Marathon unfold as they approaching the Baragwanath Hospital. And it is, of course, Marathon Day early on this morning in Shanghai. Stephen Mokorka successfully defending his title. And later on this afternoon, Lusapwa April will be hoping to go one better or even two better at the New York Marathon. Remember, last year he finished third in that race. So lots of marathon racing happening here today on the 2nd of November. And right now, obviously, we are watching the Nike Soweto Marathon. And the athletes really strung out very early on in the race, and a small group of athletes setting the pace. In this race, of course, Shadrack Kemboi, as well as Stephen Dikobo, both of whom 2 months ago. And Sanlam Cape Town Marathon, of course, Shadrack Kemboi finishing 4th there. Stephen Dikobo, the South African champion. I'll be interested to see just how, after 2 months, their legs are feeling right now. But right now, back down to the commentary.
So less and less athletes in that leading group now. There's only 6 of them that have managed to break away. And certainly Shadrack Kemboi is taking it out in a very heavy pace. We'll get back to Manfred Seidler, our eye in the sky, as this race continues. And what is an exciting day for the Nike Soweto Marathon, the return of a race that was not run last year. Nike coming on board after sponsorship had been withdrawn, it seems, from 2010, struggling financially, but back with the leading women. And Helen, an opportunity for the women to also lay down a few markers. Of course, with the route changing, so much changes in terms of course knowledge for these runners, needing to go effectively on a reverse route, as it were. That said, when it comes to the women's race, as you mentioned earlier, Helen, is the fact that we don't really have the strongest female runners necessarily. And I think the disappointment is that Renee Kalmer, of course, Shane Bosman rather, remains injured after that tremendous run in the Comrades, her first attempt, but unfortunately just been struggling with injuries since and missing out again today.
Yes, and I think a lot of that is just possibly when one is fit, they tend to over-race a little bit, because it is tempting with all these new marathons on the South African circuit paying quite attractive prize money. So it's tempting just to go and think I can just do one more race, and they tend to catch up with you. And our other strong marathoner, Yvette van Zyl, is taking part in the New York Marathon today. So it does leave another opening for an athlete here to pick up a place, and I think it plays well down to the top 10. So we will be seeing some athletes coming through, getting rewarded for their ability. Quite a good effort. The back markers, you'll find the girls position 7, 8, 9 and 10, possibly not established athletes, and it will be just an even better day for them out here in Soweto.
Well, if you want to get all social media on us, you can use hashtag Soweto Marathon. Some of the messages coming in. Soweto Marathon, watching the Soweto Marathon. Oh, good luck to all the runners. Certainly it is going to be an interesting morning. A people's race, very exciting, a bit chilly, but wow, the mood electrifying. 21 kilometers, I am here. Nice tweeting from out on the course. Big cheer to all the superheroes running today. See you there. It's going to be awesome. Certainly it is. The Soweto Marathon of 2014, a return after a one-year break. We go to a quick break. When we come back, more from the Nike Soweto Marathon. Just coming into Shot the Towers, Soweto, beautifully painted these days, wonderful colour about the towers, serve as a great backdrop to some of the wonderful football action that we've seen in South Africa. Of course, South Africa has suffered in terms of tragic loss of 3 sporting icons in recent days, and yesterday news coming through of course the great Shaka Ngobo having passed away this weekend as well. So the tragedies just continue in terms of sporting icons passing away in South Africa. But among them, of course, was the great athlete Mulaudzi, and of course many athletes are paying tribute to Mulaudzi, who was laid to rest yesterday, having passed away in a tragic motor vehicle accident the last week Friday. This is a quick look at the leading men, the Nike Soweto Marathon. Shadrack Kemboi has been taking it out hard and leading out a leading group of men. 6, but they have been caught, it seems, by a chasing group. So just adding to the tally, up to 9 odd athletes who've broken away now, looking to set the early pace, apply some early pressure, and of course get themselves on television nice and early on as well for a few of these runners who might not be around come the final few kilometers.
Well, it's quite interesting to see in this lead bunch, these only 2 South Africans in this bunch of around 9 now. The rest of the athletes coming from Kenya and Lesotho. But interesting, Helen, that there's 3 former champions in there. On the left-hand side of the screen, in the green vest, Papi Mazibuko from South Africa, the 2011 champ. On his left-hand side is Tsotsang Mayin from Lesotho, who won this race in 2005, and then of course the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi. But nice to see that there are, at least at this stage, 2 South Africans in there. The other South African at this stage being Enos Matalane, a very strong pedigreed athlete with a 61-minute half marathon best, although that did come back from 2008, but nonetheless he's got the time in his legs.
Kieran, you spend quite a lot of time with these athletes, particularly Shadrack. Do they discuss with you or share with you the tactics of the race, what they'd like to do, what time they're going for, who they're most concerned about?
Well, when Shadrack came in 2012 for the first time, he was very scared of the Lesotho athletes because he was aware that they come through right in the end. But he did say that he just runs his own race and he's going to go out at a fast pace today. And if the athletes do follow him, then they do. One must remember that back in Kenya, these Kenyan athletes, when they do their long runs in groups of up to 50, 60, run at a similar pace on harder courses at altitude. So they're used to this fast running. And Shadrack feels that if he had to run back in the main pack and the pace is slower, it's going to make him heavy in the legs. So he just runs how he knows, and that's quite fast.
Well, we saw interesting on in the race, this group broke away, and then after about 5 kilometers, there was suddenly about 30 runners, but those guys have already fallen off the pace, and there's this tight little group with a lot of pedigree in it. So it looks as though this is going to be an extremely competitive marathon.
So the leading men have actually just passed, they're passing the university grounds, the Soweto campus university grounds, but they've just passed Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. But let's find out a little more about this incredible landmark that stands in Soweto.
Seen from most high points in Soweto, Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital is a national and Southern African landmark. It is the largest hospital in Southern Africa and a referral hospital for South Africa's neighborhoods. The name Baragwanath is in fact of Cornish language origin and means wheaten bread. The hospital was built in 1941 and houses 3,200 beds with 6,760 staff looking after the patients. Due to the capacity of the hospital, many shops and other industry have set up in the area. With a staff contingent of over 6,000 at the hospital, it was obvious that area right in front of it would become a hive of activity for taxis.
So just a little history lesson of sorts of the Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital. Of course, South Africa's medical history, as I mentioned, is long and significant indeed. Well, let's see a leading bunch of men, among them a number of the defending champions or former champions, including the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi. But while the men are taking it out pretty hard, in the women's race it looks to be pretty spread out overall. It's just after the 7 kilometer mark, so it's an average speed 15.74 kilometers per hour as it currently stands, with 22 odd minutes gone by. Decent pace in the early stages, Helen?
Yeah, it's a pretty good pace. It's consistent, but we can see from that graph there's been some quite nice downhills where one can stretch out. Be interesting to just see when there's a few inclines coming up, whether that pace does drop off. It is very undulating, this race.
Separate some of the stronger runners on the day when we do come to some of the more testing or trying hills, while the leading men continue to push upfield. This is the second place woman now.
The second lady in the picture now, Isabella Jepchumba from Kenya. She ran earlier this year in the Mossel Bay Marathon, and quite a prolific racer in South Africa, running quite a lot of marathons this year already, but she's got a PB of around 2:41, so not as fast as a lot of the ladies around here, but she's from the Great Rift Valley, so that has a lot to her name.
Yeah, well, it does seem to add to the runner's ability to be able to post the faster times anywhere from the Rift Valley region. But Ellen, do you see a fast time coming today in the women's race?
I don't believe there'll be a time quicker than 2:45. It's still very early days, and we're not quite sure of the pedigree of the lady who has taken out this race. But if I look at the times of all the other athletes and what this race has been won in historically, I think around 2:45.
So this is the second place women currently. So the leading two in the women's race, we can confirm, are not South African. Isabella Jepchumba of Kenya, currently in second position. The Ethiopian athlete taking out the lead early on in the women's race. Surrounded by a few men. Of course, it does become a little difficult sometimes for some of the female runners in over these longer distances. Is it sometimes a bit of a comfort to have so many men around, or a distraction, Helen?
It's more of a distraction, and it very much depends on the ability of the men that are running with you. If you're known as a consistent runner and that you can, for example, if it's thought that Isabella is going to run 2:45, many of the athletes surrounding her will be pacing off her. And you'll find that often they just run too closely, they knock you, they surround you. So it can be quite frustrating for these women.
So a little frustration for the women perhaps, but this is the leading men now. It's just over 25 minutes gone by in the Nike Soweto Marathon, a race that is returning in 2014, and a real opportunity as well for the organisers to convey the message that this race is back, it's here to stay. But they have spoken about wanting to double the entrance figures over the course of the coming years. How important is this race as re-establishing the Soweto Marathon?
Definitely, it's very important. Soweto Marathon, as it's been known since its inception, it's the people's race, and really the township and in Soweto and stuff, they come out and they come out in masses to really support the race, and that is why it is dubbed the people's race. And we must remember that this year there was a limit on the entries that one could reach, but definitely next year I think we're going to see phenomenal growth in this race, and it's only going to get better and better.
I think also what's important is over the three distances, the 10, the 21 and the 42, there's 65 different countries being represented, and I think Soweto Marathon will be on one of those marathon bucket lists of athletes who love to run in different places around the world. It's not a particularly fast course, but they're coming here for the experience.
An opportunity for the athletes to start to string out for just a moment, it seems.
It's interesting to see there in the men's race. It's getting a little bit quick there in the lead group now. We see again Shadrack Kemboi and Papi Mazibuko, the 2011 champ, really stringing it out. And you can tell, Dwayne, when there's a big bunch of guys and they're all running tightly packed, the pace is going slow. But as you can see, when they're stringing out like that, it's because of the front bunch, and they're really pulling the pace now.
They certainly are picking up the pace, and they really are taking it out pretty hard, it seems. There's a few of them grab a little bit of rehydration out on the route. Opportunities at some of the several water stops for these athletes to just grab a little water to rehydrate. Back with the leading lady.
If I'm not mistaken, we did mention before Sise Arsedi. We're just struggling to identify some of the race numbers here, but I think it may be Meseret Biru. She's the course record holder in the Two Oceans Half Marathon, and coming off fresh from a victory 6 weeks ago in Cape Town, Helen. She's got a 2:28 marathon, and the class is showing right now.
Yes, and she's relaxed, so she knows that she can just control this race, run from the front, and have enough speed and pace in her legs to change that pace should someone be having a real blind for a race behind her and come up on her shoulder. She will just be able to change another gear. I don't think there's one other athlete, I think many years ago in the race of the females, who ran sub 2:30, but a sub 2:30 marathon is extremely good pedigree.
Absolutely, we've seen on the international stage in recent times as well some great times being posted. Frankfurt Marathon having recently been completed as well. Some fast times. It was a 2:22, I think, won the women's race in the Frankfurt Marathon.
Yes, 2:22 was at Frankfurt winning time, but interestingly, Dwayne, you mentioned earlier the big bunch of men around the leading women. The short athlete in the colours of Max Elite, just behind the gentleman with the different colour socks on. He's a top 10 former Soweto Marathon finisher and winner of the Two Oceans and 2:10 in the London Marathon, babyface Simon Mpulanyane. So interesting to see him a little bit back at the stage.
Yeah, flashback from Simon Mpulanyane from years gone by. This is the start of the 21-kilometer half marathon now. An opportunity for a few athletes to really stretch their legs on a moderately testing and trying course.
And we've got quite a good elite field in here. We just saw just off screen in the picture there the Two Oceans, a 56-kilometer champ from this year, Lebenian Korka, in the colours of Max Elite from Lesotho. He's in the start line, and also Mapaseka Makanya, the local Soweto resident. She's running the half marathon today. She's coming off that second place finish in the Gauteng Marathon, and today preparations towards next year's Hamburg Marathon for her. Helen, her first international race that she'll be doing in the marathon distance.
This race will be very competitive, and I think you'll find that a lot of the athletes have done well in the local marathon circuit, all the marathons that have been held recently, and they'll just find it's better to now just go and try and race at 21, and I think we'll see some quite good times on this course. Also a new route, and do the athletes, have they indicated what time they think they'll be able to get?
Well, I think with the prize money that Nike have put up here, it's really good in both the marathon, half marathon and 10K. So because we've got a big prize pool here today in the half marathon as well, I think anywhere around 64, 65 minutes should be good enough for the win. We must remember that if people are wondering why it's so slow and they're seeing overseas guys are running 59 minutes and 101, must remember that this is an undulating course, as you mentioned, Helen, and also the fact that we are at altitude.
Well, I have run in some races overseas, some of the city marathons, and they are fast and flat, because we sit here and we think, how on earth can these athletes run 203, even quicker now, and 205? But if you saw the flatness and just some gentle undulations or going downhill, those courses are really made for speed. This course is not made for speed.
Definitely, and we make them tough up here in Africa. As you mentioned, Helen, the flat courses. Overseas, some of the athletes complain if the weather gets above 18 degrees. They say it's too hot to run. But we tough here in South Africa, and we do it well.
And there's also the altitude factor, and I think in a marathon you can add on about 5 minutes from the coast to run at altitude. So that is quite a factor, and it can be very, very dry when you're running here. So if you're not used to it and you've come up from Durban or Cape Town, it is a little bit more challenging.
So the start of the 21K is on the right of your screen. At the top left of your screen is the leading lady out in the marathon. This is the half marathon event just getting underway, while the marathon leaders will take it out hard. Just over half an hour gone in the 42.2 kilometer. And this is continuing with those attempting to run the half marathon now. A couple of athletes just enjoying the opportunity to get out in what has been dubbed the People's Race. Of course, the Gauteng Premier getting up nice and early as well to come and fire the starting gun. David Makura getting out of bed nice and early to get the starting gun going for the People's Race for the Nike Soweto Marathon. It's got the men being led out by Shadrack Kemboi, the Kenyan defending champion, while certainly an Ethiopian lead out in the women's race. But in the half marathon, it's an interesting field. Mapaseka Makanya, there's a lot on her shoulders when it comes to Mapaseka Makanya. Of course, South African Sportswoman of the Year, and somebody who a lot of South Africans are starting to draw inspiration from. You know, Helen, for her, how important is it that she puts in a really good run, and not to mention through the streets of what is her hometown?
Well, she said earlier when she was chatting to Valen how the support she gets here is unbelievable, and I think we need role models like her. They really are making a difference, and I think if we look around the country, we're just seeing so many more runs, sports activities taking place, which actually will just build for a healthier nation. So we do wish her well, because we need her as much as she needs to have a good run.
I think that's a key factor as well. There are a lot more South Africans that are starting to get involved, it seems, in activities and healthy activities, which is something that can only improve. Of course, worldwide we're seeing talk of obesity becoming a worldwide problem, and it's great to see there are more and more events, even if it's 10 kilometers, even the half marathon distance is 21 kilometers. Some people just can't run the marathon distances, don't necessarily have the time to train for the marathon distances. Not everybody can run a 42.2 kilometer race, but an opportunity to get out, have a great day, enjoy your time as well, and that's certainly been summed up in the atmosphere as the Nike Soweto Marathon returns. Just to put you into picture of where we are currently. The start and finish is at the Nasrec Expo Centre, which is right around the corner from the world-renowned Soccer City FNB Stadium. So into Kliptown we go, and the leading men, getting a little more bunched up now. But again, it looks to be 9 athletes in a bunch and one just trailing off the back now. For a while, Hewitt, it looked like they were being caught by a bunch, then strung out. But we have got a small, intimate group of quality runners that are taking this race out hard from the onset, and quite possibly the top 3 will come from this leading group already.
Most definitely, Dwayne. And what's very interesting to notice is that amongst this lead group, we have quite a big contingent of Lesotho athletes who have really dominated this Soweto Marathon in the past. And the interesting thing about that is that in 2012, when Shadrack broke the record, he really went out hard, and it's been shown that when the athletes have run in the lead bunch with the Lesotho athletes, that's when they've claimed the victories. And when guys have gone out hard and made it harder for the Lesotho athletes to catch them near the end, they've come short at the end. So it's interesting to see that there's a big bunch of them here today, and they're all together. So the good thing is that there's a nice bunch, and it makes for interesting racing and interesting viewing at home. But the bad thing is that the pace has been a little bit erratic, back and forth, and that's not really good for the athletes' legs. You really want to try and keep the tempo quite consistent and be as consistent as possible as you can during the race.
Well, in terms of the clock, if you are wondering just regarding the time, that's the clock for the marathon race, the 42.2 kilometer, 36 now 17, 18, 19 in the marathon. Half an hour after that, the 21 kilometer got underway, and in fact an hour after the marathon starts, we will have the start of the 10 kilometer race. So if you are trying to work out the times for the respective distances, just take an hour off the actual clock. When the 10 kilometer gets underway, it take half an hour off the time you see on screen for the 21 kilometer. But this is the leading group of men in the men's marathon, the 42.2 kilometer standard marathon distance, as the route continues into Kliptown.
Well, it's interesting to see from this overhead shot now, Dwayne, that there's actually 4 former champions in this pack now. We've got Shadrack Kemboi on the right-hand side of the screen with the white vest. He's up front. He's the defending champion from 2012, as mentioned earlier. We have Papi Mazibuko in the green colors of Nedbank. He won the race back in 2011. And then we have another 2 Lesotho athletes in the colors of Max Elite. Tsotsang Main, the 2005 Soweto champion. And just at the back of the picture there, Teboho Sello, the 2007 Soweto Marathon champion. So the guys are really meaning business today.
It seems like we've got the early bunch of favourites who are taking it out particularly hard, as we welcome Gloria Brown to the commentary booth. Watching this race with a great deal of interest from the chopper, the eye in the sky, getting some great early shots. And of course, the road has not been completely closed, but a demarcated area allows the athletes to run freely and without concern for the traffic. It's Kliptown, where this marathon is. Gloria, for you, the People's Race, what does this race mean to you?
It's really a way to also just welcome and basically say farewell to our fallen athletes. I think what a way to get all the heartache behind us and come to Soweto and celebrate yet again. Just to say goodbye to Senzo and Mulaudzi and everybody else. But getting back to the race, I think for Soweto people, just to really welcome back the race is a good way to...
Indeed, certainly the Soweto Marathon back as Nike have come on board as sponsors. But I mentioned the leading men now into Kliptown. Let's find out more about where they're running.
The Soweto Marathon is not only about a tough race, but it also allows those that don't live in the area to witness some of its rich history. Kliptown is the oldest residential district for Soweto and was first laid out Kaslimosa 1891, which formed part of Klipspruit Farm. The farm was named after Klipspruit that runs nearby. From 1903, the area was home to informal settlements, and the area now contains a mixture of purposeful built housing and a large number of shacks and other informal homes which form the Chris Hani and Dlamini settlements.
All right, so we just left the visuals there on the leading group in the men's marathon. We see that there are a number of former champions, among them the 2012 defending champion from Kenya, Shadrack Kemboi, who won the race in a time of just over 2 hours 16 in 2012. That's the last time we did see the Soweto Marathon. So we'll go back to our commentators, but we've come back into the booth because with me I've got a man that knows Soweto very, very well. He's the mayor of Joburg. He's from Orlando West. Mr. Parks Town. Mayor, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so it's back, the Soweto Marathon, and wow, it's bigger and better than ever. Can you believe the amount of people that we've seen here today?
Well, it's great to welcome back the People's Race. I think that we've been missing it. Everybody has been missing it. And a lot of people have been clamoring and saying to the city and other partners, how do you ensure that the Soweto Marathon comes back? And we're quite excited that it's come back and hope that it stays as part of the marathon and athletics calendar in South Africa.
Now, the Premier of Gauteng, David Makua, I saw him at a race a couple of weeks ago and he said, no, he's coming here to the Soweto Marathon. So is he indeed at the start line?
The Premier is here. He's also participating today. He'll be running the 10 kilometer. And he's been saying to me, well, you have to catch up with me. But I mean, I think that it's really both an exercise in building social cohesion in as much as it's part of being part of a race and proving to yourself and to people what you can achieve.
You mentioned social cohesion, and I think that over the past couple of days we've really seen the nation come together in the mourning of 3 significant sports people who tragically lost their lives far too soon. And I suppose also when you speak about social cohesion, cohesively and together we need to heal.
We need to heal, and I think that it's almost one of those things that we have the Soweto Marathon today. Athletics is able to mourn and celebrate Mulaudzi and the other athletes that passed away, Senzo Meiwa and Pindile Moilase. It's certainly been a very difficult week for all of South Africa, and we have the opportunity to now celebrate and say they've made a great contribution to our country and to society. And as a country, celebrate it in the way that they know how best to do it. And in Mulaudzi's name, really, that we're having athletics today on the day after his funeral is really a great celebration.
And Bruce, I think maybe you want to just comment there on how running really does bring people together.
Well, it's a fantastic sport because of its simplicity. Essentially, I love the way this particular event has got the 3 different distances. So there's a challenge for everybody, and it's all-encompassing. You can come along and run the 10, the 21, or if you really want to be bold, you can try the 42.
Mayor, when I spoke to the Premier a couple of weeks ago as he was preparing for his 10-kilometer race here at the Soweto Marathon, he did say that they're looking at making Joburg a city that's more conducive for outdoor activities for runners and cyclists. Is that something that's high up on the agenda for the city?
It's high up on the agenda for the city of Johannesburg. We've already started building cycling lanes, having dedicated signage for cycling and for running. We're talking to potential partners and should be unveiling very soon dedicated lanes for athletics and for running in Johannesburg and all of Johannesburg, Sandton, Midrand, Soweto, and the inner city of Johannesburg. So we really think that it's something that's very important for those who are athletes and who participate in sport. One of the dangers of being on the roads is the cars and the impact that they have on our runners. Many cyclists and runners have lost their lives on our roads, and it's very important that we create a conducive environment for them to exercise and participate.
I suppose the biggest thing when it comes to safety on the roads is policing it and to help make sure that whatever laws that are put in place are respected by the drivers.
It's important that we do that, and it's important that we also mobilize all of society to understand that, in fact, it's not just about those people who are exercising. It's important that as a community we promote healthy living lifestyles, and healthy living lifestyles are about how we take care of our bodies, the way in which we exercise. The reality is that non-communicable diseases are the major killer of our people in this country, in all population groups. And in reality, it is about what we eat, but also how we treat our bodies and whether we take the right things into our bodies and exercise. So we need to create spaces that are conducive for that. So as a city, we certainly not just invest in infrastructure, but also invest in policing and ensuring that those spaces are conducive.
Absolutely. Bruce told us a beautiful little story. It's not the second time that I'm bringing it up, but about somebody seeing his Soweto Marathon T-shirts in New York, and about how people just want to come to Soweto. This is a really valuable asset to have, I'm sure, as a man that runs and is responsible for the city of Joburg. Can you quantify the value of the Soweto Marathon?
You can only know when you didn't have it, that actually you've lost something extremely valuable. You can only know when people are saying to you all the time, when does the Soweto Marathon come back? And how many times people have said, thank you, that Soweto Marathon is back. And that's how you appreciate the value that it has to athletes, but also to everybody, because not everybody that has been asking about it are athletes themselves. It's just people appreciating that it represents that sense of Soweto and its development, its evolution, and its contribution to South Africa and to humanity, and what it represents to the world.
Now, you guys have really gotten on board with the race. You guys have got a water point, and it's on Vilakazi Street, around about 27 kilometers. Is it going, what have you guys done? Is there anything special? I mean, usually Vilakazi Street is a really festive vibe. Is there anything extra that the city of Joburg has added to their water point?
Vilakazi Street is very significant from the point of view that it is possibly the only street in the world, not possibly, it's actually the only street in the world to have been home to two Nobel Peace Prize laureates in Archbishop Desmond Tutu and our former president and founder of the nation, founding president of our nation, Nelson Mandela. We have ensured that not only is it a watering point, it's a point of celebration. It is in the middle of the marathon. It's the point at which we are able to ensure that people are able to celebrate and reflect on where we are, how far we've come, but also where we're going as South Africa.
Right, well, these leading men in the marathon race are quite far from that water point at 27 kilometers, which is sponsored by the city of Johannesburg, but no doubt it's going to be very, very festive. The mayor of the city, Parks Tau, thank you very much for coming into studio. Great to have chatted to you about the Soweto Marathon. Right, his colleague, the Premier of Gauteng, David Makura, he's going to be getting his 10-kilometer race underway with the other 9,000 odd participants in around 13 minutes' time from just outside of the Nasrec Expo Center. But there's lots of running that's currently on the go, on the road. So let's go back to our commentators to take us through some of the action.
Thank you very much, Valen Kirtley, with the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg, Parks Tau, and Kieran highlighting the fact that this is a race that very much creates awareness of healthy living. But taking a look at the leading men, just to catch up on what's been happening since we were chatting to the Executive Mayor of the City of Johannesburg. The leading men, this group is just shuffling and changing, but still the same names, still the same people, still the same contenders.
Definitely, and we see a very strong international contingent here. The athlete Ferris Mahiku in the colours of Nedbank there in front. He wasn't in that earlier bunch, and he's now joined them, but a host of top athletes we see on the right-hand side in the colours of Olifants Athletics Club, a local club here from Johannesburg. Motlokoa and Kabutlane from Lesotho, former top 3 finisher. Actually, in 2012, when Shadrack broke the record, Motlokoa was in the 2nd position at the end of the day, and he also ran under the record. And very interesting to see the guys here and the athletes in the back of the pack in the colours of Max Sedita. Teboho Sello, the 2007 Soweto Marathon champion. So 4 defending champions in this lead pack, Gloria, and very interesting racing today we're going to see.
Yeah, most definitely, and it's also good to see that Teboho Sello, who was once a winner of this race, in the pack as well, and trying to just make his presence felt. But looking at them, they look very comfortable, very relaxed, and I think towards the 32K, I think then one would say we'll set the cats amongst the pigeons and start seeing the Kenyans really opening up.
Well, it's interesting to see here that just looking in this bunch, Dwayne, the athletes we see in the picture now, this group of 10, there's no more South Africans left. It's a bunch of Kenyan athletes, Lesotho athletes, and the Ethiopian gentleman in the middle of the screen. I will come back to you with his name, but he was second in the recent Gauteng Marathon, so good pedigree.
So the leading men, as they take it out hard, the South Africans seem to be dropping off the pace. But we get a quick break. When we come back, great news for South Africa and more from the Nike Soweto Marathon. So back to the women's race in the Nike Soweto Marathon. This is currently Isabella Chipchumba of Kenya, the woman who is currently second in the women's race. It's Meseret Biru of Ethiopia taking it out very hard, very strong in the early stages. But Isabella Chipchumba just tucked it into the second position, looking fairly strong and comfortable in her own right. And Gloria, we've seen the men's race. It's certainly been a foreign affair, as it were, in the early stages of the women's race as well.
Most definitely, and I think what we have really come to realize is that this race has really been predominantly won by foreigners. And again, the Kenyans will always be in the mix. The Lesotho runners, some from Zimbabwe. Haven't seen a Zimbabwean runner yet at this stage. But yeah, the Kenyans will always be amongst the top athletes.
Well, we've seen in recent years in the Soweto Marathon, the Zimbabweans, as you mentioned, totally dominating the race. If you remember back to the early 2000s with Elijah Mutandiro, who was dubbed the King of Soweto. That it took 9 years for the record, for his course record to be broken. Back in 2012, when Kemboi from Kenya broke that record, and a little bit, I think the Zimbabwean athletes now in the men's side have moved up more towards the ultra distances, like the Two Oceans and Comrades. We saw the Zimbabwean athlete Stephen Mujingi winning Comrades, if you remember, 3 years in a row there, something that an athlete hasn't done since the days of Bruce Fordas, one of our fellow commentators.
So the leading women currently out in front. This is the second-placed women's runner, Isabella Chipchumba of Kenya, in the top left of your screen, as the runners are around 7 minutes away from the start of the 10-kilometer event. They are the shot you see in the bottom right of your screen. An opportunity for the 10-kilometer runners to get out and enjoy a little bit of the day's action. The start of the Soweto Marathon here at the Nasrec Expo Centre, the finish at the Expo Centre as well. But the leading women taking it out pretty hard, but the leading men have really built into their race. A good average of nearly 18 kilometres an hour, so going out fairly strong and hard. It should be a fairly quick race in comparison to recent or previous Soweto Marathon events, of course, owing to the fact that we have seen a change in the route and a little less undulation, Ewan.
Definitely, the route has been changed, and we hope that that's going to bring some new fast times this year. And if you were wondering what the picture of the start was on there just a few seconds ago, that was the start of the 10 kilometer that's going to be starting at 7 o'clock. And Gloria, today nearly 20,000 athletes in total taking to the streets of Soweto over the 10, 21 and 42. Fantastic, and bringing South Africa together.
Most definitely, that has been very, very impressive, and to the organizers of the race to get so many entrances into this particular race. I mean, if you're looking at the 21K, we have about 6,000 plus athletes, and in the 10Ks, about 9,000 will be lining up, and 5,500 almost about the 42Ks. And I think it really speaks volume about this race, that people are coming in to enjoy the scenery, to enjoy just South Africa as a whole, because Helen mentioned earlier that we have about 65 countries being represented in this race, and Soweto is really known to be a friendly place, and we are yet though to see the people on the street, and you could hear and one is looking forward to the whistles and the cheering along, which is missing thus far.
We've got the leading men taking it out relatively hard in this men's section of the Nike Soweto Marathon. But while the South African men seem to have dropped back in this Nike Soweto Marathon, we have got some good news in terms of South African men running internationally. We've got the New York Marathon starting in around 6 hours' time, but we've also had the Shanghai Marathon just been run in China. And, Stephen Mokoka represented South Africa at the London Olympic Games. Doing something wonderful and great.
Definitely, Mokoka won the Shanghai Marathon and defended his title this morning in China, and as you mentioned, Dwayne, ran a new course record at 2 hours 8 minutes and 45 seconds. So fantastic running there by Stephen. And later today we'll be watching the New York Marathon, where Lusapo April will be hoping to fly the flag high again. He was third there last year, and definitely South Africans outside of South Africa today doing really well. Let's hope that some of the South Africans in this year's Soweto Marathon can come through towards the end.
So in terms of South African success on the international stage, it's clear and evident, and huge congratulations as well to Stephen Mokoka, successfully defending his Shanghai Marathon title of China, and a little less fearsome than the Beijing Marathon, as many athletes continue to stay away from the Beijing Marathon owing to the pollution over that race. That said, the Nike Soweto Marathon running through some of the great landmarks of South Africa's historical city. Nike Soweto Marathon, a route that takes you out past the Chris Hani Baragwanath Hospital, including Walter Sisulu Square. We'll edge past the Hector Peterson Memorial and Vilakazi Street later on in the race, but with nearly an hour gone in the Nike Soweto Marathon, the leading men starting to just bunch up, but again still it nice and hard and taking a decent lead out, but the South African men, as we mentioned, just dropping off the pace in the early stages here, and it looks to be a foreign affair at the start of the men's race.
Definitely, we see the contingent in front there, Kenyan athletes, Lesotho athletes, and the lone Ethiopian Gemeda, who was second in September's Gauteng Marathon, running a time of around 2 hours 15 there. So he's got a really strong pedigree, but as we can see, Gemeda, when he did come through to the front of the bunch there, Gloria, he was stringing them along a little bit, and we've had two casualties already. 2005 Soweto Marathon champion Tsotsang Main just off the back of the group there.
Oh, thanks, Claude. And, we are yet to really say this is the favorite to win this race. It's still very, very tight. The Ethiopians, the Kenyans, and the Lesotho athletes here still battling it all the way out. Kodwa ngintshele nje kancane ukuthi umula eMzansi akukho umgijimi owaseMzansi ohamba nabo abaseKenya nase-Ethiopia nase-Lesotho. Kuzoba ngcono ukuthi mesingathola oyiwani nje waseMzansi ozozama ukuthi abeke iflag yaseMzansi, sibone ukuthi nathi sinawo abantu abagijimayo abakhonayo ukuzibeka emaphini.
Just at that very moment, it looked like nearly tripping over a teammate. A little collision of two runners, nearly losing a footing. Certainly don't want to be taking to the tar in this race. And that's it, as the men continue to head on their merry way. They're a couple couple of women who are taking it out hard in the women's race. Now, we've seen that Meseret Biru of Ethiopia is leading, and Isabella Chipchumba of Kenya currently in second place. This is back in third place.
Well, this is Lemsehe Hailu Kakisa, actually from Ethiopia, not the South African flag that's indicative there, but she's had a really hectic schedule, if I could put it mildly, this year, Dwayne. She's based in Johannesburg. She's been staying in South Africa for the past year, and Gloria this year taking victories in the Johnson Crane Marathon. Quite a lot of marathons she's run. She ran the Two Oceans earlier this year, tried her hands at the Comrades. That proved to be a distance too far. Also ran the Mandela Marathon and the Cape Town Marathon. So quite a lot of marathons in her legs, but she's performed in nearly all of them.
Most definitely, and I think for her just showing her the caliber of the athlete, and really what is important is the preparation to this kind of marathons. But one would also be expecting to maybe later on see Mapaseka Makanya, who's really got Soweto talking. She is the home girl, and one is expecting that she does well, and that comes with added pressure. But getting back to the third place woman, again, one is looking at it and saying it's Ethiopia, it's Kenya, and
well, the Ethiopian runner currently in third. Her compatriot Meseret Biru is taking it out harder in the front with the Kenyan runner Isabella Chipchumba currently in second place overall in the women's race. In the men's race, though, it's a bunch of men, including 4 former winners of this race. But, the women's race continuing. Looks like they're well strung out are the leading ladies, but in the men's race it's still very much a tight bunch at the start. They've been threatening to string out at times. But let's hear more from Manfred Seidler, our eye in the sky. Manfred?
Well, the temperature up here in the helicopter is 13 degrees centigrade, so around down on the floor probably around about 15 or so degrees. And of course, perfect conditions for the athletes down there as the sun battles to try and get through the cloud cover here at the Nike Soweto Marathon. But the racing down there is certainly pretty hot, and some real names down there in that field. Teboho Sello, Tsani Maimani, Michael Mazibuko, of course defending champion Shadrack Kemboi, who had set the course record here in 2012. I still wonder what his legs are feeling like. We have spoken about this early on, but 2 months ago running in the Cape Town Marathon and finishing 4th, and I just cannot believe that his legs have recovered after 2 months layoff. Time will tell in the early stages of the race, but there's still a lot more to come with these athletes, and certainly the racing will pick up as we get towards the latter stages of the Nike Soweto Marathon. Back down to the floor.
Thank you, Manfred Seidler. That is Muhika of Kenya maintains his position in that leading group of men, with the likes of Papi Mazibuko in and around him, and Shadrack Kemboi. Of course, there are some other runners in the race that are very much familiar names, the likes of Ludwick Mamabolo in particular, but not going out and trying to win the race. But in a sense, some runners will be using the Nike Soweto Marathon almost as training ones, as good competitive action for other or for preparation for other races.
Definitely, and amongst the masses in the field of the 5,000 athletes taking part in today's marathon, also qualifying for future events like the Comrades and Two Oceans, and Soweto Marathon being one of those qualifying races. But as you mentioned, some other top athletes in the field, the likes of former Comrades champions Claude Moshiwa and Ludwick Mamabolo, and the interesting name that I haven't seen yet in the lead bunch, and the fastest marathon man to ever take part in Soweto Marathon, Kartes, the SA record holder over 42Ks, his time of 2:06:33 back in 1999. Also, the first man ever in the world to break 2 hours 8 minutes twice in the same year. He was phenomenal back in his day.
Well, he was, but you say back in his day, Kartes is sporting a few grey hairs on his chin these days. But he's no youngster, is Kartes, but as you say, he is such a legendary figure, Gloria. He's always said, though, when it comes to the marathon distance, he's proven. There's no doubt about his ability. But of course, he has tried to tackle the Comrades Marathon on a couple of occasions, and he still believes that a 5-hour Comrades is possible. He believes that it's something that can be achieved. He's tried it. He's failed on a couple of occasions already at it. But he's somebody who has a very technical approach to running, and it seemed to work for him.
Well, that is really a man like Hector. He's clocked in the kilometers. He's done almost every race you can talk about. And, well, he has the caliber and he has the ability to do well. But just to share with the people of Soweto, ukuntshela phela ukuthi vele kunabantu abafikile la abaphuma kuzo indawo ezihlukene 65 ama-countries are-representiwe la kulo mgijimi baphuma e-USA, abanye baphuma e-UK nase-Lesotho vele siyazi ukuthi lo mjaho ubuthandwa kakhulu abantu baseKenya nabo base-Lesotho nase-Zimbabwe. Kodwa mesesibheka nje abantu mengikutshela ukuthi bayathanda ukuza nje bazobona iSoweto, ngoba vele iSoweto inazo indawo eziningi ongazibona khona lapho sidlulile eChris Baragwanath Hospital se-Walter Sisulu, endaweni esaziyo ukuthi ngesikhathi se-apartheid vele bekuyizo indawo okufanele manje sizi-celebrate. iRegina Mondi nayo iyeza, kodwa mesibheka umjaho khona manje abekho abasemzansi do, kodwa siyababona abase-Ethiopia nabaseKenya.
Back to the leading men for a moment in the air, but back to fourth place runner in the women's race. So we've got three leading ladies. Meseret Biro of Ethiopia.
Well, we have there in the colours of the screen now the Molebohang Mofata, actually the athlete in picture from Lesotho, and she's been in the top 10 in Soweto Marathon in the past, and actually making an appearance again, Dwayne. I actually haven't seen her on the circuit in the last 3 years, so nice to see Mofata back on the road.
So currently in fourth position is the young Lesotho athlete, with Meseret Biro of Ethiopia leading out. Isabella Chepchumba of Kenya currently in second, and Alent Sele Hailu of Ethiopia just biding her time in third place overall. So good, strong Lesotho contingent, relatively small contingents that generally come to South Africa for the events, but very strong contingents, the Lesotho athletes, who of course train at the higher altitudes, much like some of the Ethiopian athletes. When they're training out at places like in Toto, you're looking at 3,600 meters above sea level, where I tell you what, you come down towards something for South African athletes. Johannesburg's altitude around about 1,500 meters above sea level is difficult for some, but when you're training at 3,600, 3,500 meters above sea level, there's a lot of oxygen available for you. So we encourage you to get interactive on social media. Soweto Marathon, hashtag Soweto Marathon, or at Soweto Marathon. The leading Ethiopian woman has made the Soweto Marathon one woman race, and she looks so relaxed. Indeed, Mr. Biru looks particularly relaxed. Messages of encouragement for the athletes coming through. Athletes have big hearts, don't quit. Well, there's a lot of good luck messages going out to the athletes. A few sweaty palms this morning. Oh, somebody whose mates are out on the race, which means I'm sitting at home watching. Eh, Gloria Brown? There's a few who would prefer to be on a couch rather than out on the race.
Most definitely, but beautiful weather out there, and I think for the athletes, very welcome. Pretty cool conditions. For me, in this race, one would have expected to have seen Mamorallo Tjoka, the Lesotho athlete. We've already seen the top four. She's nowhere in the top four. One would be probably wondering where she's at.
So we've got a quick break, and when we come back, action continues from this Nike Soweto Marathon, which looks to be heading for some foreign domination. So, welcome back to live coverage of the Nike Soweto Marathon, the People's Race having returned after a year having not taken place last year owing to a lack of sponsorship, but back with a bang and looking to really please the organisers with an enthralling race. And of course the record for this race around 2:16, and we're certainly seeing the men lining up for a possible course record. There's a lot of talk in the early stages that the record might be going here. So Maheta of Lesotho, the leading men, as the South Africans have trailed completely off the pace in the early stages, as we welcome Helen Luca back to the commentary position with Gloria Brown. The men taking it out hard, and they're looking to stick to these guns, to stick to their guns and take it out in a blazing start. I can tell you that before we get to comment from Gloria, we have been waiting for the start of the 10-kilometer race. It was set to get underway at 7 o'clock. It has been delayed by 15 minutes. So if you're wondering why you didn't see the start of the 10K, which was scheduled for 7 o'clock local time, it's now 10 past 7. It's because it's been delayed by an extra 15 minutes.
Well, yes, Dwayne, coming back to that, we are looking really at a very relaxed bunch, and perhaps the record of 2:16 today could be under threat. And we are seeing quite a good pace about the race.
Just to confirm then, as I mentioned, the 10-kilometer race is yet to get underway. It's the fun run for some, as they might call it, and a host of celebrity runners that have entered the 10-kilometer event. So it's waiting to get underway. The runners realise that the start has been delayed by an extra 15 minutes. So 7:15 is when the 10-kilometer race will get underway, where you'll see a few familiar faces as well. Yeah. Among them the twins, the Gauteng MEC, who has said he will be running the 10-kilometer event, but the leading men taking it out hard.
Well, I've just seen a very interesting statistic for this 10-kilometer race. There's 9,363 people have entered, and of that field, 60% are women. So I think that's absolutely fantastic, and that is what these events and the event organisers actually want to encourage, just that general increased awareness and taking part in these types of activities.
Most definitely, Helen. Couldn't agree with you more that women need to really get back onto the roads, get involved in sports generally, and perhaps just take a leaf or two from Helen herself, who's run a good couple of marathons. And really, it's women that have to be celebrated, but just getting them into sport is such a plus.
So if you are wanting to get interactive social media, you can use Twitter or indeed Instagram, #Soweto Marathon, as the Nike Soweto Marathon makes a return today. And in amongst the leading men, a host of former champions, including the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi. His course record of 2:16.28 is possibly in threat today, and a man who no doubt will be looking to improve on his own course record. It'll be something that he'll be aiming for, Shadrack Kemboi, but he is up against some stiff competition, although the women's race looks to be pretty much a one-woman race from the onset. Mr. Etbiru taking it out very hard, and a very capable marathon runner can go sub 2:30 without problem. But in the men's race, it's still very much anybody's game in the early stages. Papi Mazibuko will be wanting to put some early pressure as well in the colours of Nedbank on Shadrack Kemboi from the maxed elite race.
Well, they've definitely passed the halfway mark. We try and pick up. I would imagine that they're possibly around the 23-kilometre, approaching 23 if one looks at that time. And it's just actually nice to see such a bunch of talented athletes just working off each other, and just sort of no one's taking it, no one's pushing in any sort of speeds or testing them, because I think they all know that anyone in this field could win this race.
And Helen, when you're in a position like this, what really goes through your mind right now? You've just gone past the half-hour mark, and as you said, it's anybody's guess. It's a big bunch of athletes together. Are you going to start throwing a couple of tactical moves, or is it still very early?
Well, unlike in the men's race, where this leading lady can run just so comfortably within herself. I've just been checking out her pedigree, and she ran a 2:29 marathon last year, and is rated highly on the international ranking. She's got a 32-minute 10K. Now, we'd be very lucky if the ladies in the 10K, the actual 10K event, could run this quickly. So we're looking at an except really just going out on a training jog, and I think she'll be looking to a good payday. If we look at the men, it's slightly different.
She's certainly looking to be very comfortable in the early stages and approaching the halfway mark in the women's race as well. Now we're down to the start once more for the third time today after the start of the standard marathon, 42.2 kilometers. The 21.1 kilometer half marathon have both gotten underway, and now, having been delayed by 15 minutes with nearly 10,000 runners approaching the 10-kilometer start, an opportunity for, there we see David Makura, the Premier rather, David Makura, who's been firing the starter's gun. He is actually in the bunch of runners now, so has handed over the starting gun as the 10-kilometer race gets underway. The start here at the Nasrec Expo Centre. There you see the figure, 9,363 runners who have entered the 10-kilometer race, so nearly 10,000 for the 10-kilometer race. And for some, this is a fun run, just an opportunity to get involved, and it just adds to the joyous atmosphere and what is affectionately called the People's Race.
But this is where it all begins, Gwen. You get a 10K under your belt, and thereafter you just get addicted and addicted. But just a quick question for you, Helen. You know, with the race being delayed slightly by 10 minutes, in terms of the mental effect, do you think just that delay has some effect on those athletes that were really raring to go?
The athletes who might have been going for a win or a top place, it would have made a little bit of difference. They would have had to sort of calm themselves down, just extend their warm-up. You know, they might have warmed up to time to start to do all their stretching. So it's actually just keeping the body warm, staying relaxed, just keeping your focus for those additional 15 minutes and managing that extra anxiety that might have creeped in.
So among the favourites, though, when it comes to the women's race in the 10-kilometer, of course, the twins, Diana and Leboham Palula, are in the 10K race. And, of course, Diana winning the Spa Grand Prix series. She won a car for her efforts, would you believe? So there has been some great prize money that has come the way of athletes in South Africa. Some are running with billboards and placards for those in memory. Many athletes, of course, as athletes running for Mulaudzi, but of course running through Soweto, a man who made his name at Orlando Pirates. We've seen the placard just going through, reminding us of running for Senzo Mewa, who's been honoured and was laid to rest just yesterday in his home province of KwaZulu-Natal. Senzo Mewa, the Bafana captain, will run past Orlando Stadium later on in the race. This start and finish is just around the corner from FNB Stadium, of course. As the throngs of nearly 10,000 runners just cross over that start line. But back to the leading men we go in this Nike Soweto Marathon, the 42.2 kilometer race. So now, how to calculate the times in the other events? What you need to do is look at the clock and see what you're seeing on the clock is the time for the actual marathon. Subtract half an hour and you're getting the time for the half marathon, and subtract an hour and 15 minutes, and you can tell we're nearly 3 minutes in then to the 10-kilometer race. But it's a decent pace that's coming, nearly 20 kilometers an hour average here. A few flatter sections that these chaps are taking full advantage of.
That they are, and I think if we looked at that graph on the that was recently on the screen, the athletes are now going to have to climb up a little bit, and I think that's where we might see just a change in this bunch. This now is going to test who are the stronger athletes on those inclines. Can they maintain that pace? Can they push away? Because sometimes an athlete actually uses a hill to their advantage. So I think the men's race is really going to start shaping up now.
Well, this is interesting because we've got the leading men at the top left of your screen and the the leading lady in the bottom right of your screen. Nasrec Teboho of Ethiopia leading the women's race, and a bunch of men in the men's race, among them the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi of the maxed elite team. You can certainly see that they are picking up the pace in the men's race. As Helen mentioned, it's a fairly comfortable run here for the women's leader, Meseret Biru. Not quite a training run, but certainly a fairly comfortable run. And she's not expending too much energy. She's so relaxed the way she's going about her race.
She is looking rather comfortable, and I think for her, just being the leading lady and surrounded by those, she can really just draw her strength from the surrounding athletes, and you can see by her running as well, you know, the arm movement, that she's really, really set her eyes and sights at winning this race. Will be interesting to see how far behind is the second placed athlete, just to have a look and see, you know, whether this is really in the bag.
Well, we'll be waiting. We are going to be getting that information through from the road, just with the distance markers. But here we are with the leading men in the marathon, still sticking together so tightly, and it's anybody's race. I'm not going to predict who's going to cross the finish line here.
This is going to be very tough indeed. Yeah, there's nobody's been separated from this bunch, effectively. I mean, there were a few runners that in the early kilometers were still holding on, but ultimately on a few flat sections the pace was picked up, and indeed some of the South African favourites, or those that South Africans might be expecting to perform today, have dropped completely off the pace. So it must be around about the 25-kilometre mark then, as an hour 20 has gone by in the standard marathon distance, 42.2 kilometres, and a lovely view over Soweto this morning. A fine morning, a little muggy, but perfect conditions for running. Slightly overcast, around 13 degrees Celsius at the start. But this is what's at stake. Some good big prize money, 100,000 rand for first prize, second prize half of that, and a quarter of it for third place, down to 10th place, which picks up 2,000. But of course, you add the runners' incentives from their clubs, you add other incentives and endorsements, opportunity for some runners to make some big cash bonuses for themselves with the big races.
In the Soweto Marathon, if we look at some of the longer races that we're involved in, such as the Comrades and the Two Oceans, many of the guys who've had success in the Soweto Marathon have done very well in that race, and I think it is a race that these guys do like to get on their CV, to be saying, I have won the Soweto Marathon. It's just got a little bit of a magic touch to it.
And also this the Soweto Marathon this year is really being used also as one of the qualifiers for the Comrades Marathon, as well as the Two Oceans. So it will be pretty interesting for some of the athletes to just get that behind them if they qualify for the Comrades. They know that's done, and then preparations continue toward those big races.
Even for the runners who don't go on to run some of the ultra marathons in South Africa, for many this is a great opportunity to get out and run, as we've termed it, the people's race. It's those people who run the race that have termed it the people's race. There's such a festive vibe and a great atmosphere about the Soweto Marathon year in and year out, and there was a huge backlash of disappointment and discouragement from those when last year this race didn't take place. We're edging up now towards Vilakazi Street. It just looks like this leading bunch of men.
Yeah.
With a 1:22 on the clock, pushing hard in the second half of this race, wanting to go below the current record of 2:16.28. The man who holds the record is currently in this leading bunch of men. Kemboi, you see his name there, Shadrack Kemboi, with the likes of Muika of Kenya, of King, Yunisu of Ethiopia, Teboho of Lesotho among the leading men. So this is at 24 kilometres, 1:23.13. The leading men, of course, in the women's race, Meseret Biru, Isabella Chipchumba and Alemtselai Hailu, the top three women. And in the leading men's race, well, Gloria, there's still no separating the leading men. But what a tense finish this is setting up for, though.
Yes, definitely. I think even for us here in the commentary booth, we keep guessing and wondering who's going to win the race. But just getting back to Vilakazi Street, this is where Soweto does not sleep. All the excitement that happens in this street, famous restaurants as well that one would be going past, like Sakumuzi and Nambita's. But forgetting about the Nambita side of things, Helen, what would be going through the athlete's mind right now? Just gone past the 24K mark, and I think it's really a point now for one to get to see their characters and so forth.
Well, I think that there's an incredible sign of respect amongst these athletes and the ability of each other. They all know that there's a couple of winners in here, that they're all very, very talented. There's not much separating them, and there's no one willing to take a break and push through. So I think they'll just be sort of keeping to themselves, but looking around, looking if there's any sign of weakness amongst the guy next, or from the guy next to him.
Well, the real vibe of Soweto in Vilakazi Street, and of course many talk about the fact that 2 Nobel Peace Prize laureates lived in Vilakazi Street, in Archbishop Desmond Tutu, who recently celebrated his 80th birthday, having won the Nobel Peace Prize back in 1984, and of course the late former state president Nelson Mandela having passed away in December last year, having won the Nobel Peace Prize in 1993. Both Nobel laureates who formerly lived on Vilakazi Street, and of course Bruce Fordyce will no doubt be telling us stories of when he lived on the same street as Nadine Gordimer, another one of South Africa's Nobel Prize laureates, although she won it for literature, the first of 2 South Africans to win the Nobel Prize for literature. She won it in 1991, J.M. Coetzee having won just over a decade ago as well. South Africa's other Nobel laureate for literature, although most of South Africa's Nobel Prizes have actually come in the field of medicine and science, physiology, chemistry, part of the world, going all the way back to Max Tyler, who was South Africa's first Nobel Peace laureate, winning it for medicine back in 1951. He developed the vaccine that we are inoculated against yellow fever. And the Hector Peterson Memorial is where they're running past at the moment, Gloria Brown. So just another great landmark of Soweto, and a wonderful feature of that serves the backdrop, of course, to this great marathon. Let's actually find out a little more about the Hector Peterson Memorial.
The Soweto Marathon goes past the famous Hector Peterson Memorial. The memorial and museum opened in Soweto in 2002, not far from the spot where 12-year-old Hector was shot on the 16th of June 1976 during the Soweto uprising. Today it's a symbol of resistance to the brutality of the apartheid government. Now a tourist attraction, the boy whose name is synonymous with Youth Day, Hector Peterson, came from humble beginnings. Morris Isaacson High School and its surrounding areas mark the June 16th acre, which is epitomized by the Hector Peterson Memorial. Another famous landmark of Soweto are the cooling towers, clearly visible as they are now used as massive advertising banners. The towers form part of the defunct Orlando Power Station. When the power plant was working, it was a coal-burning plant. Nowadays, adventure seekers can be seen bungee jumping or abseiling from the towers. The University of Johannesburg satellite campus in Soweto recently underwent a 400 million rand revamp and opened in September.
So a little more about the history of some of the landmarks as we pass the Nike Soweto Marathon. It's remastered, it's reinvigorated, it's back on the road, and of course athletes looking for victory, including the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi of the Maxed Elite team. But Ngiso of Ethiopia, Helen, just looks to be taking the race to a few of the runners here. Despite the fact that it's a relatively fast pace, he looks to be trying to push the pace even further.
Yeah, he every so often when they turn a corner or something, you'll just watch, you'll just put in a little bit of a an extra effort and try to pull away, but the rest of the guys around him are not letting him have that. He does look over his shoulder to sort of say, okay guys, are you coming with me? Now he's dropped back a little bit in the pack, so there's a little bit of cat and mouse starting to play. What is your take on this, Kieran?
Definitely, we see Ngisu in the colours of Nedbank, they're really trying to push things, and it's almost, as we see there, 28 kilometers into the race, that marker board there on the left-hand side, 1 hour 29 minutes into the race, and there's still a bunch of athletes here with Motloko and Kabutlane in the colours of Olifants taking on the big teams here today. So the pace at this stage, Dwayne, quite good actually.
It is looking very good. They've just gone beyond some of the great landmarks, including Hector Peterson Memorial, the leading men. So 28 kilometres, the most recent milestone marker. These leading men have passed, but now starting to head down a little bit of a hill. The pace will pick up, but a few shins might be starting to hurt as they get pounded. So you can Instagram your pictures as well. Hashtag Soweto Marathon. A few in the 10-kilometre run. Wonder Faber and spectacular, was it? There are far too many pictures coming in with some happy, smiling faces. I wonder what they're going to be looking like come the end of the race. There's some great shots as well from the start of the Soweto Marathon this morning. 3 distances that are being covered. The 10-kilometre, 21.1 kilometre, and indeed the standard marathon, 42.2 kilometre race. You can Instagram your pictures and use Twitter as well using hashtag Soweto Marathon. We're back with the leading men and leading ladies right after this. Welcome back to live coverage of the Nike Soweto Marathon of 2014, and the backdrop is the Orlando Stadium. That is the famous Orlando Stadium where, of course, Orlando Pirates play their football, and one of the athletes who was tragically laid to rest yesterday was, of course, Senzo Meiwa, and already we've seen placards in this race as well of people running in the memory of certain athletes, including the likes of Mulaudzi, Senzo Meiwa, Pindile Mwalase, who died within 3 days of one another, all tragically over this past week. And indeed, the sad news coming through yesterday as well, the great chief star, Abednego Shaka Ngobo, having passed away yesterday as well. We continue to have some tragic news that's coming. Indeed, on the African continent, Africa is weeping as Zambia are mourning the passing of President Michael Sata, who'd done so much to aid the development of Zambia's economy in recent times. And Orlando Stadium, among the great landmarks that the runners pass on their way toward the finish line of the Soweto Marathon, the Nike Soweto Marathon. It's a great route that takes these runners past so many wonderful landmarks. But at the moment, the leading men, Kieran Walker, it continues to be a battle deluxe between some real strong athletes in this men's contingent. But now, once we're past the hour 30 mark, we should see a few moves being made. In particular, if we're looking at a 2:15 or around about that sort of time for this marathon. Perhaps maybe in the next 15 minutes or so, we're going to see things stretched out just a little.
Definitely, I really think we're going to be coming up towards the business end of the race now. We saw the athletes going through the 28k mark there, just under 1 hour and 29 minutes, and we saw earlier the Ethiopian athlete really trying to string things out, but at this stage doing quite a tactical affair, 100,000 rand up for grabs as well. So at the time, sometimes when you look at it, records do get taken away, but your title will never. It's 100,000 rand is a lot of money for these athletes. It's their livelihood, coupled up with the incentives from the elite clubs like Max Delete and Nedbank. But Bruce, you could almost mistake this for the All Africa Games. Athletes in all the professional clubs, Kenyan athletes, Lesotho athletes, and also the lone Ethiopian at this stage.
Yes, it looks like an African champs. Great race to watch. I love it as it gets down to the business end and we have a pack as opposed to one runner having got right out in front on their own. And the running conditions now are perfect. I've just been outside. The wind has died. Nice and cool. The rain is going to stay away. But I have to say, having run a couple of these Soweto Marathons in the past, this is going to be a soft one. I'm going to call this one a soft one because I ran the tough ones in the heat.
The soft one. There you have from the great Bruce Fordyce, who's alongside us in commentary now. Bruce Fordyce, Kieran Walker, Dwayne DeLocca, as the Nike Soweto Marathon continues on the broadcast partner SABC. But let's get more from the man up in the sky. Our eye in the sky is Manfred Seidler.
Well, Michael Mazibuko is the South African in this lead group, and there will be South Africans will be hoping that Mazibuko will once again win here at the Nike Soweto Marathon. They certainly have torn this field apart. Some 21,000 athletes, of course, spread across the half marathon, the marathon, and the 10-kilometer distance. But this lead group of athletes have torn this field apart, and South Africans, as I say, looking for Michael Mazibuko to win. The Shadrack Kemboi, though, still the favourite here to win. He certainly has the fastest time and is the course record holder on the Nike Soweto Marathon. Back down to you guys.
Well, thank you very much, Manfred Seidler. Eye in the sky, talking about the leading men in particular in the race. But this looks to be the winner of the 10K, and a familiar face, Elroy Galant, it looks to be coming in. I thought he was going to be running the 21-kilometer race, but it looks to be Galant coming in very strong in the 10K. He's set to win this, and by some margin, it seems.
Almost out on a Sunday jog, Bruce. Elroy, versatile track and road athlete, having represented South Africa in both the former Commonwealth Games and World Championships. So we saw him there last year, but coming fresh off a really great international circuit this year, and he takes the title today.
Yeah, it looks like he really had a relaxed finish there. There's just nobody behind him. And for a 10K, that's unusual, so he must have run very well.
Well, he looks to be, I mean, as you said, Kieran, that he's been enjoying some time on the international stage, most notably out in Denmark or Scandinavia, certainly, where he's been doing a lot of action on the international stage. Joel Morne looks to be coming in for a second-place finish in the 10-kilometer race. This is a decent time.
And Joel Morne, no slouch himself, a 63-minute half marathon best, and part of the Nedbank development team up there with Pierre Mpolo King coaching him. So good finish for him, coming second today. And the next athlete coming through, third place finisher from the recent Gauteng Marathon, Bruce, Kolisa Tiali, local resident of Soweto, and podium finish in the 10K today.
Looking very strong, finishing very strongly.
Well, very strong from the home crowd. Great opportunity for some athletes to push hard in the 10-kilometer race. It's not. Well, is this the? Well, this has to be the 20 half marathon finishes.
The black numbers are definitely the black numbers with the white numbers with the black background are definitely the 21-kilometer.
That's
runners.
right.
Well, the first Kenyan there, Philip, coming in the colours here. Yes, Dwayne, you are right. This definitely is the 21K. The fifth-placed athlete coming through in the colours of Max Elite, Lebenian Korka, who earlier this year won the Two Oceans 56 kilometres. So stepping down in distance, he did win the Soweto Marathon back in 2010. So across all boards today.
Just despite the fine conditions and an opportunity for the 42.2 kilometer race to be tackled, instead athletes, some of them more familiar in the marathon distances, are actually going in for the half marathon distances here. This is certainly runners from the half marathon, 21.1 kilometers. As the Lesotho athlete crosses the finish line here at the Expo Centre, not as undulating as other runs in the Soweto Marathon in previous guises, and now is the Nike Soweto Marathon. Different course, different route. Some say it's been tweaked slightly, others say it's been made a little easier, but certainly it is set for slightly quicker times, and indeed some good solid running in the shorter distances. Vilakazi crossing now the finish line after his race in the half marathon.
Good run there from Buthelezi himself, coming sixth there. Local athletes are down from Durban, so good result for him running at altitude today.
Very good result today as we head back towards the leading men now in the marathon. Now this is where it's going to get interesting, because somebody needs to start making a move in the men's marathon, and Yengisu, who's been threatening to string out the runners, the leading runners in recent minutes, is again out in front, but just over his left shoulder is the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi, and indeed the course record holder, the man with the record in this marathon distance, currently in third position overall as they try to edge up. There's a little incline that these runners are starting to tackle now, and it's separating the runners' queue, and they are starting to string out just a little, and perhaps this is where the move is set to take place.
Well, just under 1 hour 40 minutes into the race, and I think definitely this is one of the business end moves, Bruce. We see the athlete from the Ethiopia in the colours of Nedbank, Yengisu, going ahead, and the athlete in the second position at the moment, Shadrack Kemboi, the defending champion and course record holder. Bit of a gap opening there, Bruce.
There is. It's still, the elastic band hasn't quite snapped yet, but Yengisu's been wanting to go for a while. He's been making moves to the front. He's been throwing in little surges. He's been impatient to get going, and it looks like this could be it. It is a slight uphill. He's looking around, checking to see if he has made a break, but he has definitely strung the lead pack out, and this is a definite move. But it looks like Kenyan's not going to let him go, not quite yet.
This is going to be an intriguing race. It's certainly set up for an exhilarating finish, but at the moment, Yengisu of Ethiopia is looking to take this race to the opposition, and he's probably got just over half an hour to go in this race to the finish line, but he's pushing for a little break that he hopes will allow him to take it into the finish line. But it's going to be a hard task now for a few of these athletes who've trailed off completely, including Papi Mazibuko was in that leading bunch for a while, trailed off in to the last few kilometres, but indeed even Shadrack Kemboi is holding on to that position just over the shoulder, but there are a few that are threatening to just drop off the pace entirely here. As we also see, bottom right of your screen, the leading lady, the leading woman, Miseret Biru of Ethiopia, still looking very comfortable, very confident, and not quite training run pace, but she is just looking so relaxed. I doubt anybody's going to be able to catch her.
And having a great season so far, Bruce. Recently winning the Cape Town Marathon, just over 2:36 there, if I'm not mistaken. But she does have a PB of 2:28, and if you take into consideration how much she earned in Cape Town and again today, nearly 400,000 rand.
She's doing very well, very, very well. And yes, we commentated on her great win in Cape Town. Looks like she's on her way to another one here.
On the left-hand side of the screen there, you can see the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi from Kenya in the colours of Max Delita. In second position at the moment, running just behind the race leader Yengisu, the debutant in Soweto from Ethiopia, running in the colours of Nedbank. But we saw when Yengisu did that break, Bruce, it was on quite a strong hill, and it looked like Shadrack was faltering a little bit on the hill, but now that they're coming down again, you can see that leg turnover has certainly picked up.
Yes, Yengisu was digging very, very deep going up that hill. He was hurting, he was grimacing, going hard, and Shadrack may be running quite a canny race, a cunning race, just letting him go a little bit up the hill, a bit too hard. That effort's a little bit too much, and now coming back at him, and we're looking at a very interesting race. And of course, yet again a revival of that bitter rivalry between Ethiopia and Kenya, the two greatest long-distance running countries in the world, and they're always at each other's throats.
Absolutely. Doesn't matter when you mention marathon, certainly Ethiopia and Kenya are the two nations that are always at the forefront of the actual winners' podiums. That said, if you'd like to get interactive with us on Twitter or indeed Instagram, you can use hashtag Soweto Marathon. Pictures. There are already some runners who are out on the course, particularly in the 10k race. Some dub it the fun run, so to speak. They've been Instagramming pictures of themselves and other athletes. But in the men's race, this is certainly looking to be a very, very interesting finish, because now with the slight undulations, Shadrack Kemboi has just gone past Yenisu, and one wonders if the Ethiopian has got any response now, because he did take it hard up that hill on the last attempt, and Kemboi just bided his time, knew that he wasn't going to allow the Ethiopian to completely get away from him. This is set up perfectly poised for an enthralling finish here.
I think we're going to see some amazing fireworks along Soweto today on this course amongst the leading men. It was interesting to note that when Yenisu did make that initial breakaway, it was on a tough hill, and it looked like Shadrack was struggling a little bit on that hill, but he's caught up again to him on that hill. But interestingly, we have these two in the lead, but there's dangerous guys coming at the back. There's a group of three. Ramatsai in the colours of Mr. Price. We've got Teboho Sello, former Soweto Marathon winner. And then in the colours of Olifants, Motloka and Kabotlane. Three Lesotho athletes who really know how to run this course.
And I think we've still got 5 athletes here who could win it. I mean, this is not a convincing lead they've got over the 3 pursuers. And we've got a fascinating race unfolding now.
Fascinating race that is unfolding. Of course, great news for South Africa already earlier today is Stephen Mokoko having won in Shanghai. New York Marathon also being run later today. But, of course, congratulations to all those who are out and about, and lots of messages of encouragement and support for those that are running. You can get involved on social media, hashtag Soweto Marathon. Oh, there we go. Fumi K says, next year I will be there for the 10K. Well, sad to watch, not part of the action today, but all these promises, how many are going to follow through? Well, there we go, an opportunity to get involved next year. The organisers are certainly sending the message with the great event today that this race is back, it's here to stay, and they want to see. There we go, quite something, 100k up for grabs to the marathon winner. And bear in mind, it's not just in the men's race, the men's and women's race, equal prize money. And Louise Kelly saying, thank goodness for the cooler weather, giving relief to those running the Soweto Marathon. Indeed, we've already spoken about how good the weather is for the runners. Slightly overcast conditions. It was around 13 degrees Celsius at the start and up to around 16 degrees Celsius currently, just after sunrise this morning. That's been hidden by the cloud cover over Soweto this morning, but it's fine conditions for running. We've got a quick break. When we come back, this intriguing action from the leading men continues in this Nike Soweto Marathon. Welcome back to live coverage of the Nike Soweto Marathon, as the men's race is threatening to be an absolutely enthralling finish, as Shadrack Kemboi and indeed Ethiopian runner Yenisu look to go head-to-head in the closing stages of the men's marathon. Well, we've already seen the first runners home in the half marathon distance. Elroy Galant having qualified or finished fastest with a 1:06.10, but he was running without a number, and wonders if he is actually going to keep his position as top place finisher. No number from Galant, so we're still waiting on official results. The 10 kilometer winning time, just over half an hour, 30:30 is the time. But this is the defending champion on the left of your screen, in Shadrack Kemboi, running in the colours of Max Delete, and running in the Nedbank colours on the right of your screen, Ethiopian Yenisu. And these two leading men are set for an incredible finish. Are we going to see another Ivuti Kharib Chicago Marathon 2007 type finish here, Kieran?
I think we might. It's very, very interesting what we're seeing in our pictures at the moment. And Bruce, at this moment, still on a very hilly part of the course, but we mustn't forget that there's 3 Lesotho athletes just behind. But what makes me wonder is that both Shadrack and Yengisu keep looking behind. They might be very relaxed and just biding their time still.
Yeah, Yengisu is continually looking back. I'm not sure whether that's a good or a bad sign. Generally, it's a bad sign. It means you're worried about who's catching you, but perhaps he's just wondering, trying to get a look at Shadrack to see how tired he is. And he's definitely the more dominant of the two at this stage. He's throwing more punches at this stage.
Finally.
But he's not, as yet, not getting rid of his opponent.
Well, Yenisu, what's interesting about his race, as you say, Bruce, he's starting to show signs that he is in not the best state, constantly looking over his shoulder, just checking who's behind him. But he's managed to stay with Kemboi, but Kemboi is not at all been put off his own. He's run his own race. It hasn't mattered whether Yenisu's pushed the pace a little too hard or at times struggled on some of the downhill sections. But Kemboi's just gone about his business and just bided his time, sitting on the shoulder, leading the race at times. But you said it from the start, he's capable of doing this, and he's proving that. These two runners have dropped the others off the back by some distance now. They're still within striking distance, certainly. But by the same token, this is set up so perfectly, so brilliantly for that enthralling finish.
Exactly. Definitely, and we have around probably around 25 minutes or so, 26 minutes to the course record. Not too sure the pace exactly that they're running at the moment, but it's quite interesting to see that, Bruce, when Shadrack was just running behind Yenisu, and just almost whenever he picked the pace up, he would pick the pace up too. And that's a trait of the Ethiopian runners, where they were always, a lot of the Kenyans actually in the past complained about that the Ethiopian athletes would just sit on their heels and not actually do any of the pace work. We saw that happen in the 2000 Sydney Olympic Games marathon. The same thing happening there, and maybe today Shadrack learning from the best.
He might be, but here we are, shoulder to shoulder. Now I'm worried about the cyclist behind him. He looked exhausted on that last bit.
That would have been about me. But the chasing group now, behind these two, it says 10 seconds. I fear that has actually grown by some margin in over the last half a kilometre or so, because they're setting a decent pace here, Yenisu and indeed Shadrack Kemboi. His record at 2:16:28 at the moment looks like might be in danger of being broken today, despite the fact that this is a different route that has been, as they say, tweaked slightly.
Well, you can see in this overhead shot now, Yenisu getting about towards 5 to 10 meters now to Kemboi, and we've seen that it's a bit of a back and forth going on. There is going towards the business end of the race now, 1 hour 51 minutes into the race. The only split that I did see along the course, Bruce, was the 28k mark, which the athletes passed in exactly 1 hour 29 minutes.
Yes, it would be useful if we could see some of the distance markers and perhaps be able to get an idea of pace.
So these runners are not the runners who are running to create awareness for healthy living and trying to target the awareness surrounding encouraging children to exercise more. These are the runners who are going out for the glory, indeed the prize money, just edging towards the 2 hour mark and closing in on that finish line of the Nike Soweto Marathon. It's Kemboi and Yenisu going head to head in this Soweto Marathon as the aerial shots continue. That the chasing group not too far behind, but it's still within striking distance. But you're getting a sense already that perhaps the 1-2 finish is on the cards. It's just a question of whether or not it will be Ethiopia or Kenya.
But it looks like Yenisu, the Ethiopian, is actually taking a bit of a lead there right now. He's around 10 to 15 meters ahead of Kemboi, and we can see that the athletes behind Kemboi, which was a group of 3, has now broken down to just 2 athletes. So really things hotting up here. But back to the women's race, 1 hour 53 minutes into the race, and this is the second athlete along the road at the moment. Isabella Jepchumba, the Kenyan in the colours of Nedbank. She bases herself up in Pretoria now. In the recent Johannesburg Spa Ladies 10K, she was 7th in there, so showing a versatile speed over 10Ks all the way up through to the marathon.
Oh, great backdrop as well, the Orlando Stadium, where Orlando Pirates play their football, currently on hold, of course, owing to the tragic loss of Orlando Pirates and indeed Bafana Bafana captain Senzo Mewa. The Nedbank athletes that continue to press hard in this race. Among the Nedbank athletes leading in the men's race as well is Yunisu, who's trying to extend his lead in the men's race. Overall, this is Isabella Chipchumba, who's currently 2nd in the women's race. She's got an Ethiopian in front of her and an Ethiopian behind her. She attempts to perhaps to chase down Meseret Biru, who's currently leading the women's race, and Alentele Hailu, who is currently in 3rd behind Isabella Chipchumba. The 10-kilometer race, we've already, the victors have crossed the finish line in the 10-kilometer race. Finish time just over half an hour, and of course Elmore Blunt crossing the finish line first for the 21-kilometer race, although not with a race number. And one wonders if that is indeed going to see him not allowed to hold on to the title. Of course, Kewan, this works very differently, and each athlete's times are calculated by using their the championships, the timing chips that they have on their person during the race.
Definitely those chips are tied onto the athlete's shoe that sends a transmission over the mat when they run across with the timing. But we see back to the men's leading group of runners now, and definitely this has been a breakaway by Yenisu, the Ethiopian. He's got a lead of around 20 to 30 meters perhaps now, Bruce, over to the Kenyan athlete Shadrack Kemboi in the colours of Max Elite. Remember, viewers at home, Shadrack in 2nd position at the moment is the defending champion and course record holder. So the Ethiopian athlete here really making business, but that gap keeping the same at the stage.
This is a definite break, and this to me looks like a winning break. It was very interesting looking at the graphic earlier. It is solidly uphill with one little downhill bit, and this is the little downhill bit that they're doing, and the rest is a solid uphill all the way to the finish. Not sure if it's very steep or not, but the Ethiopian Ngisa seems to be running better on the uphills, and so the remaining parts of this course are all to his advantage. Slightly uphill all the way. His stride looks good, he looks strong, he looks confident. He stopped turning around. He turned around so many times, if he had 10 rand for every time he turned around, he wouldn't have needed the 100,000 rand prize money. But now he seems a bit more relaxed, and he's got the break. That is a definite convincing break.
And the detriment to Kemboi, who's in the 2nd position at the moment, is that just showed that when they were running on those hills, Bruce, that is where Yenisu made that break. And Kemboi seemed like he was struggling a bit on the hills and then catching up again on that downhill. But if we look at the overhead shot now at the moment, 12 seconds, that gap. The gap looking to be at this stage like it's keeping the same distance, but it's going to be hard for Kemboi to catch the leader now. I think this is a definite break.
And 12 seconds at the pace they're running. You see, that's a significant thing. It's one thing to be 12 seconds and running the Comrades Marathon where you're going slowly, but relatively slowly. But at this pace, 12 seconds is a big gap to finish, particularly when the guy in front doesn't look as if he's in any trouble at all.
I was certainly hoping that we would set up for one of those great finishes. Ivuti and Kharib in the Chicago Marathon in 2007 has got to be the tightest marathon finish I remember. But of course, if you talk about South Africans being involved, Turgat and Ramallah, 2005 New York City Marathon, I think is certainly ingrained in the minds of any South African who watched that race, and it looked like Yenisu and indeed Kemboi would be set up for a similar sort of finish. Strangely enough, though, Yenisu is just looked to be tiring at one stage, is now pushing particularly hard and edged well ahead of Kemboi currently, who continues to run his own time, but unless he does something substantial in the last 15-20 minutes of this race, it looks like he's going to lose out and successfully defending his title.
and he's going to have to work really hard as well, Dwayne, to hold on to that second place, because the two Lesotho athletes in the background, Ramatsai and Nkabotlane, they've been to Soweto on numerous occasions. Back in the 2012 race, when Kemboi did take that title, Tjoka in the yellow vest in the background there that you see in the colours of Olifants, he actually came second that year to Shadrack, and also ran that day, Bruce, under the old course record. So he's run 2:16 on Soweto, he's got a 2:14 marathon PB, and one must also remember that both Kemboi in your picture now and Nkabotlane coming off the Cape Town Marathon, so perhaps the marathon is still on their legs.
I think it definitely would be. It definitely takes some toll. He's running very well still, but as you say, he's not assured of second place, and he could be hunted down in the next few kilometers. I would say we've probably got about 20 minutes to run, something around 20 minutes, something like that. And those are, some very important minutes of running ahead of them.
Definitely 1 hour 58 minutes into the 2014 Nike Soweto Marathon. In the picture right now, Shadrack Kemboi in the colours of Max Elite, the Kenyan athlete, running in the second place right now. He has been dropped by the race leader Yenisu in the colours of Nedbank, that athlete coming from Ethiopia. And interesting stat, Dwayne, back in the 2012 Olympics, they worked out that to run the A standard qualifying time of 2 hours 12 minutes, there were something like 195 Kenyan runners, male runners, who ran that Olympic qualifying time, yet you can only take 3.
Yeah, that is one of the most disappointing parts, because at any given time, this is one of those, I suppose, where it becomes unfair to the dominant countries, but indeed it gives an opportunity to some of the other runners, is the fact that some countries are just so incredibly dominant when it comes to certain sporting codes or certain distances, particularly over athletics and the swimming as well. We see it where some countries are so completely dominant in some disciplines but can only enter a certain number of athletes. That said, as you say, I mean, if you had to compare it to other sports, it would be like let's say Brazil has nearly 900 Brazilian footballers playing in foreign leagues around the world, never mind the strength of their own leagues. They could literally have 1,000 Brazilian footballers playing at any given time. That said, in this race, it looks like the Ethiopian is put the hammer down now and looks to be closing out this race. 2 hours has just gone by, and Ethiopia's Yuniso is well and truly in front. Slight downhill now, and he's picked up that pace very nicely indeed. Just to bring you up to speed on some of the news that we're hearing coming through in the 10 kilometer and 21 kilometer race, it looks like there is some good news for South Africa in the 21 kilometer race. Mapaseka Makanya finishing in 1:18. I think she's the first woman home. Yvette Van Zyl also 34 minutes she took for the 10 kilometer race. It looks like she's the first woman home in the 10 kilometer event. The referees will get the final results to us shortly, we hope. But also the concern is of Elroy Haaland, who didn't seem to be running with a number, and I wonder if he was running with a chip. Either way, having finished, it seems he was running without a chip, which means surely that he will not keep the position of first. I think he will effectively be disqualified. But in the men's race at the marathon, the people's race, Yuniso ahead of Kemboi, and you're right, Q, and I'll tell you what, the Lesotho runners are coming back at Kemboi here. Is he dropping the pace, or are they picking it up?
I think it's definitely the Lesotho athletes picking it up. You can see this high knee lifter in the picture now, Motlokoa and Nkabotlane, the youngster from Lesotho, running in the colours of Olifants, really taking on the big teams today. The local club organised here up in the Gauteng region, and he's really picking that pace up. And this is a trait, Bruce, of the Lesotho athletes. They wait and wait and wait, and just like you said in the Comrades, never take the lead until you know it's the latest stage possible. And perhaps they might not get Mengist Yenisu in front, but definitely catching Kemboi at the moment.
And it's always more enjoyable to be the hunter rather than hunted. You would rather be the Lesotho athlete now than the Kenyan athlete. It's such a spur to you as you're getting tired to be passing people and to realize that though you're tired and you're hurting, they're hurting more.
Most definitely, and 2 hours and 2 minutes into the race, as we just about to see in Kabutlane catch Kemboi. And Dwayne, a very much different race that we saw from 2012, where Kemboi really went out really hard, took the lead, and it was a cat and mouse game towards him to the end. But now Kemboi finding himself in trouble.
Well, once you hit that 32-kilometer mark, and you spoke about it earlier, that 10 Ks to go, that is a bit of a wall for the runners, and certainly Yuniso looked to take the opportunity with both hands and try to push the pace a little more. But Kemboi, now being left behind, is struggled to finish in second. Looks to be in a losing cause here. Ultimately, with 2:02 on the clock, and we're possibly less than 15 minutes away from finding out just how far Yuniso will win by, is what it looks to be. Although, tell you what, at this pace, Mutlukwa might be.
Mutlukwa looks like he believes he can win it. He's not interested in second. He's going as hard as he can, and who knows? The sight of the leader's green vest down the road might be acting as a spur to me. We need to see what the gap is now.
Indeed, but Yuniso will definitely realise that he is being closed down. He's constantly looking over his shoulder regardless. We're not getting shots of that coming in now, but throughout the race he's been looking over that left shoulder of his, continually trying to find the marker. 38-kilometre marker, so we've got just over 4 kilometres to go to the finish line. And this is going to be an intriguing finish. Yuniso is some margin ahead. That's a good 15 seconds maybe between the two runners. But Yuniso could still very well be caught here with just under 4 kilometres to go now.
I think we're going to have a very interesting race on our hands here. They are back on the road going towards Nasrec, where we are based here for the finish of the Naki Soweto Marathon. And 2 hours, 4 minutes into the race now, Bruce. With 4 Ks to go, I don't see a record happening today, that 2:16, unless they can bang out some sub-3 minute Ks. But around 2:17, 2:18 winning time looking today.
Still a magnificent time on this course and at this altitude. But of course we're looking at two athletes who come from high altitude, who are running against, racing each other now. And I've been teasing Yuniso slightly for looking over his shoulder and seeing what's going on, but he needs to have a look over his shoulder now. Very, very urgently he needs to have a look over his shoulder because he is being hunted down.
And the bright yellow of the Wilifants Running Club, I'll tell you what, he's definitely going to be able to spot the Lesotho athlete closing down. But we got a quick break. When we come back, this intriguing action continues. Welcome back to live coverage of the Nike Soweto Marathon, where at the moment we are looking at 3 kilometres to go. And indeed the Ethiopian leader running for Nedbank, Yuniso, who is being closed down by the Sutu runner of the Wilifants Club. But this is going to be a tough ask now for Yuniso. He's just coming just off the large circle. As you come off the Soweto Highway, turn left, you edge down towards the large circle, and then you head up Nasrec Road. You'll have FNB Stadium on his right-hand side as he edges up this road, Yuniso. But he's now inside the final 3 kilometres on this slightly easier course, some might say. It's a slightly flatter course and certainly no really daunting hill in the final kilometres of this race. But ultimately, an opportunity to close out this race. But we're seeing a consistent gap here. Yaniso's just keeping his nose the same distance ahead of the Lesotho athlete who left the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi behind him in his wake just a couple of kilometres ago.
Definitely, but I think Nkabotlane in the colours of Olifanse in second position is slightly eating into that gap. It will be interesting to see as we get towards a kilometre to go how quick that gap is. But if you look behind Nkabotlane, the other athlete from Lesotho looks like he has also caught up to the defending champion Kemboi. So Kemboi really struggling over these last few kilometres, but Yaniso at this stage, Bruce, still looking like $1 million, or should I say like 100,000 rand. But it's not going to be
that was
easy
a
to
long
keep
look.
it.
That was a long look that he had then. This race, we could still have your very close finish. Wayne, we could still have your very close finish. I wouldn't go anywhere. Don't get up and go and make a cup of tea if you're watching this. Not a good moment to do it.
No, indeed not.
Just sit and watch this race and watch it unfold now, because it's reaching a very exciting climax.
It is. This is absolutely captivating. This finish, because this is a gradual incline. This is not a flat road currently. It's a long, gradual incline for a couple of kilometres. And I'll tell you what, Yaniso is needing to hold on here under some immense pressure, but he looks to be keeping the hammer down firmly enough. But well, in terms of riveting finishes, we were hoping for something a little closer, but Yaniso, having made the break early, looking now to hold on to that lead that he set up. Just some aerial views. This is where the runners will be heading past the magnificent cathedral of South African football, the stadium that hosted both the opening game and the final of the 2010 FIFA World Cup, FNB Stadium. Soccer City, as it's affectionately known, and some just call it the Calabash simply, but a stadium that is on the right as the athletes edge up towards the finish line at the Nasrec Expo Centre. Just heading under the bridge, one of the entrances you can turn into to head to FNB Stadium. And in terms of the leading men, it's looking to be Ethiopia, Lesotho and Kenya, 1, 2, 3 currently. But how they will finish is going to be a very interesting affair. At the moment, Yaniso is taking it out very hard and looks to be holding on. But will he be caught as Mutloka Nkabotlane is trying to close the gap? So looking to bring it home successfully here. Ethiopia, will it be Ethiopia? Will it be Lesotho? Might there be even a further twist in the tail? I fear there's only 2 athletes now that can go on and win this. 2:10 on the clock. We've got maybe 6-7 minutes left in this race before the top man crosses the finish line. Will it be this man? I think that record is intact for now, but it's still going to be a fairly quick finish for the Ethiopian Yaniso, trying to hold on to this lead.
And what Nkabotlane has going for him in the second position is that urge, Bruce, to catch this leader. Because you must remember back in 2012 when Kemboi did set that record, it was Nkabotlane who also broke the course record, but unfortunately came up short. He could see Shadrack in the distance, but unfortunately ran out of ground. And I'm really sure he doesn't want to have a repeat of that back in 2012.
Yeah, that'll be driving him very, very strongly. And of course, the prize money is an incentive, but long after the prize money spent and been frittered away or whatever has happened to it, you keep the title. You won the 2014 Soweto Marathon. And we all know this race is going to be one of the iconic races around the world. And to be once champion of this race, that would be the single biggest motivation to catch the Ethiopian.
The Soweto Marathon and Soweto is a landmark in South Africa. It's world famous, certainly, as we see the views of FNB Stadium. We caught a glimpse of Safa House as well, now decorated in the hexagons of football. This is coming up towards the finish line now with only a few short kilometres to go. It's a bit of a winding road as he edges up Nasrec Road now, is Yaniso of Ethiopia. man who's captivated us with his running in recent kilometres, who looked a little awkward and perhaps looked to be fading slightly as he frequently was glancing over his shoulder over half an hour ago, but he now seems to be settled and running his own race, and Bruce just looking very comfortable. It looks like he's settled into a position that's good enough to close out this race from here.
Well, we know it's almost over because we can hardly hear ourselves because of the helicopter hovering overhead, so that's a clue to us that it's almost over. He must be within almost 1 kilometer to go, and of course don't forget the point 2. Everyone forgets that. And you see the 41k board. Lots of runners forget it's 1.2 to go, and the point 2 of course costs many a runner his or her great time. There's a long lingering look just to check.
I think Yenesu Dwayne has got this race sewn up. You can see that gap behind Thun Kabotlane has certainly extended again, and I think it's just more of a cautious look to see what's happening behind, so that in case he does get caught, he can put it into a new gear.
Yeah, I think you're right. It seems that it is probably a safe enough gap now. That was a look that would be essential. And there are ways of looking as you turn, by the way, at corners without making it look like you're having a look over your shoulder. So that was a good place, in other words, not to show your opponent that you're worried about them. This looks good, but he's got to keep the pace going. He can't relax.
And Bruce, I remember back to the days of the Comrades Marathon, your 9 victories there. You used to let your opponent know when you were there. You used to shake their hand and then say, see you at the finish.
It was more mutual admiration. 41k, so 1.2 to go. I think he's got it, but the marathon is the marathon, and some very strange things happen. Of course, who knows? He may be cramping. He may be struggling with the blister. He may be struggling with all sorts of things that can happen in the last kilometre or so. So he's got to put his head down and keep running. It is not over until it's over, until he's hit the finish line.
That's it. It just looked like he was trying desperately. When that battle with Kemboi a few kilometres back, it just looked like he was holding on for all that he was worth, and that he might just fade off entirely. But he's found a second wind of sorts. And I'll tell you, the way he is just trying to push towards this finish line has been thoroughly impressive. It's been an absorbing race. And in this men's marathon, I fear it's going to be an Ethiopian victory, and by some margin as well, despite Mutokwa and Kabotlane looking to fight back as we just passed the final station on the route to the finish line here.
And certainly Yanisa deserves it. He's been the dominant force for a long time, right at the front, pushing the pace, making breaks, making surges, trying to get away. And certainly if you had to say who is the person who most deserves it for the most courageous running, it is him. So
oh, yes.
I think he's going to get it now.
Well, he's managed to really take it hard toward the finish line. Final few hundred meters to go. Just a confirmation, the leading woman, Meseret Biru, is leading in the women's race. 2:15 on the clock in the 42.2 kilometer distance. This is the leading lady, Meseret Biru, ahead of Isabella Chipchumba and Alansele Hailu of Ethiopia. Back to the leading man now, and also of Ethiopia. Well, Sin Teboho Sello of Ethiopia. He looked to be holding on for a little while, but he's comfortably cruising towards the finish line. It's an admirable charge late on from Mutokwa and Kabotlane, but ultimately not quite good enough, I fear, for the Lesotho runner. 100,000 rand looks well set for the Nedbank athlete, Ethiopian, who's charging towards the finish line now. Just a few hundred meters away from crossing that finish line as the Nike Soweto Marathon returns after a year having been passed on last year. No sponsorship, and the race returning. It's reinvigorated, and indeed with the enthralling run of this Ethiopian today, a great deal of excitement surrounding this race.
2 hours and 16 minutes and 28 seconds. The course record of Shadrack Kemboi has just gone by, and Yemisu just outside the stadium. So Bruce, we're going to see a finish time today of around 2 hours 17, but given the course, perhaps maybe not that much easier.
And this morning we have to remember there was a strong wind. which may have played quite a role in keeping the pace a little bit slower in the early stages. And this, as I said earlier, the graphics show that this is a long, slow drag to the finish, and you can't overemphasize how tough that is for a runner at the end of a race to still have to be going slightly uphill, and that makes it even harder.
And just entering the final stretch now, the Ethiopian who is coming to the finish line. He has been an absolute character today. The race he's run, it's a smart race, and indeed, despite the late charge of the Lesotho runner of Olifants Running Club, Motokwa Kabaklane, the Nike Soweto Marathon is going to be won by the Ethiopian runner, Yunisu. He's coming home very strongly indeed. He deserves great credit. Fine running conditions. Bruce spoke about the wind early on, but the cool running conditions with the overcast cloud cover that's just allowed these cool conditions to see these runners settle into their pace and showing wonderful determination to get to the finish line. He held off the charge of indeed the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi. He dealt with Kemboi and then had to deal with a late charge of Motokwa Kabaklane of Lesotho, who will come home in second place for Olifants Club. But the Nedbank runner from Ethiopia, Yunisu, is the champion of the Nike Soweto Marathon of 2014 as further athletes edge towards the finish line here, Kieran. But what a run from Yunisu, and really summed up his temperament with that run today.
For 2:17:52, unofficially the winning time there, as we have the former Soweto Marathon champion back from 2007, Teboho Sello, coming in there for the third position. And he wasn't one of the athletes, Dwayne, that was coming towards Kemboi in those last stages, as we see the fourth athlete now coming through, and the athlete in fifth in the colours of Bluff Meats just behind him. So it will be interesting to see where Kemboi is, Dwayne. He's certainly dropped off the pace in these last 4 or so kilometres.
Perhaps in trying to keep with Yunisu in those stages when he looked to be running his own race fairly set and comfortable, maybe he has done himself a little damage and certainly not stood himself in good stead. But he's not finishing in the top 5 is Shadrack Kemboi, the man who won this marathon when it was last run in 2012. Ultimately though, an opportunity for Yunisu that he's taken full advantage of, having run a fine race. He's rewarded with victory today, and of course the prize money, which is equal in both the men's and women's race, of 100,000 rand up for grabs for the men and women who crossed the finish line in first position. We can confirm that Yunisu first over the finish line. We'll have official results confirmed as the day progresses, and coverage of the 2014 Nike Soweto Marathon continues here on the SABC. We'll bring you some results as well from the 10 kilometer and half marathon distances. So all 3 distances have been run in this Nike Soweto Marathon. Over 20,000 athletes that's entered. And in this marathon distance, another Lesotho athlete is coming home. It's not been a wonderful day for the South African runners, but ultimately South Africa's neighbours have been well represented by Lesotho in particular. Inside the top 10, we're seeing a handful of Lesotho runners crossing the finish line.
Well, the athletes are now in the picture, coming over for the 6th position, Maketla from Lesotho. So that's no South Africans yet in the top 10, as we see Matela Maketla 2 hours 20:32 unofficially taking the 6th place finish here in the 2014 Nike Soweto Marathon. And we've seen a good race today. A lot of the athletes coming through, as we see the 7th place finisher, and here is Dwayne, the defending champion and still course record holder, Shadrack Kemboi from Kenya. And hats off to him for hanging in there just to get the top 10 finish.
Just not quite enough in the tank, and maybe just not his day. And so often though you see runners, despite their incredible pedigree, of course, if it's not your day, all you need is a tiny little feeling of discomfort and you're unable to quite run out and produce the type of runs that you're used to. Having set an incredibly high standard already, Shadrack Kemboi, there'll be those that say shame, but there'll be others that'll say congratulations, well run. It was a difficult race for Shadrack Kemboi. Credit to him for finishing a top 10 finish in the end. Well, the man that was running as defending champion. His course record remains intact though, Helen.
Yeah, he was running it on very tired legs. And what is interesting with it, about 24Ks, 25Ks, Kieran, these athletes were all together. And in the latter sort of 15, 16 kilometers, 5 minutes separating the first guy to this will be the 8th, 9th finisher coming in now. And that just shows you the nature of marathon running. Not over until you've crossed that finish line.
Well, the 8th place finisher coming through, and also first veteran. You see that 40 tag on his vest, and this is the former Soweto Marathon champion from 2005. Another Lesotho athlete, Tsotsang Main, coming through for the 8th position. So 8 runners coming through so far. Yet to see a South African.
Well, it's good to see the first veteran coming home, and inside the top 10 at 2:22. It's still a very quick time. It's a decent time for this marathon. It's very undulating in parts, a little flatter than previous races, and perhaps a little easier for the runners overall. But with the early windier conditions, maybe not the easiest of starts, but the pace picked up as the race continues. We've seen a titanic tussle between the top 2 for a while. And of course, Kemboi dropping off the pace, but ultimately charging to victory. Yenisu of Ethiopia ahead of Kabuklane of Lesotho. Official results for you as coverage continues. The 2014 Nike Soweto Marathon. 8 runners home over the marathon distance, 42.2 kilometers. That's the first veteran is home. And just trying to round out the top 10. The Nedbank athlete coming home, Kieran.
Yes, the next athlete coming through, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the first South African Mpakati in the colours of Nedbank. And well, I was just about to say that of the first 8 that came through, they were all among that initial 10 who were running through in the lead group. So I was wondering to see when the athletes would start coming through from the back. And there he is in the 9th position, your first South African, as we see the Kenyan now coming through in the colours of Bluffmeads. He was also one of those elite group of 10 and holding on to 10th position at this stage. So he's still outside the stadium, Helen Kimutai, and looking to perhaps run around about 2:25 or so. So a bit of a slow 2:25, ending off the 10th position when you look back to 2012, and if you ran 2:22, you weren't even in the top 10.
Well, it would be interesting to actually talk to these athletes and their opinion of how they find this course to the previous one. And as Bruce mentioned earlier, in the older race, you had that very, very significant hill at 37. You focus on that, and then you just sort of would hang in and finish the race. Whereas this race, the last 4K is a bit of slow poison, a bit of a slog up. So whilst not sort of those huge, steeper hills, still very undulating and obviously quite testing.
You know, that sweeping uphill, that gradient in the closing stages as you edge up from the main circle down and then edge up towards Nasrec Road where FNB Stadium is on your right-hand side. It's a gradual incline, and it will just chip away at the energy of the athletes as they close in on that 41-kilometre mark. And then from the final 1.2 kilometres is relatively flat, but ultimately a fine finish here. Kimutai will be the last of the top 10. He'll round out the top 10 places. And, a race, the men's race, that's been won by an Ethiopian athlete in Yenisu, and it looks like in the women's race it's going to be Ethiopia 1 and 3 as well. So well represented, good finishes here, but with the top 10 complete. We'll go to a quick break, and when we come back we'll bring you visuals of the leading lady.
Soweto, the place of residence for so many famous South Africans. Welcome to the live broadcast of the 2014 edition. It is the revived edition. We've had over 21,000 people out on the route, over 10 kilometers, 21 as well as of the 42.2 kilometer distance. The men's marathon winner has just come in from Ethiopia in just over 2 hours, 17 minutes. Sinyatehu Yenesu. So congratulations to him. The women are still out on the route, so we're still waiting for the women's winner to come across the finish line here at the Nasrec Expo Center. Joining me inside our studio, which is situated at the finish line, is the MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture, as well as Recreation here in Gauteng. Good morning.
Good morning to you, and good morning to all the listeners and viewers of South Africa.
MEC, fantastic that we've got the Soweto Marathon here. I know that you were at the start line of the 10-kilometer race. Yes. You actually got them all underway, shooting the gun. Was it quite nice for you to see? I mean, that race itself had over 9,000 participants.
Really quite exciting. And actually giving that satisfaction that, you know, South Africa with all its diversity, you could see it with them waiting anxiously for the gun to go off. But what is important is the fact that we have revived, like you have just mentioned, Soweto Marathon. And it's going to go on. It's not going to stop. All the hindrances and all that the department has seen to it, that we must see it as a flagship of the department. And we are definitely going to be doing this on a yearly basis. And we are hoping that next day it will be more people than they are. 21,000 after on. The revival of Soweto Marathon, we have 21,000. I think we have done ourselves very proud. And we must say to you as SABC, as a partner, thank you so much. Without you, we couldn't have had this, without the media, because we now normally have issues with the media. But when you come to the party and really want to really play your part, you really play your part. And it is because of the media that has really exposed this and really advertise Soweto Marathon in a manner you have, and we are really excited and we are really grateful to you. And for the sponsors that have come to the party, we hope that we will be going that mile. We will be partnering with them as we go along, particularly Nike. You know, without drinks, we can't have a marathon. And there's drinks all over the show, and we are really grateful to the sponsors.
Earlier this week, you addressed a group of very sad South African supporters during the mass joint memorial. So it's to have a race like this that brings people together in a celebration of social cohesion on the back of what has been a very tough week is also quite significant.
You know, I was just saying to you before we came on air that, you know, our responsibility, mandate within the department is social cohesion, nation building. On Thursday, it was something that we really marveled at, because if I can tell you, I was told at 9 o'clock on Tuesday that you are organizing the memorial service for Thursday. And we had 24 hours to organize it. But again, the media came to the party, because if it was not a media having to really make sure that our people really come and pay tribute to the three persons, we wouldn't have had the crowds we had. And even there, it was social cohesion in tragedy, in sorrow. And we are coming in to pay tributes and really mourning with the family. I think they had quite a lot of comfort from what we did. And again, I saw even the placards saying, rest in peace, Senzo, meaning others are coming here to pay tribute to him in terms of running. Really something, particularly Mulaudzi, who would definitely have enjoyed this. And really, this Soweto Marathon pays tribute. And I think it's a question of us now having a closure to what happened during the week.
Right.
If you notice, we had them dying 3 days in a row. And this day today, the 2nd of November, must really say to us, the week has gone past, and really and truly, let's really pay tribute in a manner that really unifies the people. And I'm sure where they are, they really are marveling at these crowds paying tribute to them.
We've had our time of mourning, now it's time for healing. Thank you very much. That's the MEC of Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation.
We'll meet next year again.
We certainly will.
And you will have done your work in making sure that the athletes come and enjoy themselves.
So
now they're going to enjoy themselves for the whole day. And there's lots of music and all that. And I think they love coming up on TV. Just zoom your TV around so that they do appear on TV because they love to see themselves on the screen. Please do that for them. Thank you so much. And congratulations to the winners and those who are still going to win.
All right, stunning. You mentioned the one winner that we've already had in the standard marathon distance, the Ethiopian Yenesu, and it looks like another Ethiopian may take the women's title, but we'll have to just see exactly what happens here at the finish line in the women's 42-kilometer event after the break. Stay where you are. Thank you.
So now the closing stages of the women's race, where of course Ethiopia are looking for another victory following on from the men's race, where already Yenesu crossed the finish line in the men's race. Well, certainly we're looking for another Ethiopian victory in the women's race. Is an opportunity for Yenesu's compatriot Meseret Biru to cross the finish line first for this Ethiopian side. She's somebody who's been leading the race from start to finish. And in the closing stages of this women's race, Meseret Biru just coming into the final stages in and around this expo centre, where a woman who at 2:29 marathon distance is able to put in a big charge in the closing stages of this Nike Soweto Marathon. Her compatriot already having won the men's race. In the people's race, the Ethiopian top finish, but indeed looking for a 1-3 finish in the women's race with Isabella Chepchumba of Kenya, currently second overall in the women's race. Well, Gloria Brown and Douglas Musadi in commentary in the closing stages of this women's race, and of course some wonderful landmarks that have been passed, and FNB Stadium among those that have been passed by the athletes in the closing stages. But the women's race, Gloria, has been intriguing in its own right, not necessarily because of the tightness of the front group, but indeed how Biru has taken it out and how comfortable she's looked in leading out the likes of Chepchumba and her compatriot Hailu.
Absolutely, without a doubt. And, just looking at her and looking at the way she's running, she's really taken this race and made it her own. She's really taken into Soweto an athlete that really is one of those that really have to be celebrated. Not forgetting that she also won the Cape Town Marathon. And just look at the pace that she is approaching the finish line. I mean, very, very impressive indeed.
Re leboga Gloria mme ke a goroga Biru o goroga jana mme go bontshagala gore ke ene mofenyi wa rona mostane eno o solofetse gore jaanong o tla tsa lebelo leno la letsatsi la gompieno o sa ntse fela ke dimitara di le mmalwa fela gore a ba goroga ka gangwe ke buela bogela.
So someone who has got some great personal bests. I mean, she's a 106 athlete over 20 kilometers, a 109.31 finisher over half marathon, a 2:29 marathon runner, and coming to the finish line in Ethiopia claim a victory in the women's race to follow on from a victory in the men's race as well. So Uniso was champion in the men's race. In the women's race, it is Meseret Biru who crosses the finish line first. And I can tell you, she's well set to continue that surging run. She's been doing a lot of international running in recent times, this Meseret Biru, including last year, the 2:29 that she actually set running in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. Korea to some, Pyongyang Marathon, a 2:29.22. She brought it home very nicely, just over 2.5 hours in the Nike Soweto Marathon of 2014. So Ethiopia victorious in both the men's and women's races. And this, some of the fun runners are coming in, some of the finishers with the black numbers you'll see finishing the 21.1 kilometer race, and the other numbers coming in the 10 kilometer fun run. Just a few finishers coming in, but some comfortable finishes as well now from the bulk of those who've entered the standard marathon race. However, still a few trickling in. They're finishing at two separate sides, and ultimately, like the Soweto Marathon, Ethiopia victorious in the men's and women's.
Most definitely, and looking at the fun run, as you have mentioned, good to see the colour and the different cultures and the people who have come to embrace this race, and those that have really just come to get to see Soweto. And as a youngster growing in Soweto, I think this is a day in the calendar where one would look at it and say, next year I definitely want to be part of it. It is a marathon that really just brings a lot of memories to some and a lot of celebration indeed, being a person from Soweto, to get to see people of color sharing this moment, to get to see that people really have forgotten about their fears. But definitely our heroes that have come here will just inspire the youngsters that are about to say, I want to be like those.
Ke nnete Gloria ba gorogile ba Afrika Borwa ba gorogile go tswa kwa dinageng di sele go netefatsa gore ba nna karolo ya lebelo leno la Nike Soweto Marathon. Mme bontsi ba bone ba bona ibile re rotloetsa ba bangwe gore tle mo ngwageng o tlang fa e goroga e tle bua go nne ka 2013 ne re sna lebelo leno, mme ka 2012 o tla gopola gore Shadrack Kemboi a fenya lebelo leno, mme ga jana bobedi bo bo kgonne go ka fenya lebelo ne ke bo fedi go tswa kwa Ethiopia mo banneng go akaretsa le mo basading, mme Biro ile ene a fentseng mo banneng kana mo basading e bontsha gore ke lebelo le gore le a itumedisa fo lebella o tla lebella le mo television ya rona gore ba goroga ka bongwe go fitela ga jana, mme ke yone lebelo leno Soweto Marathon 2014.
So this is very much the field, the fun runners coming home and those who've come out to enjoy the day's action, of course, continuing to create awareness about healthy living, and certainly a load of South Africans have embraced it, an opportunity as well to take in some of the heritage of the rather tumultuous history of South Africa, and some wonderful landmarks that have been passed along the way, particularly those on the full marathon route. These are the finishers coming home, having run the 10 kilometer race, or indeed the 21.1 kilometer half marathon. As officials of those that come into the Expo Centre. Well, if you want to get interactive with us on social media, hashtag Soweto Marathon is how you can Instagram your pictures, or indeed get involved on Twitter. Oh, there we go. Under an hour, 10 kilometres. Well done, Flo 1710. Oh, well, the best of endeavours has been dubbed. This is the people's race. It is the Soweto Marathon. And while we've seen some fun runners going out, it's just encouraging the healthy living aspect. Banele Ngoma, start of the 21 kilometre race. Oh, Dean Batt, there we go. Picture of the young man involved in the Soweto Marathon today. Just a few people running the Soweto Marathon today. It's a great picture there, Dave Greenway. Thank you very much. Yeah, indeed, just a few people. 21,000 odd entries into the race, and nearly 10,000 of those taking part in the 10 kilometre fun run, so to speak. The The fun runners continuing to come home. And when it comes to the 42.2 kilometer race, Ethiopia have already won both the men's and women's races. The discontentment might come in the 21.1 kilometer race, where Elroy Gelant, easily recognizable, crossed the finish line first, but he was running without a number and apparently was running without a chip, so I cannot see him being allowed to be classed as the victor, Douglas. Ultimately, I think the officials will rule on that eventually, but I don't see him being ratified as the winner in today's race. But good news for Mapaseka Makanya crossing the finish line first in the women's race.
Ke dumana le wena gore ga ba kitla be ba mo inela gonne gore go bua nnete fela fa ile gore o taboga ntle le dilwana tse di tlhokegalang jalo le jalo o tla tshwana gore a beelwe thoko mme re solofela gore se e tla nna motho ka rialo re thuto a good lesson mo go ene gore go tshwanetse gore go nne jalo go fitlhela ga jana mme ke yone lebelo la lona re ntse re bona ba goroga ma Afrika Borwa go akaretsa le batho botle ba ba tsenetseng lebelo le motho ka reng le bone katlego ebile fa o lebella le semo sa bosa ka fa ntle ka fa motho ka rialo re weather ene letla gore e tle kgone go ka fa batabogi ba rona tsela e siameng gompieno.
Continuing again, more and more of the fun runners just making their way in. Lots of smiles on the faces, Gloria, but there are a few grimaces as well, and a few that are, I think, worn out from doing that half marathon distance, a couple that are worn out from doing the 10 kilometer distance, and you might expect to see a few famous faces passing the finish line sometime soon as well.
Most definitely, and come tomorrow there'll be a lot of treatment of inflammation and blisters and all of that, and well, that is not the fun part of this race, but one should really say the organizers of this marathon have really outdone themselves, you know, bringing in 21,000 competitors or athletes at the revival. If we could bring a little bit of gospel into it, the revival of the Soweto Marathon has really been a wonderful achievement, and one could only look at it and say perhaps next year we should push it a little bit more. But then the challenges of all of that, I was very impressed with the fact that we didn't have any traffic problems as well, which has usually been a problem in the past, and they've really done a good job there as well.
And the weather is okay also, and the weather hape re go nela tsotlhe tsa maemo go godimo gore se mo sa bosa le sone se go letlile gore se kgone go ka khontsha batabogi ba rona go ka go nela le go taboga monate gonne o Gloria o fetsa go bua fa gore e tla re ka moso ba bangwe ba tla ba tshwere ke di cramp jalo ba tla ba tshwere ke di bana di place jalo e le ka ntlha ya lebelo la gompieno, mme le solofela gore kwa bofelong batho le bantsi ba le gore ba nile karolo ya lebelo leno ba itumeletse go ka nna karolo ya se maybe le ke thuto gore batabogi ba ka nna dikete di le 21 21,000 ba kgona go ka nna karolo ya lebelo leno, mme mo ngwageng o tlang 2015 ra solofela gore e tla nna lebelo le le tla be le godile gonne e na re ka 2013 ga ra ka ra nna lebelo.
So missing out on the race in 2013, back again is the Soweto Marathon, now sponsored by Nike, returning after not taking place last year. And for South African success in the marathon distance, not to be on a day, though, in which South Africa has already tasted success in marathons internationally, with Stephen Mokoka having won the Shanghai Marathon, missing out on the Soweto Marathon today. The New York Marathon will take place later today as well in the United States city. Such a vibe it is all around. Shanghai and China is the real vibe. Dining experiences, shopping experiences, sporting experiences. It really is an incredible city. Soweto, very much the vibrant heartbeat of Gauteng, and indeed New York City remains one of those magical cities in which it does stay alive 24 hours a day. So I suppose today is a day about marathons in the vibrant hotspots around the world, and indeed on their respective continents, Asia, Africa, and North America. States. We go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll bring you more details, including final results from the Nike Soweto Marathon. Back to live coverage of the Nike Soweto Marathon, the People's Race, as it continues. Those finishing on the top side of your screen, running in the 10 kilometer, 21.1 kilometer race. Those in the near side of the fence have been running the full marathon distance, 42.2 kilometers. This is approaching the finishing section of the race. This is approaching the final few hundred meters in towards the Nasrec Expo Centre, where both the start and finish of this race. This is Isabella Chipchumba of Kenya, the second woman. Meseret Biru having comfortably come home just over 2.5 hours for in the women's race. But this is Isabella Chipchumba looking to bring it home in second position overall in the women's race, just approaching the 2 hour 50 mark. So not fastest time for Isabella Chipchumba, but a fine race regardless. She's comfortably gone about her business, the Nedbank Cup runner. She'll be bagging 50,000 rand in prize money for this second place finish overall.
And do you think, Gwen, right now what's going through her mind is what can she do with 50,000 bucks? And after such a grueling race, getting to the finish line, one can really just look and take a lot from the Ethiopians as well as the Kenyan athletes. And the question being asked, how do they really do it, you know? Well, I guess people like Bruce Fordyce and Helen will be able to bring us closer to that and give us the inside secret. But I think for me, really, the highlight of the day was the winning of the 21K of Mapaseka. The pressure was on the local lady. She didn't disappoint. She ran a race with such ease, and I had the opportunity of looking at her at the finish line. She had such confidence and with such a smile.
Mapaseka o khonna go ka dira sentle jaaka o tlhori ya go tlhalosetsa mme mosana yo re mo emetseng jaanong ke mosana wa ka kwa Kenya eleng Isabella Chipchumba ke na go atle go gorogang mo nakong ya sa fediseng pelo mme motho ka ria loro ine le sekgala se se seng kana ka sepe fa o lebella le maemo antha mo go beru yo khonna go ka tswa mo maemo antha mme re tla bona gore fa o goroga ka tselentsi ja.
Onto the grass she comes, and into second place finish here. It's Ethiopia who wins, but it's Kenya with 2 as Isabella Chipchumba crosses the finish line, second behind the winner Meseret Biru of Ethiopia, being met by her team captain manager Nick Bester. As third place finisher here, Alemtselai Hailu is looking a little more uncomfortable, and she's got a generally ungainly style about her running, but she's still looking fairly uncomfortable, but coming towards the finish line with enough pace. She'll wrap up the third place finish overall, and the top 3 rounded out. Meseret Biru of Ethiopia, 100,000 rand for her as a top place finisher. That's around about 180,000 Ethiopian birr. And third place to Ethiopia as well. Alemtselai Hailu, who crosses the finish line. Fourth place women's athlete, looking to bring it home. South Africa's had success over the shorter distances as Nasrec Sise, another one of the Nedbank runners, looking to bring it home for Ethiopia. So a strong Ethiopian contingent that's been represented here in South Africa. A few of them do base themselves in South Africa these days, and approaching that 3 hour mark at the Nike Soweto Marathon of 2014. A fairly comfortable victory for Meseret Biru ahead of Isabella Chipchumba, who's only just finished Alemtselai Hailu. But if you look at the distance, Gloria, the second, third, fourth place fairly close to one another. Meseret Biru, who looked so comfortable, absolutely commanding victory for her today.
Most definitely, I think she set her sights on winning this race. She's really the difference on the road, and we get to see, as you mentioned, the second, third and fourth finishers were, not too far apart from one another, as one would have expected a little closer. But yeah, the winner there really making the race her own.
ya ke sekgala se se kana sepe maemo a ntlha le maemo a bobedi mme fa o lebelela maemo a bobedi le maemo a boraro le maemo a bone ba dirile sentle yo gorogang ya yo mongwe gape Sisaile ene wa goroga mme o goroga jana a le mo maemong a bone go bontshagala gore basadi ba ka kwa Ethiopia ba dirile sentle fela jaaka ke go boleletse kgantele fa gore le banna ba kwa Lesotho bone ba dirile sentle mme o lebelle gore jaanong Ethiopia e kete e betswe sentle mo fa lebella letlhakore la basadi wa goroga Sensei o saletse fela ke dimetara di le mmalwa fela gore a ba setsantsa goroga go ka fetsa go tswa mo maemong a bone.
The 31-year-old from Ethiopia, making sure that Ethiopia finishes 3 inside the top 4 here as SABC will cross the finish line 4th in the women's race overall. As Biru, Kemboi of Kenya and Hailu have already crossed the finish line ahead of her. The 5th placed runner from Lesotho, Mafata, needs to come in and round out the top 5. William Mafata has confirmation from the Mountain Kingdom, and Kewan Walker, familiar face alongside Mafata.
Definitely the 2012 Comrades Marathon winner Ludwick Mamabolo running alongside Mafata, and Mafata, a pedigree athlete herself, with a 2nd place finish back in the 2008 Cape Town City Marathon. That was her PB of 2:42, and nice to see Mamabolo out here and perhaps taking it as a training run today.
Yeah, just a little bit of a train run, 2:55 for Ludwick Mamabolo. We knew he wasn't going to go out. He and Mushiwa were not going out for competitive running times in the marathon today, but good, strong finishes nonetheless, and they would be glad to get the race behind them and get some sub-3-hour times over a marathon distance.
Comrades Marathon mme eno ya lebelo le le khutshwane la semama ne le bone 42 e ke tega ba le khone sentle mme fa lebella mostana eno wa Moleboge Mafata wa goroga ele mostana wa ka kwa Lesotho ba Lesotho le bona ba dirile sentle mo letsatsing la gompieno. Ethiopia Lesotho e kete mo letsatsing la gompieno ba ba emetse sentle lebelo le ne la bone fa lebella gona le top 10 kana mo top 10 ya banna ba setse gona le banna ba kana bararo ba ba khonne go ka dira seo mme mostana wa kwa Lesotho ele Moleboge Mafata o tla goroga mo nakong e sa fediseng pelo o saletse fela ke dimetara di le mmalwa.
Women's race, Ethiopia 3 in the top 4. Rounding out the top 5 is Moleboge Mafata of Lesotho. She's being closed down by the 6th place women's finisher, but Moleboge Mafata comfortably over the first Southern African athlete home.
And another Kenyan athlete coming through, Jennifer Koech, in the colours of Nedbank, coming through for the 5th place, if I'm not mistaken, Dwayne. 2 hours, 6th place, Jennifer Koech there coming through. Former winner of the City to City 50 kilometer, so stepping down in distance today.
Just quite happy to cross the finish line, I fear. Despite the fact that it's been some decent conditions and the overcast conditions, we haven't seen too much sun. It hasn't been overly stifling. There's no heat for the runners to deal with, but you can see from the reaction, Ludwick Mamabolo with those traditional long socks that he's got up. He's traditionally runs with the knee highs, just helping Mafata, who looks absolutely exhausted come the end of this race.
And the 7th athlete coming through, another Kenyan, just have to get her name there, but I know she is based in the Durban area, running for the Pantane Athletics Club, and she recently finished in the top 10 in the Mandela Marathon that was back in August, and rolling out another top 10 finish today. Good performance by her.
Yeah, ikete ba Kenya ga mo le Ethiopia ba dile sentla maruri mo tsatsing la gompieno go ne go sorofetse gore yo mongwe o tlo go goroga fela morago ga gore Geneva Koech a gone go goroga mme re tla bona gore fa goroga o tla goroga ka tselentseng jang monna ke o ba tsena ka style sa gagwe fela mo tsatsing la gompieno mme re tla lebella gore ke basadi ba fe e re fa top 10 e goroga yotlhe re be re itse gore bomme ba setse mantse ba gorogile ke ba fe.
So it just looked like Pamela Nessamuk of Kenya, who was also coming home, the 30-year-old, who does run out of Pantane Club. An opportunity for these runners to still break the 3-hour mark over the marathon distance. These runners that are coming in, 2:58.30 on the clock currently, so 90 seconds to go below the 3-hour mark overall. We will start to see some of the more famous faces coming through in the hours ahead, including Marks Maponyane, who has confirmed, he said to me, I will run below 3:30 in the Soweto Marathon today. We'll bring details of Marks Maponyane's time as well as the Nike Soweto Marathon continues after this. Well, we'll go to a break shortly, but this great distance returning after a year's break. We've seen some huge excitement in the men's race and indeed in the women's race as well, but two contrasting races. In the men's race it was a bunch and ultimately decided by a fine break from Yunisu, who held off a charge late on. But in the women's race it was a fine lead out from Meseret Biru, who held it to the line and looked to close this out. Speaking of closing it out, trying to close out the top 10 here in the women's race.
The 8th woman coming through here in the colours of the Max Elite. Actually, the second fastest lady in the field today with her 2:29. That's Tabitha Tsatsa, the Zimbabwean. She's represented her country numerous times in the World Championships and Olympic Games. But Dwayne, unfortunately, is a sign of over-racing. She ran in the Cape Town Marathon, the Mandela Marathon and the Gauteng Marathon as well. So 4 marathons in the last 4 months, and definitely having a negative effect into her legs today.
She's also, I don't want to say she's no spring chicken anymore, but she's a veteran.
Yes, definitely. First veteran, but don't forget, Dwayne, last year she did win the Two Oceans 56K, so
absolutely
still got it in the legs.
Still got it in the legs, but perhaps, as you say, a sign of just a little running, but a fine run and a top 10 finish in the women's race of the Nike Soweto Marathon. Just over 3 hours, the mark that she's laid down.
Mo ureng ya boraro jaanong go bontshagala gore jaanong re setse re metse fela basadi gore ba kgone go goroga botlhe re kgone go bona gore ba wale disome ba setse ba ntse ba gorogile ke bafe mme motho ka rialo re banna ba leka go bona gore ba ka kgona go ka fitlha pele ura ya boraro le metswele soma mararo e ka feta mme bontsi ba bone ba leka go ka oketsa lobelo ka ntlha gore ba lemoga gore jaanong ura ya boraro e setse e ntse ba fetile.
Well, Tabitha coming through, just missing that 3-hour barrier. Her best coming from 2009, that's a 2:29 marathon of hers. So good run by her today, coming in the top 10. And as you mentioned, Dwayne, the first veteran. And you mentioned Marks Maponyane running the marathon today. Are we going to see you running it in the future, Dwayne?
You're never going to see me run a marathon. I can confirm you that. I can confirm that right now. You'll never see me running a marathon. I just don't have the mental strength. And I suppose that's what's required ultimately. I'll tackle the 10-kilometer fun run, no problem. Quite happy with that. But no, thank you for the inquiry. Thank you. Nike Soweto Marathon coverage continues. We invite you to get interactive with us as well on social media, Instagram and Twitter. Hashtag Soweto Marathon if you want to tweet us, or if you indeed you want to post pictures on Instagram using that hashtag Soweto Marathon. 3:02 on the clock. It's Ethiopian victory in both the men's and women's section of the Nike Soweto Marathon. We've got a quick break. Coverage continues after this. we return to the Nike Soweto Marathon. She's barely visible, diminutive stature being hidden behind the fencing. But if I'm not mistaken, that's Poppy Mlambo who's this is a better view. Suddenly coming into view, Poppy Mlambo, diminutive stature, being masked and hidden behind the fencing. 42.2 kilometers later, approaching this finish line now.
And it's definitely nice to see Poppy back on the roads again. We haven't seen her in some of the big races over the last 2 or 3 years. She's a former SA Marathon champion and resident of Soweto as well. So nice to see her coming in the top 10 and first South African.
Ya ke ne re ntse re tshwenyegile re le fa re ipotsa gore a go tlana le moAfrika borwa mongwe yo tla kgonang go ka nna mo top 10 ya basadi mme Poppy ke yo wa goroga mme o goroga jana a le o mokhutswane mo stanono mo leboge sentlo mokhutswane re ntse re sa mmone ebile fa ntse a goroga mme ra sorofela gore jaanong ke yone nako ya gore a goroge a tla emela Afrika borwa. Poppy Mlambo ke ene yo gorogang jalo e le moAfrika borwa wa ntlha go ka dira jalo mo basading se sa ra se leboga ebile re sorofela gore jaaka dirile sentle mo mabelong.
So great to see the smiling face of Poppy Mlambo. There's always a smile about, but there's a little bit of a grimace as she approaches the finish line here. Poppy Mlambo, the first South African home in the marathon distance in the women's race. Well, there's no smile today from Poppy Mlambo. There looks to be more than just a grimace. She looks to be in a fair amount of discomfort as well. Poppy Mlambo, first South African home today. She looks like she's had a tough race. It's taken its toll. Fear. She looks exhausted. Certainly looks to be just in a little amount of pain and discomfort. She'll shake that off. There have been worse days out on the course, but she's also had happier days. But no smile from Poppy Mlambo today, which just gives you an indication of how tough it has been. And for some of these runners, it really does depend on the condition you wake up in. Some days you've got all the energy in the world, other days you don't. And some talk about biorhythms, others say it's nonsense. Ultimately, though, when it comes to running, you'll soon find out whether or not it's your day, if you've got the little extra in the tank. Otherwise, it's all about buckling down and showing your grit and determination. While those continue to finish in the Soweto Marathon, let's find out a little more about the venue that hosts this race.
Soweto, die magtige stad aan die suidweste van Johannesburg. Sy naam is letterlik die afkorting vir Southwestern Townships. In hierdie groot voorstad van Johannesburg wat in 1904 ontstaan het, woon die welvarendes en minder welvarendes sy aan sy en dit is nou 'n snel groeiende metropolis. Met baie kommersiële uitbreiding as ook informele besigheid is die stad nou 'n belangrike sakekern. As voorbeeld hiervan is die taxibedryf se omset alleen meer as R40 miljoen per week. Wendy's restaurant wat tradisionele Afrika voedsel voorsit en waar mense jou besoek kan verewig, is 'n ware landmerk. Toekomstige helde van Bafana Bafana gebruik die voorstad se strate as oefengrond. Hierdie strate was egter eens gewelddadig. Die donkerste uur in die stad se geskiedenis was tydens die 1976 opstande. Hector Peterson, die eerste slagoffer tydens die verset, word in herinnering geroep by die bekende Hector Peterson Monument. Ons atlete sal later by hierdie landmerk verbyhardloop. Die strate van die stad is egter nou rustig en Soweto met sy besige straatlewe en vinnige groei is voorwaar 'n waardige gasheer vir 'n groot stadsmarathon.
The Nike Soweto Marathon of 2014 continues, having not taken place last year. It is back with a bang, and I'll tell you what, the Nike Soweto Marathon coming alive, the people's race once more. I can tell you that Valen Kirtley, herself an extraordinary runner, has caught up with South Africa's leading lady home. Valen?
Well, thank you very much, Dwayne. Maybe I'll take you out on a training run if you're nice to me for 10 kilometers. I heard that you have now put your name down to do the Soweto Marathon 10 kilometers next year. So we're going to hold you to that. Yeah, I'm at the finish line. I've come out of the box of our studio, which is situated at the finish line. I'm now on the ground. I'm standing with Poppy Mlambo, former national marathon champion. You said it was just so tough out there.
Yeah, the results, okay.
But at 18 kilometers, I couldn't breathe because I've got asthma. So I had to wait for my coach to give me the asthma pump. So at least I maintained the pace just to finish.
So at 18 k's, you had to stop. How long did you have to wait for?
Actually, I didn't stop. I just dropped the pace. So, to wait for my coach at 21 kilometers. But the course was okay because I trained. Actually, I was not supposed to run the Soweto. I was supposed to run the Mossel Bay. So the thing is, I bumped the table. So I had injury during August. So we canceled. So we canceled the Mossel Bay. So we concentrate on Soweto Marathon.
And tell me, how did you enjoy the race out there, besides the fact that you had some trouble at 18 kilometers?
Yeah, I did enjoy the race because I'm from here in Soweto. So from all the way, everyone was saying, Papi, 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 because everyone called me the rest of Soweto. So everyone was, even the cars, said, Papi, Papi, come on, come on. Even if I walk, they said, no, come on, girl, don't walk. I said, oh, where's my pump? I thought I would die at Jamlan Mall, so I thought I would die. But actually, I did enjoy the race.
It's also a very, very tough route.
No, comparing 2010, no, this one was okay because it was the flat, only few hills.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you say that this is probably one of the better Soweto Marathon courses. I heard you chatted to one of the spectators here as you finished the race, and you said that lots of people were mentioning the name Senzo Miwa on the route.
No, everyone is saying, Bobby must run for Mulaudzi. Yes, everyone is saying, no, run for Mulaudzi, Bobby. Because I said, okay. not sense, of course, I'm not a soccer fan. I am a soccer fan, Pirates. I support Pirates. But I've been running with Mulaudzi since from 2000. We went to Algeria. Like, actually, we travel. Me and Mulaudzi, we travel all the countries. I was running 5,000 meters and steeplechase.
So it's obviously been quite a difficult week then. Yesterday they laid him to rest. Did you really feel that you ran in his honor and in his spirit today?
Yeah, it was said on Thursday at the memorial service. Yeah, it was said. Because I couldn't believe that Mulaudzi passed away. So it was said.
Did you get some strength from the fact knowing that, you know what, I'm going to do this for Mulaudzi today?
Yes, I did. Yeah. I was tired.
Tell me what you thought about when you thought, you know what, I'm not going to run for, when people were saying, do it for Mayiwa, and you said, no, I'm going to do it for Mulaudzi. Did you think that throughout the race, even when you were having difficulties?
You know what, yesterday, somebody told me, why are you running Soweto Marathon? Because there's a lot of the foreigners. I said, everyone trained, I train. So I will stay during the race, because I'm not afraid. If I'm afraid of the foreigners, which means I'm not going to run in overseas, because I'm afraid of them. But one day I'll beat them.
You certainly will. And would you say that today you ran in for Mulaudzi?
Yes, I did.
Running for Mulaudzi, and you ran fantastically. First South African home. You've been off the scene for a little while. Where you been and what's been happening?
I had injury after Soweto Marathon 2010. I stayed 2011. 2012 I tried to train, but the thing is, it was hard. Even now it's hard for me. I think it's my mentality. But if I start to train hard, because now I'm changed the coach. I'm training with my pastor and some other guys, so they help me a lot. And I like to thank my friend Sviso, who's been helping me all the way since from June. Even now, I've been running with him. So I like to thank Sviso.
Well, it's good to see you back on the road. It's good to see you in form. Congratulations on winning a gold medal here at the Soweto Marathon, the first South African lady home over 42.2 kilometers.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank my coach and my training partners, the Soweto Kenyans. So thank you guys for helping me. Even Sviso.
Lovely stuff. Thank you very much. That's Papi Mlambo saying that she got a lot of support out en route. I'm going to bring in another man. He's the chief referee here at the Soweto Marathon, Lala. Earlier on, we saw during the 21.1 kilometer race, we saw Alroy Galant, the first man coming across the finish line. However, we didn't quite see a race number on his vest. What does that mean? Well, let us get the chief referee in to explain exactly what happened. You guys have had a couple of minutes. Lala, welcome obviously to our live broadcast. Explain to us what happened with Alroy Galant.
Alroy Galant started the race. Like he says, he had the number on his chest, but the rules state clearly that you can't finish the race without a race number and a chip. So he was disqualified for that.
So as we stand, Aurigalant is disqualified without for?
Yeah, he's disqualified for not having the chip, for not having the race number.
So who then is our winner of the 21.1 kilometer race?
The guy that occupies the second position will push them from the bottom upwards. So the guy that came second will be first. The one that came third will be second, just like that.
So just a message for all runners to read the rule book before they come and enter a race.
Exactly, they should be doing that, just like our foreign athletes, which were warned about they should bring their permission letters from their federations as well, which they obliged. All of them, I can say 90% of those that have entered and that have finished the race have followed that rule.
Right, lovely stuff. Well, I know you still got quite a busy morning. Thank you very much. That's the chief referee, Lala, just chatting to us about what happened with Aurigalant. So there we have it officially, Aurigalant being disqualified from the 21.1 kilometer race. So our second place man that came over the mat earlier on today will be the 21.1 kilometer champion here at the Nike Soweto Marathon. Let's rejoin our commentators.
Well, thank you very much, Valen Kirtley, for that confirmation. So we can then confirm that Joel Morne, who finished second in the 21.1 kilometer race, he crossed the finish line second, we should say, with Aurigalant being disqualified for failing to finish with a race number and the championship. Means that Joel Morne of South Africa is your champion in the half marathon distance. But it's Mapeseka Makanya having won the women's race in a 1:18 over the half marathon distance. So great news for Soweto, great news for South Africa over the half marathon distance, but over the marathon distance it's been an all Ethiopian affair, with 3 of the top 4 women home coming from Ethiopia, and indeed the winner in the men's race from Ethiopia as well. Douglas, it's been some Ethiopian domination today, but you've got to say you can't deny either one of the Ethiopians their victories today.
Ya ke ma Ethiopia ba dirile sentle mme motho ka re o ka se le balele ba Lesotho ba kgonna go dira sentle mo segolo jang mo borreng mme fa le bella ka karetso motho ka rialo re ma Ethiopia ba dirile sentle mo lebelong la basadi le lebelo la banna utlwile nkganyene re go totobaletsa yone gore fa ile gore ga o taboge ntle le mokwalo wa gore jaano nomoro ya gago ke na mamang fa o ka gore ga go le chipi seo o itse gore o tla felletsa o betse fa thoko mme bile di federation di faroganeng kana o le motabogi o tswang go dinageng di sele o tshwanetse o tle ka lekwalo le le tswang go di federationeng go netefatsa gore o nna karolo ya lebelo leno la Soweto Marathon.
Kieran, just going back though to Valen Kirtley, who was chatting to Poppy Mlambo a short while ago. She's obviously had her concern of injuries, so for her a fantastic opportunity to get back into running. Wanted to run Mossel Bay this year, had to cancel that owing to injury, a coffee table injury. But the remarkable story there is I had to stop and wait for my asthma pump, she says in the race. so more than just a little bit of difficulty out on course, she really was up against it today.
Definitely, she, if I'm not mistaken, has exercise-induced asthma, and as she mentioned, she had to wait for her coach alongside the road there to get that asthma pump. So, brilliant showing for her, and as she mentioned earlier, her training group, the Soweto Kenyans, as they call themselves, coached by Lungi Bikwani up in the Wits University track, and she's also training partners of Tulisa Tiali, who we saw come third in the half marathon today, but with the disqualification will now end up second.
So second place finish overall. Still some great prize money indeed over the half marathon distance. To confirm, Mapeseka Makanya and Joel Morne, both of South Africa, the victorious women and men respectively in the half marathon distance, 21.1 kilometers. Douglas, lots of tributes being paid to the great athletics icon Mulaudzi, former world champion, former indoor world champion, South African Olympian. A great all-around guy, such an amenable, approachable guy who's always friendly, particularly to the young athletes as well. And again, Poppy Mlambo paying her moving tribute, having been a former teammate of his.
Dwayne, we are still waiting for Go Maximo Ponyani.
Yeah, well, go man, go. He'll be coming home. He said below 3:30, but let's wait and see. We'll check in with Mark Spopignano when he eventually crosses the finish line. But let's confirm the results for you here. The Nike Soweto Marathon of 2014. Now, you do see the South African flag up on two stages there. I can tell you that number 5, that finishing spot, does not belong to a South African. You see the name of Gertes. But, Kewan, you can explain the situation. Gertes did not finish in the top 5.
Most definitely didn't finish in the top 5. He did run today, but what actually happened was he had 2 race entries for this race. Someone else had entered him, and then his club entered him. And one of the other athletes from Kenya had pitched up for the Soweto Marathon and didn't have a race entry, so they did a substitution at the expo. But perhaps maybe the name wasn't substituted yet correctly on the system. But it's definitely not Gertes in number 5, and it was actually a Kenyan.
So Yuniso of Ethiopia ahead of Nkabutlane of Lesotho, and indeed Teboho Sello finishing in 3rd position. Ramolefi Mutialua of Lesotho as well. 3 of the top 4 coming from Lesotho, so a fine return for South Africa's landlocked neighbours. In the women's race, Mafata of Lesotho as well, rounding out the top 5, but 3 of the top 4 from Ethiopia. Biru, Ahailu and Arseni Sisai in 1st, 3rd and 2nd respectively. The Ethiopian domination broken up by the Kenyan Isabella Jepchumba, but certainly some more East African domination when it came to the women's race overall. But Poppy Mlambo, the first South African home, finishing in 9th position overall.
ebile ra leboga gore lebogang o gonne go ka tswa mo maemong a bolesome ene fa o mo fitlhela go fitlhela ga jaana gore o mo maemong a bolesome me fa o lebella gore the top 10 ya banna ba Lesotho ba dirile sentle a mmaruri mme maAfrika Borwa ke ba ba le bebedi fela ba ba kgonneng go ka tswa mo basading ba ba kgonneng go tswa number 9 and number 10.
So Nike Soweto Marathon coverage continues. The People's Race as confirmation a moment ago of the 2 Ethiopian victors, Biru in the women's race and indeed Yenesu in the men's race. And as the finishers continue to pour in, both the 10 kilometer, 21.1 kilometer half marathon, indeed marathon distances, continuing to finish here at the Nasrec Expo Centre. Let's head down to our renowned runner with today a microphone in hand, the lovely Valen Kirtley.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. So when I'm actually standing on the marathon side of the finish line, but on the other side, over the 21.1 kilometer race, we heard a loud noise, song and dance, hoo-ha-ya. It was the Berlin Braves. So we found out, who are these Berlin Braves? Where are they from? And what are they doing here in South Africa? So, Aiden, tell me what you guys are doing here and how the race was.
Okay, firstly, we're a group called Berlin Braves, obviously from Berlin, Germany. And we find marathons, half marathons, and we all run together, and we run all over the world, basically. Yeah. Okay,
so when I asked a couple of the Berlin Braves to put up their hands as to who's actually not been to South Africa, the majority of them actually put up their hands. So this is the first time that you've come here. Why come and do the Soweto Marathon?
Again, it's in a sense, it's kind of like special to us because, especially with apartheid and everything, and how there was 2 races, okay, and now it's 1 race. And we just want to support our Soweto brothers and sisters. There's other crews called Thesis, which is in Soweto. And another crew, what's the other crew called? 9-4, okay. So in Cape Town. Yeah, so we kind of like wanted to come over and support these guys in their race. Yeah.
Okay. How was it? How did you find the vibe out in Soweto?
Amazing. There's lots of people on the street, the kids, especially in the townships. It was really, really cool. And they gave us energy while we were running as well. Also, we decided to run together as a team, as a crew, okay? So nobody running off or anything. We just all stick together and just made sure we had the energy for us as a group, as a team, to get to the finish line to 21.1 kilometers. Yes. Okay?
Are you tired?
Oh, hell yeah. No. At the end of the day, listen.
Okay, that decision is still out there. I'm not quite sure if they're tired or not, but I think they are going to have a celebratory drink after this. I'm going to ask a couple of you guys how it was out on the road.
At the beginning was quite okay, and then I started having pain, but with the group,
they will keep on pushing me. And as Adrian already said, like the people there over there just give us so much energy. And this was like a proof to me that when I have a go, I can make it. And finally we did it all together, and that's so amazing. And that's why I'm so happy right now.
So the Berlin Braves, I asked them, because they say they travel all around the world to go and do running races. I say, how do I get a job as a Berlin Brave? I want to also do this, to just travel the world and go and do races. So tell me, is Soweto... You can tell me how I can become a Berlin Brave afterwards. But firstly, I want to know how Soweto Marathon ranks against all the others that you've participated in.
Oh, wow. I think so far it has been the most special one for us. Yeah. First of all, as we said, we did it all together. And an amazing experience, and the culture and the town. Yeah, so it was amazing, just amazing. But if you want to run with us, just look on #HomieHave and Bridge the Gap, which is a worldwide community of urban runners. And we are the Berlin Braves, and there are a lot of more teams around the world who meet up in different cities to run. So find us on social media and then apply for a job if you're fast enough.
If I'm fast enough, okay, I'll give you my credentials once we're off air. You know, I don't want to put it on national television. What do you think of the South African people and the kind of people that you've met out on the road?
It was really amazing. The kids were out there, like, really supporting us. They were really open to us. It was amazing. It's really the first time that I could feel this kind of, like, energy and this kind of atmosphere. It was carrying us all the way, really.
Germany are the current world champions in football, and you know that Soweto is a place where two of South Africa's most famous football teams are from. Well, actually, we've got three famous teams: the Morocco Swallows, Kaizer Chiefs, as well as Orlando Pirates. Did you see a lot of football fans out there and football jerseys?
Yes, a few of them, yes.
We were supposed to go to the match yesterday, but unfortunately got postponed. Yes. Yeah, so... Yeah, we had our football jerseys from the Berlin Braves ready, but unfortunately, hopefully next time we will make it out there.
Okay, so that gives a very good excuse to come for the next Soweto Marathon and for the next major Soweto Derby. Our producer has asked me just to chat to a couple of the ladies and get your insights as well to the race. Tell me how it was out there.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
You're going to be going to Cape Town. Are you looking forward to also seeing other parts of South Africa?
Of course. Really excited to see everything we could in that amount of time.
And tell me how it was for you and what you've thought of the race and the organization of the Soweto Marathon.
Well, actually, I agree with what Adrian and Ruby said before, that it's really incredible to have the people come out and the children just to say small things, like small motivational things like keep running, just keep running, and you can do it and don't give up. You know, I don't know if they realize how much that actually helps and that actually pushes you towards the end. So thank you. Thank you very much, Soweto.
Absolutely beautiful. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your stay.
Adrian? Berlin Braves!
You see, I told you, they made quite a statement when they came over the finish line. That's the Berlin Braves. We wish them a very good stay here in South Africa. And people coming because really Southwestern Townships is renowned worldwide, and I think next year they got to step it up to the 42.2 kilometer event so they can actually go past all of the historic landmarks. Chris Hani Baragwanath past Vilakazi Street, but a lot of people are still out on the route and enjoying those very historic landmarks. Stay with our live production. We've got lots more coming your way up until 11 o'clock.
Okay, yes.
You're still watching the live broadcast of the Soweto Marathon, the 2014 edition. As we say, it is back with a bang. Now, I'm here at the finish line and I'm standing with Johan and Moraro. And I was very intrigued because you are actually wearing Pirates gear. Why did you decide to run today with this gear on?
For Senzo. Yeah, definitely. He was an inspiration to all of us. And yeah, it's fantastic and terrible. Our thoughts are with his family.
Now, Johan, just tell us, where were you when you heard about the news of Senzo's passing?
Actually waking up on Monday morning on my way to work, and the news broke, and yeah, it was just terrible. I work on the mines, so yeah, it was all over the news, yeah.
Sure. And Moraro, was this also a part of your motivation in running this race?
No, most definitely it was. I mean, Senzo did a lot for us. I mean, I ran with my Paris shirt for the first time today. I ditched my running club shirt, and I also ran with a captain's armband just to show that, you know, we're doing this for him. He was just an inspiration to us Pirates followers. I mean, running through Soweto, passing Orlando Stadium, that was very emotional for me, you know. And I did it. I think I ran one of my fastest times today. You know, I had nothing in me, but I thought of Senzo and I was like, to my captain.
And you know, I just love the fact that you even ran with your captain's armband on. And Johan, also talk us through some of those beautiful moments and parts of Soweto that you ran past, and just remembering Orlando Pirates and what a formidable team it is.
Fantastic, you know, and the kids out there, they were fantastic, shouting and screaming as we went. It made me feel special as well. The guy from Rustenburg. So it was fantastic. Yeah, no, it was awesome. Great day. Well done.
And were you able to watch the funeral yesterday? Because we know that as a country, he was given one of the best send-offs, that provincial send-off that he got.
I mean, I stayed rooted in my couch the whole day. The funeral was meant to start at 9, but, you know, because of the magnitude of the event, it started at 11. I never moved an inch. I watched everything. And just to add as well, to also Mulaudzi, I'm from Venda, and, you know, he inspired me as well. So may his soul rest in peace as well.
And what are your final words, you know, to the Pirates team, to everyone that is mourning out there, and they're going to be able to now watch a team without Senzo in the goalpost? What are your words to them?
I mean, Senzo ran his race. He ran it well. It was cut short. So it's up to us who remain behind to take the baton, and to the Pirates players, do it for him. Thank you.
Those are beautiful words from Johan and Moraro, really remembering those three beautiful sports stars of our country who have left us, but also serving as a motivation to them as they ran the Soweto Marathon that is absolutely back with a bang.
Totally, and certainly memories of Senzo Meyiwa, still so young. An absolutely tragic story of the 27-year-old Bafana captain, Orlando Pirates goalkeeper, so fondly remembered by many South Africans. But today is a day of celebration for many who've come out to enjoy the superb atmosphere and vibe of the Soweto Marathon. We encourage you to continue sending in these pictures. Hashtag Soweto Marathon, Instagram and indeed Twitter. Here's how you can get in touch. Post the pictures on Instagram. There are a lot of happy people that have finished the 10 kilometer and half marathon races and smiling with the medals around their necks and very proud moments. A lot of selfies as well. The selfie culture, but indeed an opportunity to show the entire world that you've managed to achieve the finish. There we go, just finished the 10K and the 21K. Spilele Msibi. Nice pick. 2 medals, 2 different finishes in the Soweto Marathon. What a great opportunity to capture a moment in memory. Speaking of the 21.1 kilometer race, the half marathon, let's go back now to the actual start, to the Gauteng Premier, David Makura, before he himself tackled the 10 kilometer distance, started the 21.1 kilometer half marathon distance of the Soweto Marathon half an hour after the main marathon distance had gotten underway. A large field, several thousand runners tackling the distance, but there were only going to be a few genuine contenders for top spots. And Douglas and Kieran, when you look at the field of competitors, you've got to say that Elroy Geland was always going to be in amongst the favourites. We knew, though, that when he crossed without a number, that there was going to be some discussion as to whether or not he would be allowed to have his position as first across the line ratified to become winner of the half marathon. That said, there were also some strong runners in the field that were there to challenge him, not least among which was Joel Mone.
Definitely Joel Mone, the local athlete from the Nedbank Running Club. One of the products of Piompolo King himself, a former elite runner with the 2:14 best. He was out there, and as the pace hottened up in the front, there were still some unknowns in the beginning, as you'd always see. But just behind them, in the Max Elite vest, was the reigning Two Oceans marathon champion and former Soweto Marathon champion, Lebenian Korka. So nice to see him stepping down in the distance in the half marathon today.
Le lebelo le go bontsha lone la dikilometara di le 21 mme fa o lebella mo pele fa o tla lemoga gore ke banna ba re sa ba itseng go le go kalo 21.1 ga jana lebelo leo le ntse re le lebeletse jalo re go bontsha fela gore go tsamaile ka tselentseng jang ke ba fe banna ba ile gore ba ile ba itlhoma kwa pele ba tsa lebelo leno lebelo le motho ka reng le ne le tsenetswe ke batabogi ba le mmalwa ba bantsinyana ba ba kgonne go ka tsenela lebelo leno la Soweto Marathon 21.1 kilometers.
This is no fun run, but there are some marathon runners who came down the half distance, 21.1. You just saw the shot of Elroy Galant streaming past a host of athletes in the colours of Max Delete and Nedbank and Olifant's running club. But Elroy Galant just charging into the lead, ultimately without a number on his chest. And that was, saw him subsequently disqualified. Here he is out in the front, running the half marathon distance. Now, he's a man who's been making strides not only for himself but internationally. He's been running a lot, mostly in Scandinavia in recent times. Elroy Galant was expected to put in a big charge for the half marathon title today. Cross the finish line first, but ultimately not be ratified as the winner. Max Delete and Nedbank, though, both had a fairly large contingent of runners that they sent to challenge for top honours in this half marathon too.
And this was the former Soweto Marathon winner in Korka in the colours of Max Elite, who took it out with the Kenyan just behind him in the colours of Global Athletics. And then Korka himself, a former winner here in the marathon, and this year's Two Oceans Marathon winner. So perhaps he maybe have an international marathon that's coming up soon, just running the 21k to do some speed work, but certainly showing that the speed on the legs after that 56k victory this year.
o ta bona le gore re o ga ana le mokwalo o bontsha nomoro ya gagwe gore e fa kae mme ke sone se sirileng gore ba feletse ba gogetse moputso ona a tshwantsa ba o gapile mo letsatsing le gompieno wa maemo a ntlha mme jaanong ra bona gore banna ba ne ba tswa ka lebelo le le makatsang gonne so se fa o lebella motabogono kana lebelo leno ke 21 mme 21 e dira gore kete banna bona konyana go fetela ga jana.
So a relatively moderate course, not a great deal of testing bits out on the course for the half marathon distance. Ultimately, though, a fairly fast race was expected, and a leading group of men that was whittled down slowly as the race progressed down to a lead of 6 runners.
We had the likes of Kolisa Tiali on the left-hand side there in the colours of Nedbank. Himself a 62-minute half-marathon runner, also coached by Lungi Bikwani, as the Poppy mentioned in her interview earlier, the Soweto Kenyans, as they call themselves in the group. And he had a really good showing this year in the Gauteng Marathon, finishing third there against a host of Ethiopian and Lesotho and Kenyan athletes. But looking very relaxed was Elroy Galant in this pack, but unfortunately no race number and no chip.
Ya o tla bona gore segopa se sa banna ba le barataro ba ne ba leka go ka bona gore ke banye o tla feleletsang go nna go ka gapa moputsono bona fela wa bona ga ana le fa mo le mkwalo ga ana le gore ke nomoro efe ya gagwe le se sentseng jana ke se sa buing sentle le gore chip ya gagwe ne se yo mme ke tsone se se irang gore a ba feleditse a sa kgona go ka fenya moputso ono wa 21.1 kilometers.
About looking for a little bit of speed over the half marathon distance, and Galant is somebody who's comfortably inside a 1:01, a 61-second runner over this distance, 21.1 kilometer half marathon. But the question really was who would make the break and who would fight their way to the front. And as the gradient started to get involved in the races, with the respective runners from Nedbank, Max Delete most notably, trying to separate one another. Who would go on the break would be the big question. Would it be one of these runners, or would 2 find themselves fighting for a place in front. How would they be separated? By the time the gradient started to take their toll, one or two athletes did start to break away.
And as we saw the athletes coming on that climb, Dwayne, that was the famous, as Soweto used to call it, the Heartbreak Hill in the old Soweto Marathon course that claimed many victims, I must say, leading the marathon and going into there have come undone. But as we saw the guys going up the hill, the pace really quickened as we saw the athlete from KZN in the boxer colors now falling off the back of that pack.
o tla lemoga gore ebile lebelo leno ke lebelo le le itumedisang banna ba simolola go ithaola go bona gore ke ofe yo batlang go ka etelela pele mo lebelong leno, mme ebile bontsi ba bone ebile jaaka popi a kaile gore ne se lebelo le le thata go le kalokalo gonne e ne kete e ne le mo botokareng e ne sa pagamelele jaaka mabelo a mangwe a fetileng a Soweto Marathon. O tla gopola gore la bofelo fane lebelo leno le gone ne le ka 2012 mme le buile gape jaanong moagong ono wa 2014.
Well, when we started to see the breakaways, Galant was looking to lead it out, just trying to bide his time as well, put himself into a position where he could just go on the break, and then looked up, saw a little bit of space, and decided to push a little harder. By the time he decided to give it a little bit of a kick, just around Orlando Stadium.
And Galant really looking like a class on his own there, Dwayne. It almost looks as if he's just jogging with a little bit of a less gear than the other athletes and just biding his time as he comes through the outside. But we must remember that earlier this morning the weather conditions weren't the greatest. It was quite windy out there, and it certainly slowed them down in the half marathon.
seemo sa bosa ne kete se na le motho kare ditholenyana tseo kana go le motho go di phefonyana, mme se se sala ene a re morago ga fo kete ga simolla go anela kana ga simolla ke tilo tsotlhe di tsamaya sentle, mme jaanong ra bona gore banna ba ke bona ba babedi ba ba kwa pele ba ga jaana ba batlang go bona fa ba kgona go ka fenya lebelo leno le re botsisetsang dintlakgolo tsa lebelo leno la dikilometara di le 21.
With the FNB Stadium in the background, it's Galantu broke away from Mone and looked to be taking it out hard. Ultimately, you can see there is no race number on the chest of Elroy Galant. He was subsequently disqualified for that, despite the fact that he would lead out, but perhaps inspired Joel Mone to take it out hard as well and push toward that finish line, while Galant would leave Mone behind. Ultimately, running without the chip in the number means that Galant's first place across the finish line would not see him notified as winner of this race. He entered the Expo Centre finish line first, and while he crossed the finish line ahead of the other runners in the race, won't see himself declared victor over the half marathon distance. Joel Mone, who was dragged along by the pace of Galant, and credit to him as well, operating in a sense as a sort of pacemaker today. Mone, although leading out a little harder than any other pacemaker might normally take a race, one might argue. And while he crossed the finish line first, it was not to be a victory for Galant. The man who crossed the finish line second in Joel Mone coming in will be declared the victor. This is him now in the colours of Nedbank as he approached that finish line. It was a good solid race from him as well, and then a bunch of athletes just trailing in behind it, but some distance between him and the eventual third place finisher over the finish line.
Well, Galant and Mone himself, both 61 and 63 minute half marathon personal best, Dwayne, and we saw them coming through the finish at end over 66 minutes. So just showing how tough the course was actually out there today.
Spoken about the wind conditions, Douglas, and I think that made a very early impact for the runners. So then confirmation then of how they finish after the disqualification of Galantsi's Joel Mone declared victor in the half marathon distance of the Nike Soweto Marathon. Xolisa Tyali finishing second from South Africa, and Kenya's Philip Kiplagat-Birech claiming the third place finish in the men's race. The good news for South Africa as well in the women's race. Mapaseka Makanya victorious as she claimed the top spot ahead of Anna Mugeti of South Africa and Samkeliso Moyo of Zimbabwe finishing in third place overall. So a good finish from Southern Africa over the half marathon distance overall, and a victory for Joel Mone, a victory for Mapaseka Makanya for South Africa over the half marathon distance. Less success, however, over the full marathon distance. Ethiopia claiming victories in both the men's and women's race. And while the finishers continue to edge their way towards the Nasrec Expo Centre, the finish line as well. Let's hear more from Olizondo.
We are here at the finish line. Lana Noma Gladys, who has just finished the 10-kilometer run. Kodwa ngenhlanhla bamuphe imedley 21 kilometers.
Ngijabule kakhulu ukuthi ngiqedile futhi ngaqeda ngesikhathi ngathola nemedal yami, and I'm so happy. Ngigqugquzela bonke abantu besize yami ukuthi nabo bangene estradeni bangaze babe nalezifo ezinabo thisi egcineni, o sugar diabetes, no arthritis. Siyabonga sisi.
Yini into oyithandayo kakhulukazi ngeSoweto Marathon?
Ngithanda the way iorganizwa ngakhona, ama water stations abo are close enough, and awubhoreki nje estradeni umusic ngapha kwenzeka izinto eziningi nje, so iyenza ukuthi ibe more interesting than amanye ama race.
And manje bowusho ukuthi this is actually your third race. Abantu ababukele ekhaya bazothi mara ikho nzima le race le mase sebacabanga ukuthi nabafuna ukungenela.
Ha, inzima. I always say you work hard, you eat soft, you work soft, you eat hard. So I've worked very hard for this, and that's the reason why nginenejile ukuyiqeda.
Congratulations, man. The next year sizokubona futhi la.
Definitely, I'll be doing it 21.
Oh, wow.
Watch me.
All right, so that is Umam Gladys. She actually finished the 10K but was awarded the 21K. So she's actually saying that next year she will get her rightful 21K medal, and is saying to everyone out there, no matter how big you are, you have to make sure that you take part in this race because it really is a beautiful one. As we say time and again, it is back with the bang, the 2014 edition of the Soweto Marathon.
Thank you, Olizondo. It is back with a bang as the Nike Soweto Marathon, not taking place last year, but returning, is reinvigorated with the cash injection from sponsors Nike. The People's Race back on the cards, and it's brought enormous smiles to those who are running, even one who's running as Father Christmas. Oh, my word. He would run with a big red and white suit and a baggy beard as well. Aside from, well, we won't mention names. But Helen Luca and Gloria Brown is sitting alongside in commentary, and we'll get comments from the ladies in just a moment. But we're encouraging you to get involved in social media. Hashtag Soweto Marathon, and post your pictures on Instagram. Oh, wow, and the energy to still jump with your medal and show it off. Oh, happy Sunday, question mark, question mark. Well, for Team Fitness, you're doing the job. Well done. Hashtag Soweto Marathon on both Instagram and Twitter. Another 10 kilometers in the bag, smiles all around and showing off the medals. Well, we did it. Look at that. That's a huge collection of runners. 21 kilometers, half marathon, Soweto Marathon. Toughest one yet, but I did it. Well, despite the relatively cool conditions, it seems the wind is proving to be a real disturbing factor for a few of the runners out on the course. So a particularly tough one, it seems. But continue to send your pictures in on Instagram, hashtag Soweto Marathon, or indeed on Twitter, hashtag Soweto Marathon, as the 2014 Nike Soweto Marathon continues, when South Africa won both the men's and women's races in the half marathon, and of course Ethiopia won the men's and women's races over the marathon distance. But Helen, you're looking at the times coming in now. We're edging up towards the 4-hour mark, but for some of these runners, they'll be using it as sort of training runs for future marathons. 3 hours would be a great time, particularly if you're looking at running maybe the longer distances, even sub 3:30.
I think when you start running as a marathon, well, a lot of these people were using this marathon for a qualifier for next year's Two Oceans, next year's Comrades, etc. Then they'll know that they've got that in the bag. They can have a nice Christmas and then start jogging next year. But in running terms, when one starts running and you think you've got a little bit of talent or you demonstrate a bit of talent, the first marathon goal you set yourself is to break 3 hours. And it's quite significant, and you'll notice in a marathon there's a big rush for people trying to get under three hours, and then it drops down to 3.5 and 4 hours. So there are these particular goals in marathon running that just inspire people to just put in a little bit more effort, up their training, change their training, and share that information, because marathon times are global.
Well, Gloria, just to get a comment from you, in terms of encouragement, though, I mean, there are a lot of athletes, and a couple of them mentioned Devalen at the finish line, and saying that just the way that you've got the children running alongside you saying, just keep going, you're doing nicely, the words of encouragement, it all adds to the vibe.
Most definitely, and we heard some of those athletes earlier on saying it means so much to them that they can have that encouragement along the route. But then what is also very interesting towards the end of the race is the cut-off times, when you really get to see people battling to get across. Very heartbreaking at times, but again, I think the Soweto Marathon has really undone themselves.
Well, they're back with a bang, as Tloli mentioned, and speaking of Tloli, she has found Father Christmas. Would you believe it's 2 months early?
I'm here with Father Christmas in the flesh, Khomolema, and he has just completed the 21 race. Now, people are here in tights, in all their sporting gear, but you've decided to run in this.
No, actually it was the most coolest outfit. So I think I ran for all the people in Soweto. I'm urging everybody next year, all the Sowetans, please come and run Soweto Marathon, because it's for the Sowetans. If we don't run it and then we call ourselves Sowetans, we are a disgrace to ourselves.
That is so true. That is so true. Why did you choose this outfit in particular? In November.
You know what? The weather today, I woke up and then I realized, I cannot run in my running outfit. So, you know what? Let me just go to my wardrobe and take this Santa Claus thing, and, there it was. I was everybody's sense of humor, which is nice.
All right, Khomolema Mobani, you are Father Christmas. I'm going to ask you for something. Yeah. Can I please have your medal?
No, I ended. No, I ended. I'm so proud of this. Oh man. Oh. Thank you.
Oh no, I've never met a Father Christmas like this who says no to all his kids when they're asking for presents. Dwayne, it's back to you. Have you met a Father Christmas that says no to any kid?
Tloli, you weren't sitting on his lap when you asked for the gift. That's why. You need to be sitting on Father Christmas's lap when you ask for gifts. Besides, it's only going to come on the 25th of December.
Interesting to see that Father Christmas is all in shape.
That's right. He's looking fit and slim and healthy. Although, Helen, he said running in that outfit, it was relatively cool. He didn't mind the conditions at all today, and I suppose ideal for anybody who did want to run in costume.
Well, it is chilly for us still sort of have been based at the finish. None of us have removed our jackets, and you step outside and that breeze cuts through you. So it actually is quite nice, really, for these marathon runners. If you are overseas, they'd say it'd be an ideal temperature. Maybe a little bit hot.
Well, certainly hot in Denmark, yes.
Yeah. But these guys are lucky, because if you at the back of the field and it's hot, it's not nice.
Well, also just bringing that Christmassy feel to Soweto, and the encouragement to the people of Soweto to say, you're not a Sowetan if you don't take part in this marathon. It's really wanting to get the people to come out, be part of the race, be part of history, and really get into the spirit, as well as just making sure that as Sowetans, you also get to be in the history books and say, I ran this marathon.
Yeah, but it's been such an experience. It's enlivened by some of these costumes. And speaking of costumes, that's an interesting looking outfit. The red stockings, the incredibly bright hats. I tell you, there are a couple of young ladies there, charging toward the finish line, and waving and supporting.
I think
There's a real cheer and spirit about this event.
Can you imagine how many people these ladies have motivated? The people on the side of the road that have seen that and they've said, if these lovely ladies can get out there and do this, I can do it next year.
Absolutely. This is really what sets the difference from other marathons. I mean, you don't really have to be in shape. You don't really have to do too much work. Completing the race is what is important. And you can see that you will get a medal around the neck just for completing the race.
Fantastic.
She was wearing a black number as well, so she'd done the half marathon distance, which is very impressive. So 21.1 kilometers, a half marathon distance. It really does brighten up your day when you see these runners crossing the finish line. Not the ones that are necessarily going for the records or the gold medal positions, but the runners that are going for decent times, credible times, and looking to try to finish up with competitive times, and indeed qualifying times for future events. The Nike Soweto Marathon action continues. Just to confirm, South Africa victorious over the half marathon distance in both the men's and women's race. Ethiopia victorious in the full marathon distance over 42.2 kilometers. Yunisu in the men's race, and indeed Biru in the women's race of the Nike Soweto Marathon. We're just about approaching time for the prize giving, where we'll have the official prize handovers to both the victors in the men's and women's race. But we're going to go to a quick break. As it looks like a happy couple is edging to the finish line here. Hand in hand. A great way to spend a Sunday. Make it a family occasion. And a great way to edge to the finish line as well. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have the prize giving amongst more action from the Nike Soweto Marathon of 2014.
Can you hear me? Oh, loudly and clearly.
back to live coverage of the 2014 Nike Soweto Marathon, where we've seen some remarkable action, particularly in the men's and women's marathon races, where Ioneso produced a fine run to emerge victorious in the men's race, and indeed a fine lead-out run from Meseret Biru, who managed to take out a lead from the very earliest stage in the women's race and claim victory confidently ahead of the Kenyan Isabella Kipchumba. We'll see the prize giving in just a few minutes' time. A few more athletes just crossing the finishing line here at the Nasrec Expo Centre. But a great day of celebration. Now we're seeing more smiles on the faces of the athletes who weren't pushing it quite so hard over the course of the day, but a thoroughly enjoyable day out on the course, it seems, judging by the cheerful finishes from this bunch of athletes. Ooh, a 50-plus athlete coming in. Some decent time still.
Well, they're still coming in under 4 hours, and that's quite respectable for a marathon, so it's a good performance.
Well, the athletes continue to come in different colours as well of the various athletic clubs. A few of the Rand Athletic Club athletes making their way across the finish line as well. Runner from Sunninghill, some of the Anglo-American runners coming across the finish line as well. Alberton Athletics Club. So huge selection of runners being running clubs being represented, of course, at this athletics event, Nike Soweto Marathon.
And as you mentioned earlier, Dwayne, all the smiles, and you get to see some of the placards. I will say, I've done it, or, you know, you're looking at the athletes that just come in now, really, that went in for fun, and you can see the waves, just to try and talk to the people at home to say, listen, I'm finished, and here I am, if you were keeping an eye on me.
Well, I can see the profile of Blanche Moyler. She's a well-established athlete. I think she ran I don't know if it'd be the 21. She might have done, yeah, she would have run the marathon today, and she'll be very thrilled with that time. So she consistently comes up here from Durban to take part in this. Absolutely loves it.
Well, this is one of our younger competitors, it seems. He's finishing even with his cane, walking stick. Well, you have a collection of the young and old, the sprightly and those less energetic. But wow, we have seen some intriguing sides here. But I tell you, finishing with a walking cane is pretty impressive.
Well, have you seen that, Dwayne? I think it's the Soweto Marathon that can really be one of those marathons that can claim that and say, look, whether you're on a wheelchair or you have a walking stick or whatever the case is, you can still join the race. And we can see actually an athlete being helped to the finish line, and that's very interesting to see a blind athlete being helped across as well.
So many athletes that do run with their partners, and it does look to be a visually impaired athlete who is coming across with a running partner, perhaps, and somebody who's just come along for the enjoyment of it. You do see so many inspirational people who are out on the course, and many running in memory of those sporting icons who recently passed away in South Africa.
Well, we had over 20,000 participants in the 10, 21 and the standard marathon today, and I think that next year we're going to see a remarkable increase in that. And a lot of the people who took part in the 10K this year, no doubt they're going to try their luck at the 21. They've broken the back of the 10K, and the 21 is now looking inviting. And all the people that have been watching them run the 10K, you'll find them putting on their shoes and giving it a bash next year.
And also interesting to note that the age for the qualifying age for the entries from 15, I think you'll get a lot of youngsters also being interested in joining, and that is really a good way to go, to encourage the youngsters to be part and parcel of such an event.
Oh, indeed, yeah, certainly 15 years old, though, for some of the shorter distances, certainly over the 10 kilometers, need to be 18 to be running the full marathon distances, but the Ford Athletic Club, Carlton Athletic Club crossing the finish line as well. So various representatives of athletics clubs countrywide, and indeed a few international faces that have come out to South Africa. Some of the top-level international athletes running in the colours of the likes of the Max Elite clubs, indeed the Nedbank clubs. Some have got a little music in the ears to help them along their way. Some are running with some additions, some running in various kit, some running in costume. One is Father Christmas that Olizondo was catching up with a short while ago. They caught up with some of the international contingent who've come to enjoy an experience in Soweto, a famous part of South Africa that's been enlivened today by this event as the event went past various monuments. Of course, the interesting part as well is participants generally and traditionally have been picking up their registration packs at Nasrec, but the start and finish is this year. But they've been fetching their race packs from Constitutional Hill for this year's race. So the race has been tweaked in many ways. Oh, there we go. The earphones are out. And not much faster than walking pace, but, you know, he's done a half marathon distance here.
Good on him, hey? Well done. That's fantastic.
Well, he just pulled the earphones out. He's just rolled them up as well.
No excuses for anyone next year except we're commentating.
Well, yeah, that's right. I'll be behind a microphone is my excuse. But the great stories continue to flow in, as indeed the great finishes come. We're encouraging you to share your finishing experiences as well. Hashtag Soweto Marathon if you want to tweet or indeed Instagram pictures of your finishes. One of the referees, 4:04:28, 29, 4:04:30 currently up on the clock, and those crossing the finish line. Just no doubt most who cross the finish line have got watches of their own. And again, some courageous runs.
Serious stuff.
And the headphones in, a little musical inspiration along the way.
Most definitely. I think this is really something one can look at and say, yeah, I think I can do it as well. But I think for most of the athletes today, they've really been spoiled going through the whole of Soweto, Chris Baragwana at the Walter Sisulu Square. I think that has really been a great experience, the Regina Mundi Church, and just reconnecting with the history. And again, places like Vilakazi Street, I can assure you will be a buzz after this race where people would just want to go and just celebrate the day and have a bite or two.
More athletes just edge closer to the finish line. Just to recap as well for you the half marathon distances. After Roland was disqualified, Joel Mone has been confirmed as the victor in the men's race over the half marathon distance, while South Africa's Mapaseka Makanya just dancing across the finish line. She emerged victorious in the women's half marathon race, while in the Soweto Marathon full marathon distance, an Ethiopian affair. Speaking of Ethiopian affairs, those who were not challenging for top honours were some of the runners who've only recently crossed the finish line. Vela Curdley is down at the finish line with a few more finishes.
Thank you very much, Dwayne. Well, the drizzle's actually started to come down a little bit, and I must say that it's been very cool conditions for some of the runners, albeit a little bit windy. One of the runners that I stopped as he crossed the finish line is a man also running with a purpose. We've seen so many of them today, some running in memory of Mulaudzi, Mulase, as well as Senzo Miwa. And then there are those that are running for fitness reasons, and others are using it as a protest. Is that what you're doing, Christian? Just explain to us exactly what your protest is.
I'm protesting against the price of running shoes. So I'm wearing these sandals because it's much cheaper. But if they bring down, if the price of running shoes drop, maybe I'll switch back to running shoes again.
Okay, so how long have you been running in flip-flops?
I'm not sure how long, but I've done about 700 kilometers in them.
700 kilometers in flip-flops. And have you had any injuries?
Not yet, but at the beginning I had some chafing between my big toe and the second one from the big toe. But you sort of get used to that, and then it's fine. But no more purple toenails.
No more purple toenails. I mean, there is a massive movement for barefoot running, and some people say that, you should actually just run with as little foam underneath your foot. You aren't from that school?
Yes, the less the better.
The less the better. Well, Christian completing the Soweto Marathon, 42.2 kilometers in under 4 hours. You just beat 4 hours.
It's just over 4 hours, unfortunately. But next year I'm coming back, and hopefully I'll finish under 4 hours.
Did you use it as a qualifier for the Comrades?
Yeah, I was going to, but I think I need to run faster. I want to qualify under 4 hours. Yeah, that's my
You may need to use some tackies for Comrades over 89 kilometers, just maybe.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see.
All right, that's Christian chatting to us about the Soweto Marathon. Time now to go over to Oli Zondo, who's made away from the finish line to the prize-giving area to take us through the awarding of our winners for today. Oli, over to you.
Thank you very much, Valen, and thank you to everyone who's joining us here today. I think just before we start proceedings, can we have a moment of silence for our fallen heroes? Thank you very much. Today we celebrate the 2014 edition of the Soweto Marathon. We know that it is back with a bang, and right here on stage I'm joined by the dignitaries from the Soweto Marathon Trust. It is Usillo Genau, and from Gauteng Department of Sports, Arts and Culture and Recreation, Namhla Sikaza, and of course from Nike Africa, Lawrence Pear, and of course we have the chairperson from the National Lottery Board, Professor Nevatanda, who are going to be awarding all our athletes today who have come out in the top 3. Now, before we delay, let us start with a 10-kilometer run and introduce to you the winners starting from 3rd place. We will start off with the women. In 3rd place, we have one of the twins, Lebu Palula, who is from Mr. Price. Congratulations. Please come up on stage. In 2nd place, we have Yvette van Zyl, and she is part of Nedbank. Congratulations. And the champion of the 10-kilometer run is one of the other twins, Lebogang Palula from Mr. Price. Now, it's just not the money that is up on offer, but the winners will also be taking part in the Paris Marathon that will be happening in 2015. So, yes! And those are the winners. Please give them a round of applause. Congratulations. And now we move on to the men. In 3rd place, we've got Dorocius Makobela, who's also from the Nedbank Running Club. Congratulations. In 2nd place, Samuel Matabata from Take It Easy. And the winner of the 10-kilometer race, representing the men, is, of course, Desmond Khoza. Ladies and gentlemen, that is your top 3 for the men. Now we'll be handing you through to commentary as we get ready for the 21-kilometer winners.
The results then of the 10-kilometer race, the Nike Soweto Marathon. The prize giving will continue with the 21.1 kilometer event, and indeed with the 42.2 kilometer standard marathon event as well. The 3 distances of the Nike Soweto Marathon overall. 21,000 entrants over these distances, and some bright colours enter the Nasrec Expo Centre, where the finish line is located for today's Nike Soweto Marathon. And smiling faces, and those who'll be taking selfies in a short while, and no doubt hashtagging Soweto Marathon as they continue to tweet pictures of themselves or post pictures on Instagram as well. Such is the modern culture. Social media Gloria Brown, of course, you love social media?
No, do I?
As much as I do.
No, totally on the opposite. But just going back to those results, good to really see the twins doing well in that race, and for any household to bring in the bucks is really welcome. And I mean, just as training partners, the twins do well together, and I think they share a lot of secrets. Helen, I'm sure you would you have loved to have that kind of a relationship, that kind of a partner to keep working with?
I think so. And if you track their background and you go back, as sisters, they've run track together. They've kept each other. They've obviously got genetic talent, and they've encouraged it and nurtured it between themselves. And they've been a force to reckon with coming up over the years. And I think just inspiring a lot of other young girls to get out there and do it. And when you see them standing on the podium with a check like that, why not?
Why not, indeed. They proved to be inspirational. Over the 10K race, though, the Palula twins finishing first and third. But now for prize giving over the half marathon distance, let's join Olizondo once more as the prize giving continues.
Remember, you still tuned in to SABC2, where we are bringing you the Nike Soweto Marathon. And right now, we are introducing to you the winners of the half marathon. And we are going to start off with the ladies. She goes by the name of Mapa Sexy. Actually, because I think I am rushing, she is the winner of that one. We'll start with third place. And she is, of course, Usamgeliso Moyo. Congratulations. Please come up onto stage. Samgeluso may be busy with another marathon because we know how she loves those. In second place was, of course, Uana Mweketsi. Please tell me she's here to accept her medal. Okay, also Nachia. Now, Mapa Sexy, I think that's why I was probably rushing to her. Mapa Seka, Makanya, Mapa Sexy. Hopefully we'll see that tattoo. Congratulations for winning the half marathon. Congratulations, Mapaseka. Also the SA Sportswomen of last year. And now we swiftly move on to the men who have won the half kilometer, that is the 21.1 kilometer marathon. In third place from the men is Philip Birach, and he is part of the Global Club. Congratulations, please come out onto stage. Philip is also not here, so we will move on to Uxolisa Kyali. Congratulations, he has come up second. Oh, Philip. Congratulations, Philip. In second place is Uxolisa Kyali. Congratulations. And the winner of the half marathon from the men is Joel Meni. Well done. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That is your top three for the half marathon. And that's it for the half marathon. We'll take a quick short ad break. Now do join us on our social media platforms, hashtag Nike Soweto Marathon, and tell us what you think about the prize giving. We'll be back after this with the much anticipated 42-kilometer race.
Welcome back to live coverage of the Nike Soweto Marathon, where we've seen a host of inspirational performances. But I tell you, when you look at a few awkward-looking walks going on, there's some lactic acid build-up for a few. Conquered another 10. Hashtag Soweto Marathon. Instagram your pictures on hashtag Soweto Marathon. Oh, Miss Klubi, there we go. Represented, yes, we represented indeed. Well, there we go. Kissing the medal, an opportunity to bite a little medal. Oh, 104 over 10 kilometers, personal best. That's not bad. Live a little. Vamos. Somebody with a Spanish injection. Mohammed. Another finish. Oh, too many people. Half marathon jumping up in celebration. How do you have the energy? Kelsey Tanner 9. How do you have the energy? Well, feeling very happy indeed. Delighted after completing various distances over the Soweto Marathon of 2014. Great to be back under the auspices of sponsors Nike, and really creating a great awareness about healthy living. But Helen, a great family atmosphere in many aspects as well.
Yes, on the screen we see a field covered with tents. Now those are all the clubs where the members have run the race. They'll go and get their bag and go back. But on the other field, it's full of entertainment for children, and I think they're also trying to make it a race for the people, a family day. Bring your children. They're playing on jumping castles. There's food stands and drink halls, etc. And really, it's just a big festival.
A big festival indeed, and good to be back after missing out last year. But it was, despite the South African success over the half marathon distances, it was to be from the country of the greatest marathon runner of them all, the great Abebe Bikila. Ethiopia would dominate in both the men's and women's. But let's get down to the prize giving now. Olizondo.
Welcome back. There is a slight drizzle here, but it's not going to deter us from the proceedings. Now, I just had a quick chat with the Premier, and he wants me to put on record that he also took part, and he has his medal around his neck. So congratulations on that one. Congratulations to him, really inspiring us. On stage, of course, the Honorable Premier from Nike Africa, Laurent Peyer. From the chairperson of the National Lottery Board, we have Professor Nebutanda. From the Athletic South Africa President, it's Alex Kosana. And, of course, from Schneider Electric Marketing, we do have Koliswa, who is joining us on stage. Now, the 42-kilometer race, I need to put on record, is that it is the one where the winners will be going to Paris for that marathon. So only the winners of the 42K race, and of course those hefty checks that we are going to see them carrying after this. We'll start with the women, and in third place we do have Ellen Sehai Haibu from Nedbank. Congratulations. And in second place, we do have Isabella Chichimbo, also from Nedbank, really dominating this race. And the 2014 champion of the Nike Soweto Marathon goes to Meseret Bureau. Congratulations also again from Nedbank. Third place winner is awarded with 25,000 rands for finishing in third place. Congratulations. And in second place, 50,000 rands. And of course, first place, how we'd all love to lay our hands on that check, 100,000 rand. Well done, ladies. Well done. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the women, the winners of the 42-kilometer race. And now we move on to the men. In third place, it is Teboho Sello. Congratulations. Please come up on stage. Remember to hashtag Nike Soweto Marathon and tell us what you think about the marathon that is back with a bang. In second place, it goes to Motlokwa Nkabutak. And the champion of the 42-kilometer race from the men is Sentayehu Ligese. Congratulations. We need to put it on record that the Ethiopians have come out full force in this edition of the 2014 Nike Soweto Marathon. Congratulations to everyone that is on the podium. Well, the time was finished in 2 hours, 17 minutes. And now we bring in the checks. In third place, the money that he will receive is 25,000 randelas. And in second place, 50,000 rand is awarded to Motlokwa. And the biggest check that will be awarded is that of 100,000 rands. Congratulations. Right, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our prize giving ceremony. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you for partaking in the 2014 Soweto Marathon. We will now go through to an ad break, and once again, congratulations to everyone that took part. You are on SABC2.
Welcome back as the Nike Soweto Marathon continues with prize giving concluded, and huge congratulations to those who've come out and indeed claimed medals and winning medals. Teboho Sello, the champion of the men's Soweto Marathon, the first person to finish over the distance of 42.2 kilometers. And indeed for Meseret Biru, his compatriot, another victory for her. She's racking up the Randellas, as Olizondo pointed out in the prize-giving presentation. But speaking of medals, we've got a certain Bruce Fordyce in studio. Now, Bruce, you've been showing off your medals from 1994 of the Soweto Marathon. It seems people are particularly proud of the medals that they win here in the Soweto Marathon. You've been parading that medal around for the better part of the morning.
Yes, I showed it off this morning when we launched the whole program with Valen. Obviously over the years I've had millions of medals, and I've lost most of them, but the important ones I've kept, and I always think that the city marathons are the ones that you keep because they're just a wonderful memory of a city marathon. The Soweto Marathon, it's going to be, we hope, one of the most important marathons in the world, and I'm proud to have a medal from it, even if it's not quite as fancy as today's medal.
Helen, do you have a collection of all your medals that you won over the years?
I have kept some of them, but they're in a plastic packet somewhere.
Oh, it's one of those situations.
It's a bit like that, yes. But I must say, when I first started running, and you get those first ones, like for many of these people, they'll be getting their first medal, and you are really, really proud of it. And you hang it around your neck, and you sort of hate to remove it that night when you go home for a shower, and you sleep, and it's by your bed, and you look at it longingly. And I think it's great as long as that sort of the pride you get out of those first few medals can stay. I think it's special, and you must just make it last.
But that's the thing, is, I mean, you do it for the pride, you do it for the validation, you do it for the self-sense of achievement, I suppose. You don't necessarily do it for the prize money. And when you were both running, prize money was not exactly what we're seeing today. Do you still have checks of 50 Rand or 100 Rand
Weren't so lucky.
from races in years gone by?
There was none.
I've got some worn-out Coke towels. No, Bruce and I are from the amateur era, so... but I think we've still got the same memories that these people have.
Yeah, I'm loving looking at these runners coming in, because you see the 1, 2, 3, 4. I can spot 5 Comrades Peak caps there. And those, so just to remind people, these people are busy qualifying for next year's Comrades Marathon or for next year's Two Oceans. So Soweto doubles up as being a wonderful marathon to run, but it's also in the qualifying bracket for next year's 2 major races. And there can see 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm pointing with my finger, but you can see them. And the cutoff is not. We have not yet reached the cutoff. So these people are about half an hour under the cutoff, and they'll be really, really delighted to have a qualifying time done and dusted. And obviously they may try and improve and get faster qualifying times later on. But it's good to have one in the bag.
Yeah, when you got it in the bag, you can have certainly less stress over the months ahead in preparation for the longer distances. I wanted to say bigger races,
yes,
but
you just reminded me to stress.
Longer distances.
I haven't qualified.
Bruce Fordyce, have you not put in a qualifying time as yet?
No.
Oh, well, we'll have to get you out on course sooner rather than later.
Well, these runners are finishing in 4.5 hours, just over, and that's not a bad time. And I think the majority of marathoners now are finishing in this space or even slower. So, they'll be lining up in other races next year.
Well, if you think about the New York Marathon that's going to be run later on today for us this evening, at 4.5 hours you would probably have about 20,000 runners still behind you who haven't finished. That's quite a thought. There's no cutoff at the New York Marathon. They come in 8, 9, 10 hours.
That is phenomenal. I'll tell you, somebody who's not going to come in at 8 or 9 hours is this sprightly young woman who's edging towards the finish line here. Oh, huge smiles. Huge smiles on the face. Well, the young and old all enjoying their opportunity to get out and be part of those who finish the Nike Soweto Marathon. Great to see the race returning after the 1 year absence. Even if you take part in the 10K race, so many people over the 10K race have been tweeting photos of themselves, and Instagram has been something that's been updated regularly at #Soweto Marathon. I can tell you that Valen Kirtley has got one of those 10-kilometer finishers sitting with her. He just happens to hold an interesting position in office. Valen.
Thank you very much. Let's speak about that position. The Premier of Gauteng, and also one of the finishers in today's 10-kilometer event here at the Nike Soweto Marathon. Welcome to our studio at the finish line, Mr. David Makura.
Thank you very much.
Premier, good to have you with us. Tell us, how was it out on the route?
Yes, I think this was my third marathon in the past 4 months. I first did the Gauteng Marathon, 10 Ks, and I did the Spa Women's Marathon, 8 Ks. I have improved on my time. That makes me happy.
Do you actually get time to train in your busy position?
Yeah, in fact, precisely because we are very busy, training is absolutely necessary. I do at least 1.5 hours in the morning every day, possibly 4 times a week, and that keeps me going because that's the energy you need. You get to sweat it in the morning before you hit the road, and it carries me for the day.
Was running always a part of your life? Did you grow up as a young boy running?
Yeah, I ran to school every day for 11 kilometers for the first 4 years of school. It wasn't by choice. It was there was no public transport. I went to a rural school, and then later cycled to school as well. So I often laugh with friends when I say that for some of us, we didn't see this as sports. It just came naturally. We were in circumstances where we had to run, we had to cycle. Now later in life, that's why I love running. I often say our cities must be designed and planned in a way that promotes healthy lifestyles. People should run, people should cycle, people should walk. We should design our cities so that they promote that kind of interaction. It's a wonderful thing. We drive too much. I mean, one thing about our cities is that we in our cars all the time. So we for that reason, it's not too good for our bodies. So when there is an opportunity like this, and I want to look for opportunities for cycling for the next marathon. And it's also good for our province. I mean, this promotes social cohesion. Look at the number of people. More than 21,000 people joined the Soweto Marathon. There are other people who are here from all walks of life. Many South Africans don't find it as easy as that to mix and socialize as South Africans. And sports help us to do that, just to be South Africans, and interact and do the best things we want to do in life.
And something that's so important, I suppose, after the week that we've had when it comes to the loss in the sporting world.
Yes, certainly. I mean, we had a difficult week as a nation. The young people whose lives were dedicated to making South Africa look good have left us, but the nation has rallied behind these 3 young people. Senzo Meiwa, Mulaudzi, and Pindi Mwelase. They have done their best to represent our country, and we in return have given them the best farewell that they deserved. I'm very proud to be a South African, to see how people from all walks of life have rallied behind, to offer messages of condolences to the families of the bereaved families, and but also just say that it is good to do the best you can for your country. This is a very good message. Our country needs this kind of positive messages.
And it's something that we've seen today with a lot of the finishers, people saying they were just so proud to have finished something like Soweto in a township or in a place like Soweto. In a year that we celebrate 20 years of freedom and democracy, it was in Soweto that the struggle against apartheid was breathed life into. Yes. So lots of people being very proud of that. And you see people from all walks of life coming together. How proud of you that this is taking place in your province?
Well, firstly, let me say I'm very happy that the Soweto Marathon is back. There were challenges, there were problems about uncertainty, about sponsorship and funding. We, as the provincial government in Gauteng, working with the city of Johannesburg, would like to ensure that the Soweto Marathon is firmly back, and there are sponsors who I must deeply appreciate that Nike has come on board, and the National Lottery Board have also supported this. For the next few years, this is the biggest in numbers, the biggest marathon we have in our country. 21,000 people. We want to grow it. One important thing I emphasize is that sports is also economics. The number of people who have come here from all over the continent, you saw they are Kenyans, they are Ethiopians, they run fast, these guys. They come for this. And then there are people from all over the country who were part of the Soweto Marathon. They've also brought money here. They book in here, they stay here, they spend, for the days that they are here, they are spending some money. So we also look at social cohesion. Yes, it's important, but it's also the economy. So that's why sports is that part of economics that often goes unseen. We want, as provincial government and the city of Johannesburg, to ensure that the Soweto Marathon must grow bigger and bigger. It supports also what we call the township economy. As you were correctly saying, people go to the townships, and 10 kilometers. The sad thing with my 10 kilometers is that it didn't take me to Soweto. But the guys...
You do the 42 Ks Premier, so that you can go on Vilakazi Street.
I certainly want to run in Vilakazi Street next time.
Live, and it's on record now. Premier?
Yes, I'm building up from 10 kilometers to 21 kilometers to 42 kilometers.
Lovely. Premier, thank you so much for chatting to us. The Premier of Gauteng, Mr. David Makura, he just completed the 10-kilometer event here at the Nike Soweto Marathon and says that one day he too will take part in the 42.2-kilometer distance. Let's join Xoli Zondo. I believe she's also got a very important guest with her from Athletics South Africa.
Indeed, I do have important guests with me here. Firstly, we have the chairperson of the National Lotteries Board, Professor Nevutanda, and of course, the president of Athletics South Africa, Mr. Skosana. Now, Prof, I think we need to talk about how the marathon is back with a bang. But a lot of people at home ask, how long will it be back for, and how long is the National Lotteries Board going to continue to participate in this marathon?
Thank you very much. As the National Lotteries Board, we are very happy that the vision of the president of ASA has been to say, let's bring back that which people liked the most. And indeed, today it was an assurance that we saw all colors. We saw all people from different areas coming to support Soweto Marathon. As the National Lotteries Board, we are committed to make sure that this event becomes one of the largest events here in South Africa, Africa, and the whole world. And for that matter, because it is now back, we are prepared to commit ourselves to make sure that every year we give them funding. And in this case, I negotiated with the president of ASA and the premier that instead of coming at a late hour, we are going to make sure that the funding must be planned 3 years before the event. So, in other words, towards the beginning of our next year, we are going to make sure that we give them a multi-year funding so that at least the spirit of people, and we also indicated that we must make sure that there is a build-up from all the 9 provinces so that at least people are geared to this Soweto Marathon, because we have seen that this is an excellent idea.
Wow, that is music to our ears to know that the people's race will for sure be continuing even more than and over above 2014. Now let's go on to speak to Mr. Skosana of the Athletics South Africa. Let's talk about the display of the running in today's marathon. Is the association happy about this?
Thank you very much. We are indeed very happy and excited to see so many people, let alone the display, the magnificent display, the professional display by the service providers, the Soweto Marathon Trust, the Central Gauteng Athletics, and the sponsors, of which one of them is Nike, South Africa, and Lottery and Shrinda. We are very, very excited. I can tell you that after today's event, I will have a peaceful sleep because wherever I've been going to as the new president of Athletics South Africa was elected on the 7th, people kept on asking me, is Soweto Marathon going to happen? And I said yes. In the launch, I said, Soweto, it will happen. And it will never happen again that Soweto Marathon is disrupted because of the politics of administration and all that. And we are excited with the commitment, the support that we have received from all the corners, let alone the sponsors. Look at the athletes, look at the colors, the beautiful colors, the diversity of South Africa from all the corners of this beautiful country. They are all here. They have been saving money to come and run this marathon. And indeed, the marathon will happen again and again and again and again up until we all depart in this world.
Oh, wow. Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us. Really, I think everyone is exceptionally happy to hear that the People's Race will continue beyond 2014. Now we go through to the highlights of what happened here on SABC2.
Up congestion, and if the weather can stay like this, it's going to be a lot easier for these runners.
So a 42.2 kilometer standard marathon is the start. I was just witnessing the start of this at the Nasrec Expo Centre, start and finish line both at the Nasrec Expo Centre, but as Helen mentioned, certainly the route has been changed for this year as the race effectively being relaunched. Just over 30 seconds gone, you can see the tail that still remains. Several athletes that'll take their time about getting over the start line.
Well, in our picture there, we see on the left-hand side of the screen, in the colours of Nedbank, the 2011 Soweto Marathon champion, Marco Mazibuko from South Africa, and on the right-hand side of the screen, in the colours of Max Delete, the 2012 Soweto Marathon champion and defending champion, with the race not being held last year, Shadrack Kemboi. So they've gone out hard, Helen, and they mean business today.
We're back with the leading women, and Helen, an opportunity for the women to also lay down a few markers. Of course, with the route changing, so much changes in terms of course knowledge for these runners, needing to go effectively on a reverse route, as it were. That said, it comes to the women's race, as you mentioned earlier, Helen, is the fact that we don't really have the strongest female runners necessarily, and I think the disappointment is that Renee Kalmer, of course, Shane Bosman rather, remains injured after that tremendous run in the Comrades, her first attempt, but unfortunately just been struggling with injuries since and missing out again today.
Yes, and I think a lot of that is just possibly when one is fit, they tend to over-race a little bit, because it is tempting with all these new marathons on the South African circuit paying quite attractive prize money. So it's tempting just to go and think I can just do one more race, and they tend to catch up with you. And our other strong marathoner, Yvette van Zyl, is taking part in the New York Marathon today. So it does leave another opening for an athlete here to pick up a place, and I think it plays well down to the top 10, so we will be seeing some athletes coming through getting rewarded for their ability. Quite a good effort. The back markers, you'll find the girls position 7, 8, 9 and 10 possibly not established athletes, and it will be just an even better day for them out here in Soweto.
Definitely, it's very important. Soweto Marathon, as it's been known since its inception, it's the people's race, and really the township and in Soweto and stuff, they come out and they come out in masses to really support the race, and that is why it is dubbed the people's race. And we must remember that this year there was a limit on the entries that one could reach, but definitely next year I think we're going to see phenomenal growth in this race, and it's only going to get better and better.
It's back with the leading lady.
If I'm not mistaken, we did mention before Sise or Sedi. We're just struggling to identify some of the race numbers here, but I think it may be Meseret Biru. She's the course record holder in the Two Oceans Half Marathon, and coming off fresh from a victory 6 weeks ago in Cape Town, Helen. She's got a 2:28 marathon, and the class is showing right now.
Into Kliptown we go, and the leading men, getting a little more bunched up now. But again, it looks to be 9 athletes in a bunch and one just trailing off the back now. For a while, Kiewit, it looked like they were being caught by a bunch, then strung out. But we have got a small, intimate group of quality runners that are taking this race out hard from the onset, and quite possibly the top 3 will come from this leading group already.
Most definitely, Dwayne. And what's very interesting to notice is that amongst this lead group, we have quite a big contingent of Lesotho athletes who have really dominated this Soweto Marathon in the past. And the interesting thing about that is that in 2012, when Shadrack broke the record, he really went out hard, and it's been shown that when the athletes have run in the lead bunch with the Lesotho athletes, that's when they've claimed the victories. And when guys have gone out hard and made it harder for the Lesotho athletes to catch them near the end.
So back to the women's race in the Nike Soweto Marathon. This is currently Isabella Chipchumba of Kenya, the woman who is currently second in the women's race. It's Meseret Biru of Ethiopia taking it out very hard, very strong in the early stages. But Isabella Chipchumba just tucked it into the second position, looking fairly strong and comfortable in her own right. And Gloria, we've seen the men's race. It's certainly been a foreign affair, as it were, in the early stages of the women's race as well.
Most definitely, and I think what we have really come to realize is that this race has really been predominantly won by foreigners. And again, the Kenyans will always be in the mix. The Lesotho runners, some from Zimbabwe. Haven't seen a Zimbabwean runner yet at this stage. But yeah, the Kenyans will always be amongst the top athletes.
Here we are with the leading men in the marathon, still sticking together so tightly, and it's anybody's race. I'm not going to predict who's going to cross the finish line here.
This is going to be very tough indeed. Yeah, there's nobody's been separated from this bunch, effectively. There were a few runners that in the early kilometers were still holding on, but ultimately on a few flat sections the pace was picked up, and indeed some of the South African favourites, or those that South Africans might be expecting to perform today, have dropped completely off the pace. So we must be around about the 25-kilometre mark then, as an hour 20 has gone by in the standard marathon distance, 42.2 kilometres, and a lovely view over Soweto this morning. A fine morning, a little muggy, but perfect conditions for running. Slightly overcast, around 13 degrees Celsius at the start. But this is what's at stake. Some good big prize money, 100,000 rand for first prize, second prize half of that, and a quarter of it for third place, down to 10th place, which picks up 2,000. Of course, you add the runners' incentives from their clubs, you add other incentives and endorsements, an opportunity for some runners to make some big cash bonuses for themselves. Pushing hard in the second half of this race, wanting to go below the current record of 2:16.28. The man who holds the record is currently in this leading bunch of men. Kemboi, you see his name there, Shadrack Kemboi, with the likes of Muika of Kenya, of King, Yunisu of Ethiopia, Teboho of Lesotho among the leading men. So this is at 24 kilometres, 1:23.13. The leading men, of course, in the women's race, Meseret Biru, Isabella Chipchumba, and Alemtselai Hailu, the top 3 women. And in the leading men's race, well, Gloria, there's still no separating the leading men. But what a tense finish this is setting up for, though.
Well, you can see in this overhead shot now, Yenisu getting about towards 5 to 10 meters now to Kemboi, and we've seen that it's a bit of a back and forth going on. There is going towards the business end of the race now, 1 hour 51 minutes into the race. The only split that I did see along the course, Bruce, was the 28k mark, which the athletes passed in exactly 1 hour 29 minutes. So back to the women's race, 1 hour 53 minutes into the race, and this is the second athlete along the road at the moment, Isabella Jepchumba, the Kenyan in the colours of Nedbank. She bases herself up in Pretoria now. In the recent Johannesburg Spa Ladies 10k, she was 7th in there, so showing a versatile speed over 10ks all the way up through to the marathon.
Oh, great backdrop as well, the Orlando Stadium, where Orlando Pirates play their football, currently on hold, of course, owing to the tragic loss of Orlando Pirates and indeed Bafana Bafana captain Senzo Mewa. The Nedbank athletes that continue to press hard in this race. Among the Nedbank athletes leading in the men's race as well is Yenisu, who's trying to extend his lead in the men's race. Overall, this is Isabella Jepchumba, who's currently second in the women's race. She's got an Ethiopian in front of her, an Ethiopian behind her. She attempts to perhaps to chase down Meseret Biru, who's currently leading the women's race. And Alentele Hailu, who is currently in third behind Isabella Jepchumba. Yenisu is some margin ahead. That's a good 15 seconds maybe between the two runners. But Yenisu could still very well be caught here with just under 4 kilometers to go now.
I think we're going to have a very interesting race on our hands here. They are back on the road going towards Nasrec, where we are based here for the finish of the Nike Soweto Marathon. And 2 hours 4 minutes into the race now, Bruce, with 4Ks to go. I don't see a record happening today, that 2:16, unless they can bang out some sub 3 minute Ks. But around 2:17, 2:18 winning time looking today.
So looking to bring it home successfully here. Ethiopia, will it be Ethiopia? Will it be Lesotho? Might there be even a further twist in the tail? I fear there's only 2 athletes now that can go on and win this. 2:10 on the clock. We've got maybe 6-7 minutes left in this race before the top man crosses the finish line. And will it be this man? I think that record is intact for now, but it's still going to be a fairly quick finish for the Ethiopian Yenisu, trying to hold on to this lead. He's coming home very strongly indeed. He deserves great credit. Fine running conditions. Bruce spoke about the wind early on, but the cool running conditions with the overcast cloud cover that's just allowed these cool conditions to see these runners settle into their pace and showing wonderful determination to get to the finish line. He held off the charge of indeed the defending champion Shadrack Kemboi. He dealt with Kemboi and then had to deal with a late charge of Tjoka of Lesotho, who will come home in second place for Olifants Club. But the Nedbank runner from Ethiopia, Yenisu, is the champion of the Nike Soweto Marathon of 2014 as further athletes edge towards the finish line here, Kieran. But what a run from Yenisu, and really summed up his temperament with that run today.
For 2:17.52, unofficially the winning time there, as we have the former Soweto Marathon champion back from 2007, Teboho Sello, coming in there for the third position. And he wasn't one of the athletes, Dwayne, that was coming towards Kemboi in those last stages, as we see the fourth athlete now coming through, and the athlete in fifth in the colours of Bluff Meats just behind him. So it will be interesting to see where Kemboi is, Dwayne. He's certainly dropped off the pace in these last 4 or so kilometres.
Perhaps in trying to keep with Yenisu in those stages when he looked to be running his own race fairly set and comfortable, maybe he has done himself a little damage. And coming into the final stages in and around this expo centre, where a woman who at 2:29 marathon distance is able to put in a big charge in the closing stages of this Nike Soweto Marathon. Her compatriot already having won the men's race. In the people's race, the Ethiopian top finish, but indeed looking for a 1 3 finish in the women's race with Isabella Chepchumba of Kenya, currently second overall in the women's race. Well, Gloria Brown and Douglas Musadi in commentary in the closing stages of this women's race, and of course some wonderful landmarks that have been passed, and FNB Stadium among those that have been passed by the athletes in the closing stages. But the women's race, Gloria, has been intriguing in its own right, not necessarily because of the tightness of the front group, but indeed how Biru has taken it out and how comfortable she's looked in leading out the likes of Chepchumba and her compatriot Hailu.
Absolutely, without a doubt. And, you know, just looking at her and looking at the way she's running, she's really taken this race and made it her own. She's really taken into Soweto an athlete that really is one of those that really have to be celebrated. Not forgetting that she also won the Cape Town Marathon. And just look at the pace that she is approaching the finish line. I mean, very, very impressive indeed.
re leboga Gloria mme ke a goroga Biru o goroga jana mme go bontsha kana gore ke ene mofenyi wa rona mostane eno o solofetse gore jaanong o tla tsa lebelo leno la letsatsi la gompieno o sa tsofela ke dimitara di le mmalwa fela gore a ba goroga ka gangwe ke bona bogela.
So someone who has got some great personal bests. I mean, she's a 106 athlete over 20 kilometers, a 109.31 finisher over half marathon, a 2:29 marathon runner, and coming to the finish line in Ethiopia claim a victory in the women's race to follow on from the victory in the men's race as well. So Uniso was champion in the men's race. In the women's race, it is Meseret Biru who crosses the finish line first.
All right, so the foreigners dominating the top 3 positions in both the men's and the women's race over the 42.2 kilometer distance. It's been a glorious return of the Soweto Marathon and a wonderful celebration of 20 years of democracy. From myself, Valen Kirtley, our commentary team, Oli is sitting next to me. It's been great.
It has been absolutely great, and I think what stands out the most is that we will never again have disruptions to this marathon. From 2014 beyond, we will always have this marathon. I'm Oli Zondo. I absolutely enjoyed each and every moment. Goodbye, everyone.